A lot to break down.
Guys, come in here, y'all. I have to do my hair, so I figured we could just go do live. Oh my lord, sorry, y'all. Just got back from the dentist. My mouth is all messed up. It's crazy. Oh, I'm exhausted. All week at the dentist's office. Just too much. Get in here, y'all. I'm gonna give you about a few minutes and I'm gonna start, so that way the replay's not gonna be crazy. This hair, oh jeez, Lord help me. Man. Oh, Jesus help me. Come on in, you guys. Yeah, we're outside for another Diddy show and some freaky stuff. Oh my gosh, this is a little crazy. I feel like, what the heck? I feel bad. I feel like I'm introducing you to the shaitan. These people are all crazy. These people are really crazy. Y'all. Where's Mark? These kinky people. These people are crazy. I'm like, these lawyers, they really need to start like using BDS. Yeah, I feel like I'm like, man, I feel bad because I'm like, no, if he says Muslim, I feel like I'm introducing her to the shaitan. It's too much haram. If he says, let me do your prayers, girl. Do your prayers, honey. And do your cleansing ritual because these are some kinky people. Okay? They are crazy. They are truly crazy. Hey, Janet. Well, Janet, you weren't here last night. Janet's asleep, so you missed out, but it's okay. I'm going to replay some of the things from yesterday. Sorry, you guys. I went to the dentist, okay? My mouth looks crazy. I know. I got 3 crowns put in today. Oh, my goodness. Then I have to finish doing my hair. So, Kid Cudi took the stage, all right? So we'll see what he says. But to me, I've realized what this is. I am realizing, that Cassie is really a freakish person. She's a little freak, okay? So let's get into the video. Some of y'all here, 15 people. So let's just start.
Down about what was happening today. We've been talking about Kid Cudi's testimony, week 2 in general. But right now I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, our long crime reporter, who is inside that courtroom for Kid Cudi's testimony. Now, one of the things I want to ask you about, Elizabeth, is we're reading the transcript, right? We're reading what he said on the stand. What was his tone like? Because I got to tell you, he was hitting one-liner after one-liner after one-liner. By the way, shows up in court, leather jacket, smoking a cigarette. I mean, this is Kid Cudi, major celebrity comes in. What was the substance of what he was saying? And I got to ask you the tone in which he was saying it.
Well, obviously, I didn't see the cigarette smoking part. I was inside the courtroom when this was going on, but it was a packed courtroom today, Jesse, despite it being very cold outside today, despite it even pouring down raining this morning when I came to court today. A lot of people were inside that courtroom because a lot of people wanted to know, what did Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi, really have to say? So when he walks inside the courtroom, to your point, Jesse, he was very, very casual. He had on a leather jacket. It was a little bedazzled. He had on a white t-shirt. He had on jeans, something that you kind of really don't see necessarily, especially in federal court. I mean, all the other witnesses have been in suits, even some of the escort witnesses. But for Kid Cudi, he just came in very casual. He just walked right to the witness stand, didn't pay Diddy any type of attention from what I could see of him, but he got onto the witness stand and swore that oath like he normally, like all the other witnesses do. And then that's when we got into the testimony. And let me just say, Jesse, there was so much testimony. I was just writing things down and down and down again because there was really so much. And we knew about kind of the Molotov cocktail incident, especially because it was laid out in Cassie's federal lawsuit, right? But just hearing Kid Cudi explain it from his own words were just a whole nother level, I could say.
People were laughing, right? People were laughing when he was testifying because he made that one comment that he sees Sean Combs. He had a meeting with him and said he looked like a Marvel supervillain. Were people laughing?
Yeah. Yes, people were laughing, but if you're going to ask if Diddy was laughing, it didn't seem like he found that joke necessarily funny. But there was definitely some courtroom laughter, even from some of the jurors who were in the box. They were laughing as well, too. But from what I could see of Diddy, it didn't seem like he had much laughter going on in that specific moment, which was a complete 180 from kind of his demeanor when George Kaplan was testifying, where he seemed a little more jovial. He was laughing along. But when Kid Cudi came on the stand, it felt like the smile just went down, right, and he had more of a serious demeanor and serious tone listening to Kid Cudi testify.
And because, Kid Cudi was providing some quite important pieces of damning evidence against Sean Combs. I mean, talk to us about his direct examination. What were some of the highlights that you took away from his direct examination? Because the prosecution, in my opinion, I was talking about it before, they're calling him not only to corroborate, I think, the account of Cassie, but to establish some of the elements of racketeering, right? The underlying crimes of maybe kidnapping, arson. Talk to us about some of the big moments from his direct examination, and then we'll talk about what the cross-examination was like.
Right, because the jury has been hearing about Scott Mescudi a lot, and they've been referring to Kid Cudi as Scott Mescudi during this. So seeing Kid Cudi in the flesh, I'm sure a lot of people wanted to know, what did he have to say about December 2011 specifically? Now, around that time frame, police actually responded to Kid Cudi's then home. He's no longer in that home anymore now, but they responded to a call about a break-in at his home. So he said that day actually started with a call from Cassie herself about 5:30, 6:30 in the morning. And Cassie relayed to Kid Cudi that Diddy had found out that the two were dating, and she sounded kind of stressed during this phone call. So what Kid Cudi did was he picked her up. He took her to a hotel called Sunset Marquis. So that way it was a little safe for her to kind of hang out there and be at that hotel. But Kid Cudi at the time said he didn't think that Cassie was even dealing with Diddy at this point. Diddy had asked actually for Kid Cudi.
So you heard this? So he didn't think, you hear that part? He didn't think that she was dealing with Diddy at this point. Which means what? I think this Cassie girl, what she does, she goes to these goofy guys to act like she's a damsel in distress, and then she tells them these lies, and then they feel like they have to save her because she's so pretty. Like they want to really save her, right? And the whole time, you're like, see, the whole time, I mean, some of y'all were not here last night, but this is what they call cuckolding in BDSM. These people are all crazy. They are truly crazy. I think like having men fight for her, men fight over her like this, it turns her on. It turns her on. It really does.
His address around this time, and one of the big moments was that Cassie was the one who actually gave Diddy Kid Cudi's address. And so
hold up, wait a minute. Hold up. This bitch is a bitch of chaos. Do y'all hear this? So she calls Kid Cudi and she said Diddy found out about us. My question is like, how the fuck did he find that bitch? Like, you didn't change my name in your phone, right? Number two, come to find out, you gave Diddy Kid Cudi's address for what reason? Why would you ever do that? Why would you do that? So without you, Diddy does not know where Kid Cudi lives. You guys, I'm telling y'all need to start seeing this like through BDSM. I'm telling you, this brat taming foolishness, okay? You can, sorry, my mouth is funny, right? But I'm telling you guys, you need to start seeing this through BDSM. Hold on. Maybe I will show you this. Hold on. I'm going to show you a video on cuckolding because some of y'all were not here last night. I don't know if you watched the replay, but let me do this. Let me play one of the videos from last night so you can understand what cuckolding hit. How you say it? Let me do this for you. Hold on.
So we are going to break down cuckolding and group sex, the reasons why you might desire these sexual acts, and ways to either make them a reality or a fantasy that you can wildly enjoy. Welcome back to The Naked Connection. This is the show that supports driven men to reach sexual mastery and build deep connections. This is Kirsten, your soon-to-be licensed sex therapist, and today we are going to get really taboo. So why do we have twisted desires? Why are we drawn to taboo things like group sex? Because after all, we've grown up being told that sex should be between two people, not two people and some guy named Brad, right? And forbidden acts like cuckolding or group sex have a very special power to arouse us. And you might wonder, why is that? Because unlike a guy being attracted to a nice rack or a juicy butt, transgression is this sneaky psychological stimulus that can, yes, impart sexual arousal and desire. And so, what makes this connection between this transgression and this arousal? It's actually a quirk in our brain's wiring system. So, let's take a moment and actually break this down a little bit. Your sympathetic nervous system, which is the part of your body and your nervous system that is responsible for activating fight or flight response, it readies your body for action, right? So, think physiologically, it's speeding up your heart rate, it's increasing blood flow to your muscles, and it's actually driving deeper breaths into your body. And the sympathetic nervous system also controls something else: orgasm. Yes. So, can you become aroused from transgression, from something taboo or something scary? The answer is yes. Now, this is really crazy, but I'm in grad school studying to become a sex therapist, and we learned about a study where psychologists actually tested out the hypothesis of whether something scary can actually enhance arousal. And in this study, they used two bridges. So just hang with me here because that might sound weird. They used two bridges in the study. One was a suspension bridge. So think 450 feet off the ground, low handrails. It's wobbly, it's rickety, it's old. You know, if you fell off this bridge, you would probably fall to your death. Now, the other bridge that they used in this study, it was wide, it was firm, it was 10 feet off the ground. It's safe, it's stable, okay? And on each of these bridges stood an attractive female interviewer. She would approach men on the bridge, and as they crossed their respective bridge, she would ask them to write a brief description based on a picture of a young woman. So they could use whatever creative ideas they had. They got a photo of a woman, and then they had to create a description, a story, whatever came to them. Additionally, this interviewer, she would offer her phone number to each man in case he wanted to talk further. So she would basically say, hey, if you want to talk any more about the study or you want to connect, here's my phone number. So what did they find? Well, men on the rickety, anxiety-provoking, dangerous bridge wrote stories with significantly more sexual content than the men that were on the safe bridge. And half of the men on the dangerous, rickety bridge actually called the attractive woman later on, while only 10% of the men that were on the safe bridge contacted her. And they actually found that increased danger actually enhances sexual arousal in men. So, anything that's perceived as dangerous or taboo, whether it's physically dangerous or even socially or culturally risky or a violation, can actually simultaneously activate your fight or flight response and also enhance your sexual arousal. So let's cue cuckolding. Let's bring cuckolding into the equation here. Why might you be aroused by it? Why might it be a fantasy that you have? Well, in case you aren't aware, cuckolding is when a man gets turned on by watching his wife, his girl, his partner have sex with another man or other men. And in order to understand why you might crave this fantasy to be reality, we have to first look at sexual jealousy. Unfortunately, you guys, evolution has gifted you, amazing men, with a challenge. Unlike women, a man can never be certain of his paternity. I mean, now in modern times, yes, we have paternity tests, but actually there's this interesting study that found that from 2007 to 2008, there were about 3,500 paternity claims brought up by the British Child Support Agency. So for a full year, in Britain, 3,500 paternity claims were made, and 20% of those claims found that, yes, the man that was raising the child wasn't actually the biological father. You might think that's only 20%, but if you're one of those 20%, if you're roughly the 1 in 4 men that had one of these claims and you found out that this child wasn't yours biologically, that's a lot in terms of time investment, emotional investment, financial investment for a kid that isn't biologically yours. So this is really a major part of what drives sexual jealousy. Sexual jealousy is really, it motivates a man to actually conduct detective work to look for cues that a woman or a partner is being promiscuous. And, it's funny, this could even be why OJ was on trial for murder. We'll never know, right? and look, if this is the case, then why is cuckolding such an exciting and highlighted popular porn search online? In fact, cuckolding is actually the second highest heterosexual interest on search engines on the internet. It's the second highest. So you might be thinking, okay, well, why would someone be turned on by that? This is where we now invite in a new ingredient, which is dominance. Why are guys turned on by watching a dominant masculine man have sex with his partner, with his girl, with his wife? Why, maybe you might ask yourself, why am I turned on by watching a dominant masculine man have sex with my girl, or fantasizing about it, or thinking about it? It really comes down to competition. Just like athletes fighting to win a race, fighting to win a game, your sperm are also in a fight. They are competing. They want to win. So there have been behavioral adaptations that actually enable a man's sperm to compete, quite literally, head to head with another man's sperm, all in the fight of ultimately impregnating a woman's egg, right? So if a man believes or suspects that his partner may have been with another man, then this behavioral adaptation takes over and actually propels him to have sex with her more quickly and more vigorously than usual. The arousal is heightened as a result of this competition to win. The more dominant the potential rival is, also the stronger the sperm competition cue is, and actually the more intense the arousal becomes. So the more dominant the man is, the more vigorous the ejaculation will be, which is really interesting because when looking at studies where they actually evaluated porn that had cuckolding in it, the individual, which is the cuckold, so the man that's having sex with the woman while the husband or the boyfriend watches, he is typically, if not always, significantly more dominant in stature, in build, in physique, in appearance, in penis size than the other man is. So the more dominant a threat of a man is, the more sexually aroused the husband will become. This is just, it blows my mind when I think about these things and when I learn about these things, which is why I was really excited to share all of this with you, because I think that this phenomenon, it isn't just for cuckolding, it's also for group sex. So this is often why there will be many men in a scene competing for a single female. So there's actually been, if you look at things analytically from the back end of pornography searches, there are more videos created where there is group sex with a large number of men and one, if not a few women, versus a lot of women and a few men. And it's largely driven also by this same sort of phenomenon that larger sexual arousal is enhanced when there's more competition, and your sperm competition is actually competing against one another to win.
What do you thought? What? Marlene, they put the pics up. What? Pickups of all the escort. What is she saying? No, you need to write this. I don't understand her saying. I hope you guys understand what she's saying, right? This whole cuckolding thing. Listen carefully, okay? Listen carefully, because this is going to help you out to understand the whole Kid Cudi situation.
When people say that life is not a game, they are lying. When people say that everything is not a competition, they are also lying. Life is a game and everything is a competition from my perspective. So, if you're a man and you fantasize about group sex with a bunch of men, this might be why. Okay. And
Okay. Yvette said the picture of the escorts were all more masculine than Diddy. It's called cockholding. I know some of y'all were mad at me when I told you I don't believe Cassie. I hope you understand me now. I hope you understand me now. When I'm telling y'all, you are not looking at domestic violence, you are looking at BDSM. You are truly looking at BDSM. And you cannot use your conscious mind and your morals to look at this. You are looking at BDSM, you guys. I would lie to you and I would mislead you. And this is why I told you, when you go back and you watch the elevator video, you need to ask yourself if Cassie really called for the elevator. You truly, it's bondage, bondage, dominance, sadism, and machoism, right? You are looking at BDSM. I'm telling you, I've had aunties get beat up in front of me, so you will never see a woman that's getting beat up for real by a man put lip gloss on. This is not normal behavior, okay? I also told you, look at the video. The whole time Diddy's hitting her, grabbing her, dragging her, getting the phone. How come the elevator's doors do not open? They're on the 6th floor. This is not the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, okay? It's the Intercontinental in LA. It's never that serious. They're on the 6th floor. How come those elevator doors do not open? I'm like, don't take 5 minutes. Don't take 10 minutes. The whole video is 16 minutes. Where the freak is this elevator? And I said, Cassie never called for the elevator. It's a kink. It's called brat taming. Now, this part where she goes and starts all these affairs also, it is their kink. It's called cockholding. Okay, she didn't cover up anything. She didn't cover up nothing. What wounds? She didn't cover up anything. She didn't cover up anything. The girl is sick. The girl is really sick. The girl is seriously sick. This is not even a joke. This is not even a joke. It's like the more I study this BDSM stuff, the more I see their crazy ass relationship. I'm like, what the freak is this? Now, Diddy's problem, his lawyers, the problem is they don't want to, I don't know if they don't know BDSM, but they need to study BDSM. So they can help this man. Hold on, let me see if I can see the pictures of. Do they have a link? Pictures. Oh. I don't know if I can find the pictures. Are these the men? So are these all the men that she slept with? Hold on. This thing is really crazy. So are these all the men that she slept with? Are these the men? These guys right here? Okay. You need to listen. This is BDSM. She's not done explaining this. Some of y'all were not here last night. That's why I'm replaying the video. But this is called cockholding. This is called cockholding. So you go and you find men, you cheat with men. It's to arouse him. Like, who's gonna be the more dominant men? It's like, it's no different than when you see like female deers that sit there and they see these rams like this. The males just like ram into each other. Like, it excites her. Hey, Janet. You know, for deers, like when it comes to like mating of deers, you almost like the guys almost have to kill each other. And it turns her on. Like, you'll see one deer completely lose his entire thing. Like, you'll lose the whole thing. And that girl's like, yeah, kill him. That turns her on. Hold on. Let me see what that video. Hold on. Yeah, you see? Like that. Think like this. Hold on. This is how you have to see it. I'm starting to get this stuff now. I'm starting to get it. This is it. This is it's something like this. Because we really are animals. We are truly animals. So it's like Diddy, Kid Cudi, Diddy, the escorts. It does something to him. And it makes sense because it makes sense because in his career, for him to be successful, Diddy is very competitive. Hey, Mark, he is very competitive. He likes to win. He likes to win big. You understand? So you bring these dudes who seem like, yeah, let me see if you can take my girl. Fuck you, nigga. And it's like, bah! It's just like this. This is what it is. I'm like, this is it. Oh my gosh, my mouth.
Red deer fights are usually over territory or mates. The two deer will lock antlers and push each other back and forth. They may also slash at each other with their hooves. The fight can last for several minutes, and the loser may be injured or even killed. Red deer fights are a natural part of their behavior. They help to establish dominance and ensure that the strongest deer mates with the females. But they can also be dangerous. If you see a red deer fight, it's best to stay away and let the deer sort things out on their own.
I'm like, this is some real stuff. I have seen some deers fight to the point like one of them will actually lose his entire stuff. You see, look at these rams. Look at these rams. Let's see.
It's rutting season, and males are competing for the right to mate.
You see this?
Rank is constantly reinforced and often contested. Their ultimate weapons are their curled horns that can weigh up to 30 pounds. They are literal battering rams. In spring, 2-week-old ram lambs will begin to butt heads in mock battles. In the early development of a social order they will be part of for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
Most of the year, these rams live in bachelor groups that adhere to a rigid hierarchy largely determined by age and size.
And that's the thing, too, because even as human beings, you see, the problem that we have, right, is that we people, we like Homo sapiens, we like to fool ourselves because we think we're different than these animals. We're all mammals. We're just a bit more civilized because I think we have a psyche, right? So we can reason, we can do certain things, but we have those primal instincts inside of us. When she says that for the rams, oh my gosh, when she says that for the rams, there's a hierarchy of men, it's true. Like even we do too. A rich man, strong man, they're usually at the top of the food chain. Then broke men are at the bottom. But they can testify, Angel. It's not the problem. The problem is not the testifying. The problem is the context of it all. Because if you don't have the right context, this shit looks crazy. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody's gonna get killed. What lives? They were alive. You didn't kill them. What lives? Nobody cares for them. What lives? People have to stop. Just because he's black does not mean he kills people. That's kind of gross, you know? They've been alive. Did anybody try to kill him? They've been alive. Like, what the heck? Since it's like 2016. We're in 2025. Did you ever try to kill these fuckers? No. Nothing is going to happen to these people. This is BDSM. But my point is, we also have to understand that we cannot always use our moral laws and our conscious laws to try to always judge or condemn what people do when it comes to sex, because at the end of the day, sex is a primal desire. It is very primal. We are primal beings. We haven't evolved that much. So I can understand why some men, especially men like Diddy, who are extremely competitive in what they do, because that's how you get to be this rich. We're like, okay, I like to have games also where I see people like go after my girl, that I just step in like, yeah. That's me. I'm Diddy. I get it. I really do get it. It makes a lot of sense. Because we want a sanitized version of our sexual desires. People who are into BDSM, they're not dealing in their conscious selves when they're having sex. They are dealing in their unconscious self. They're like what Carl Jung called your animus. They're in their primal place. BDSM is a primal engagement with sex. What we do over here as mainstream is a more it's not an act. It is real. If anything, what I will say is Those of us who are normal, we're acting. We have a more sanitized approach to sex. We have a more sanitized approach because we are in our conscious mind when we're having sex, where we still want to be coy, we want to be prudish, we want to be, okay, I don't want to do too much. You know what I'm saying? We're holding back how we really want to have sex. People in BDSM, they have no inhibition because they're not having sex, or they're not looking at sex from a conscious mind. They are looking at sex from an unconscious mind. So it's like, this is the shit that I want, but it's not the shit that is polite. Because the more we have gotten civilized, the more we write laws, the more we have gotten civilized, the more we have gotten married and things like that. We have trained people to be hush, 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 hush about what they truly want. You understand? So a lot of people are having sanitized sex because you're like, damn, is that too much to ask for? People in BDSM are like, yeah, I want that shit. So they're having sex in with the unconscious mind, not the conscious mind, because the conscious mind is performative. It's law abiding. It's like very careful. Ouch, this hurts. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at animals, you get it better because they don't have laws. They have laws of nature. They have laws of instinct. They don't have laws of morality. We have laws of morality. We even have social laws. Like, we have legal laws of morality, and then we have social laws of morality. We also have like religious laws of morality. Animals don't have all that shit. You get how you live. If I feel, I do. If I want, I take. And that's where BDSM is. Let's go bondage, dominance, sadism, machoism, whatever it is. You guys, sorry, my mouth hurts. Okay? So nobody's going to kill these people. Why would he kill them? People just like to say all kinds of shit about Diddy. Like, oh, Diddy did it. People just like to do this. People just do this dumb stuff. Okay? But let's keep watching the video.
Their life has a singular focus, and this is what they've been preparing for all year long. A male can determine if a female is ready to mate simply by smelling her urine. He takes in her scent by tilting.
Listen!
To mate. A male can determine if a female is ready to mate simply by smelling her urine.
Do you think this is why also people who have this pee thing, is this where it comes from? Is it a primal thing? Because y'all know the way like Diddy, Cassie likes to get peed on, golden showers. So is that a primal thing? So he smells her pee? But it makes sense too though, because guess what? When you're pregnant, what do? You pee on the stick. Because there are certain hormones that come out in your pee-pee when you're pregnant. And that's what makes the lines show up to say if you're pregnant. What's the hormone thing again? Yeah, but you see, Yvette, because you're saying ew, that's why some people hide it. You see, your reaction is why people hide it. Otherwise, it's a very natural thing. Because even us, when we get pregnant, what do? We pee on a stick. Because in your urine, you'll have that hormone that's released when you're pregnant. Right? So what does that mean? When a woman is ovulating, most likely her pee is different. Her pee smells different. Animals know that. We have probably gotten so far away from it because now we sanitize everything. And we talk about sex and like even primitive things. There you go, HCG, exactly. So maybe that comes out too. Let me see. Hold on. Let me ask. Hold on. Is there? Hold on. Let's see what it says. Okay, hold on. Let me see. You see, these animals are actually really smart. These animals are actually really smart. Because they can't talk. What are you gonna do? Walk up to her? Are you ovulating, boo? They don't talk. Animals don't. They don't talk language. So it's actually really smart for them to smell the urine. That's actually really clever. Okay. So here's what they're saying. So it's not. So HCG is the hormone for pregnancy. For ovulation, it's called luteinizing hormone, LH. So yes, luteinizing hormone is present in urine during ovulation. And an ovulation predictor kit, OPKs, specifically detect the LH surge in urine. Okay? A positive result of an OPK indicates that a surge in LH has been detected, signaling that ovulation is likely to occur within 24 to 36 hours. So maybe, right? The reason why people have, so if you remember from like Cassie stuff, the whole peeing thing, so that is called urolania. Okay, so here you have it here. So I'm gonna read again. So urolania, also known as urophilia, is a paraphilia characterized by sexual arousal or excitement related to urine. Now it makes sense because there's the LH thing in there. This can manifest in various ways, including sexual interest in urination itself, being urinated upon, or even the consumption of urine. It is classified as another specified paraphilic disorder in the DSM-5, meaning that it's not explicitly listed, but it's recognized as sexual deviation. Okay. Let me see. Let me see also. Let me ask DeepSeek real quick. Give me a second. Okay, I got it. I'm coming, you guys. Hold on. Because this stuff is real. We have a tendency to be like, ew, ew, ew. And because we keep saying ew, 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 we don't dive deeper to go get an education. You know, we have to learn to educate ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, some stuff is kinky as hell, but we have to stop saying you to everything. So let me paste this for y'all here. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. My mouth hurts. Okay, so let's see right here. Okay. Oh, it's more from math, like from my math courses, because you take like logic and you write proofs and stuff. So we like Boolean terms. But I got that from math, like I guess lawyers, but it's more from math that I got that from. Okay, so let's go. So what does it say? My mouth hurts. Urolania is a paraphilic interest in urine or urophilia, and luteinizing hormone do not have a well-established direct connection in medical or psychological literature. Well, Diddy should invest in that. Okay. However, we can explore potential indirect links through neuroendocrine, psychological, and behavioral pathways. So LH and sexual behavior. LH is a key reproductive hormone and is secreted by the pituitary gland, regulated by GnRH. So gonadotropin releasing hormone. It influences testosterone, you see, in males, and estrogen or progesterone in females, which modulate libido and sexual arousal. There you go. Okay, elevated LH in hypogonadism or PCOS or stress may correlate with altered sexual behavior, but not direct link to urolania has been documented, because we need the research. Somebody needs to pay for that. Possible neuroendocrine mechanism. Okay. No, I'm not there. I'm at home. I'm Maverick. Dopamine and oxytocin. Some paraphilias involve dopamine-driven reward pathways. LH secretion is influenced by dopamine. Okay, so like you need danger, because that was talking about your adrenal glands, but no studies link it to urolania specifically. Stress and cortisol. Chronic stress affects LH pulsatility and could theoretically influence atypical sexual behaviors via hormonal dysregulation. All right. Psychological and behavioral factors. Urolania is more commonly associated with conditioned arousal patterns or psychological factors, fetishistic disorder, BDSM, rather than hormonal imbalances. No study suggests LH directly primes urolania, but testosterone or estrogen fluctuation driven by LH could indirectly affect sexual desire. Primal connection, speculative evolutionary angle. Some argue that primal sexual arousal mechanism like pheromone-like signals in urine. So you have pheromone-like signals in urine. Okay. Might have ancient roots, but LH role here is unclear. Animals models show LH surges during mating, but human paraphilias like urolania are complex and culturally influenced. Conclusion, there's no direct evidence linking LH to urolania. However, LH modulates sex hormones, which influence arousal. An indirect or secondary relationship might exist in some cases. For example, if hormonal imbalances alter sexual preferences, research is lacking. Somebody needs to pay for this. And urolania is more likely rooted in psychological conditioning than endocrine factors. Would you like insights on related hormonal influences, testosterone, prolactin, or neurobiological aspects of paraphilia? Great. Let's explore broader neuroendocrine and primal mechanism that could indirectly influence paraphilic interest in like urolania, focusing on hormones and brain pathways with evolutionary underpinnings. Key hormones and neurotransmitters in sexual arousal: dopamine, reward and conditioning role, drives pleasure, reinforcement, and fetishistic conditioning linked to urolania. If urine associated stimuli, scent, visual cues become paired with sexual arousal, dopamine strengthens this association. Okay. So if you have like stress, like something that causes you stress, jealousy, anger, you know what I'm saying? Like things like that. Primal angle. Dopamine's role in reward is ancient. Animals exhibit conditioned arousal to smell and fluids. Examples: pheromones. Testosterone, libido, and novelty seeking. Okay. Role: higher testosterone correlates with increased sexual motivation and novelty seeking, possibly including paraphilias. LH connection. LH stimulates testosterone production. Elevated LH, for example, in stress or PCOS, could indirectly raise libido or alter arousal thresholds. Primal angle: testosterone drive dominance and mating behaviors across species. Some animals use urine marking for sexual signals. Okay. Oxytocin, bonding and sensory triggers. Role: enhance intimacy and sensory arousal, touch and scent. Linked to urolania, urine smells may trigger oxytocin release in some individuals due to associative learning, early erotic experiences. Prolactin, post-orgasm satiety. Role: inhibits dopamine post-orgasm refractory period. Dysregulation, high prolactin, for example, from pituitary tumors, may reduce arousal, but no direct link to urolania. Evolutionary and primal perspective. Pheromone-like cues. Many mammals use urine for sexual communication. Estral signals in rodent. Humans retain vestigial sensitivity to body fluids. Okay. As arousal triggers. All right. Speculative link. Urania might tap into primal olfactory pathways through cultural conditioning though cultural conditioning plays a larger role. Dominant submission dynamics. Urination rituals in animals, dominance hierarchies. For example, wolves. In humans, urania may reflect power exchange archetype, dominant sub dynamic. Okay, so P establishes dominance and submission. Okay. Sensory hijacking. The brain's limbic system, amygdala, hypothalamus, process primal arousal. If urine becomes linked to sexual reward, these pathways reinforce the fetish. Clinical neurological insight. Frontal lobe dysfunction. Some paraphilias correlate with reduced impulse control after TBI. Wow. Hormonal imbalances. High LH or testosterone could increase libido, but not specific fetishes. Low serotonin linked to compulsive behavior. OCD, you don't sleep enough. OCD like fixation on fetish objects. Conclusion, indirect, not causal. While LH, testosterone, dopamine modulate general arousal, urania likely stem from psychological conditioning. For example, early exposure plus dopamine reinforcement. However, primal neuroendocrine system might lower thresholds for such conditioning. Key takeaway, no direct LH urania pathways, but LH roles in sex hormone could indirectly influence arousal plasticity. Primal factors, olfactory cues, dominant scripts may provide a substrate for fetish development. Okay, wow, this is interesting. Okay, this is interesting. So now let's go back to our video. Okay.
He takes in her scent by tilting his head back, so her pheromones can reach a sense organ in the roof of his mouth. Females are in estrus for just 48 hours. And during this time, the rule book rams have lived by is thrown out the window. A higher-ranking male is guarding this female. But he's up against a reckless youngster, willing to risk it all.
What's that?
The lower-ranking male knows he can't win in a head-to-head fight. So his goal is to separate the female from the higher-ranking male. Just long enough to mate. In these early years, it may be his only chance.
You know what? You know what I love?
It's ruddy.
You know what I realize also why he's doing this? Because even though you can see his horns are a lot smaller than the big guy, like the big guy got some big horns, but it could be he understands that if he doesn't pass his DNA, he's done. He is done. Like this is how much it means to him. This is how much it means to him to pass his DNA, which shows you that reproduction is very normal. Abortion is diabolical. Okay. Like he is trying to pass his DNA. He is willing to die for a chance to pass on his DNA. It's actually admirable. It really is. It really is noble. Because I'm like, damn, that OG can beat your ass. But at the same time, too, if he doesn't try, he's going to die without having children. Oh, my gosh. This is really sad. Okay? So here we are. So I'm like, okay, this is starting to make sense. So hopefully, y'all start to understand this, okay? Now, let's go back to cuckolding again. Okay. Well, let's go back.
Tradition from my perspective. So if you're a man and you fantasize about group sex with a bunch of men, this might be why. Okay. And interestingly, studies have found that men fantasize about group sex more often than women do, and men imagine larger numbers of men in group sex fantasies than women do. So, looking at all of this, what are we supposed to consider? What do you
And it makes sense because the dominant men, like he wants to compete, like he wants to like replicate that mammal thing, like let's be outside and let's compete for this woman. This thing is starting to make sense to me now. This is making sense to me.
supposed to do with this information? You're like, okay, Kirsten, that's cool, but so what? Well, I think it's important to recognize that
Of course, they do.
your fantasies and desires can really be rooted in physiological.
We do too. We do too. We all do. We're all mammals. We have stopped because white people have trained us to prioritize education, careers, and money, and big house, and shopping, and consumerism, right? But at our core, we know that reproduction matters. We know that like getting pregnant matters, having children matters, right? We've always done that. Now, but we have conditioned ourselves to believe that other things now are more important than family. We have corrupted each other. Marketing, politics, you name it. Animals don't have that. They don't have politicians who rally for votes and come with these goofy ass messaging to pollute the population. So because they don't have politicians or they don't have corporations trying to sell them product, right? These animals are staying true to their nature. We have deviated away from who we are because politics, politicians, movies, celebrities, you know, whatever kind of movement is out there, right? That have played a part in convincing us that us as human beings reproducing is not our number one priority. Being educated is, making money is, gender wars are. This is what we do. Okay, we lost the plot. Okay, oh Lord, my mouth hurts. My mouth hurts. Ow.
And biological factors, right? So much shame and embarrassment and secrecy can be generated from our desires. And I think that when you can understand better why physically or psychologically you might be turned on by something, it creates a level of ease to which you can move through that experience and maybe even accept it or, in fact, embrace it. Also, I think fantasies and desires can be something that really scare us. You know, maybe you don't like that you've been aroused by that thought or the visual of a large group of horny men having sex with one woman. You might think that that's a weird thing to have in your mind, which is why I think understanding the possible roots to these fantasies can be really settling. And also, you know, it's possible that this sort of fantasy, for example, could be really a testament to, you know, your sexual health and your sexual functioning, understanding that, hey, my body is having a biological response that's actually demonstrating that like my erection system, my ejaculatory system is really online and functioning well. I think it's also offers a lot of opportunity to take this information, understanding what it is that you desire and getting creative with it. So maybe, you know, like actually living out the fantasy of a cuckold or the fantasy of group sex isn't something that you actually want, but you can pull elements of this into your sex life, right? So maybe inviting something in that sparks your sympathetic nervous system to come online. So generating some sort of controlled risk. So whether that's going out on your rickety bridge or, you know, bringing something risky into your life that brings arousal for you. So this could even be something like going out and doing a risky sport, like mountain biking down a really steep hill or surfing a really huge wave and then coming back to your girl and like using that risk, using that activation of your sympathetic nervous system to step into a sexual experience and really enjoy in that heightened state of arousal that you've put yourself in. One example that comes to my mind is if you watched the show Breaking Bad, after the main character would go out and do some wild, risky behavior. I think I remember him burning down a big building where one of the main head honchos of the drug organization was working. Like every single time he would go out into the world and do something very risky, he would come home and have just crazy vigorous sex with his wife, and she'd be like, what is happening? That is a perfect example of using the sympathetic nervous system activation to generate more arousal within your body. Now, I am by no means saying go become a drug lord. However, I'm saying inspiration to be used, you know? Or another option is maybe, let's say that you want to explore what it feels like to feel that threatened response with your girlfriend or your wife, but you don't actually want her to have sex with somebody else, but you like the idea of it or you like the fantasy of it. Well, maybe you both decide to play a game and you go out to a bar and she's going to go flirt with some guys and you're going to watch from afar. And then when you feel like I really want to step in, or I'm feeling like I'm starting to become aroused by this, or, you know, feeling really activated, you can walk up to her and take her home and enjoy that experience. You know, I doubt anyone listening to this, I've seen this show, but when I was in high school, I watched this show called Gossip Girl. Yes, I know. And one of the couples in that show would actually do this, where and it kind of flipped the roles, but she would watch him hit on other women because she would be aroused by it. And then as soon as it got just far enough, she would walk in and then they would leave and go have really passionate sex. So I think it's taking what it is that you desire and getting a deeper understanding of what might be creating it so that you can sit more comfortably in it, accept it, feel excited about it, and then maybe even getting creative and pulling aspects of it into your sexual life. So there is so much incredible science that moves within sex, and there's so much incredible connections between our bodies and our minds and our...
Okay, let's move on to this one. Okay. I don't know if I have, hold on.
What would you do if your woman was unfaithful to you, if she slept with another man? Do you think that you could actually give her a permission to do it? How about being in the room, watching her with another man while they're doing it together? Are you shocked, surprised, appalled? Welcome to the world of cuckolding. My name is Helena Nista and I make videos that help you have the best sex of your life. And today I'm going to tell you all that you need to know about the intriguing world of the cuckolding fantasy. Cuckolding isn't new, it's been around for a while, but it's been mostly hidden away because of a deep layer of social taboo and perceived inappropriateness that this fantasy carries with it. So first of all, what is it? Cuckolding comes from the word cuck or cuckold, which describes a husband of an unfaithful wife. This term traditionally carries a sort of derogatory flavor to it, meaning that the male partner is weak or not good enough. The cuckolding fantasy or fetish is a scenario where a man is watching his female partner have sex with another man. It's a fully consensual experience for all involved, where the other man, the lover, is called the bull. Some people get confused about this term, but it's not cockholding, it's cuckolding. So let's make sure to get this term right. So then, why would a couple engage in this kind of bedroom fun? The reasons are many and they are varied. From the male perspective, it can be exciting to see just how sexually desirable his partner is to other men. For others, it's more about the voyeuristic aspect of this whole experience.
And who's a voyeur? Diddy. Okay.
I mean, watching is hot. This can also be a way to let go of control. Men typically lead in the bedroom, so the cuckolding fantasy can be a great way to completely let go of any control. It can also be about wanting his partner to experience anything that she desires, so then it's all about her pleasure for him. Sometimes it can be also about bisexual tendencies or bisexual curiosity for the man. While he himself doesn't want to engage sexually with another guy, he can get a taste of that experience by watching his wife with that man, or even by smelling or tasting the other guy on his wife's body and skin later on. It can be about power play, where the male partner becomes dominated, submissive, or maybe even humiliated in this entire experience. So he can be actually getting turned on by his own powerlessness while being teased and denied his wife's sexuality. From the female perspective, this experience can be extremely empowering. It's all about allowing the woman to be sexual, even powerful, desiring sex, and not being shamed about it. We're still living in a society that glorifies the shy, submissive, caring mother figure, devoid of any sexual desire.
And that's how people see Cassie. That's how a lot of women and men, the simps, that's how they see her. The ladies are like, oh, she's so pure, she's so beautiful. She never would do something like that. And then the Sims say, oh, if I was her man, I would never do that to her. If I was her man, I would protect her. If I was her man, that's why she wouldn't pick you, bitch. Because you have sex with your conscious mind. Cassie wants a primitive man. She wants a man who gives into his primal desires. She doesn't want a man who has been tamed by society and who is too polite. It bores the fuck out of her. It bores her. But she also understands people see me this way. So if I want to press a lawsuit and say I was abused, they don't believe me too. So I even think all this shit it turns her on too. I really do. I think it arouses her.
So now we have the specific way, the cuckolding, where the woman can express herself sexually in a very daring and out there way. Besides, women can have extremely high sex drives, higher than their male partners. So cuckolding can be sort of a way to outsource the job of satisfying her to another guy. Women have the ability to orgasm many times and to keep going much longer than the guy can.
Exactly, because a lot of women love to pretend that they can't come from clitoris. Like, a lot of women love to pretend that you can't come from oral sex and then come from your vagina. People love to be fake out here, child. These women love to be fake. These women love to act demure, but they're a bunch of freaks. And that's why growing up, I always liked Adina Howard, because Adina Howard made a song. Okay, I want to be a freak, and tell them all. Okay, and we can, okay. But Adina Howard said, I want a freak like me. She was very honest. She wants a freak. Because she knows she's a freak. You know what I mean? But people have a hard time with that because, oh my gosh, a woman is not supposed to say that. It depends. But some women are a bit more honest than others, right? But that's always been one of my favorite songs, okay? I want a freak like me. But shout out to Adina Howard. But a lot of women can, even her husband said that. I'm going to show you on TikTok. Adina Howard's husband, though, he was like, it was too much because he could not satisfy her. She wanted sex nonstop. Hold on, let me find it. Let me see, hold on. You're talking about a video. Let's see.
Married because I wanted to be able to have as much sex as I wanted to. I got married for sex, only to have a borderline platonic marriage. That created a lot of tension and conflict between he and I. Because in his mind, he was like, well, why do you want it so much? And I'm like, well, why don't you?
Man, I'm going to tell you, I thought I was a freak. She's like the Energizer Bunny. Adina wanted all day, every day, the next day. If there was 9 days in the week, she wanted that 8th, that 9th day.
I need it in the morning as my cup of coffee, and I need it at night for my sleeping pill. But if I can get it in between morning and night, I'm like, that's the icing on the cake. I have the sex drive of a teenage boy.
So it's kind of like Adina's my wingman now. She's a great spirit to be around. And honestly, I couldn't see my life moving forward without having her be a part of me in some aspect or another.
You see? But you will have people say, oh no, it was her husband. He corrupted her. He made her wumpty wump. No. She had more of a sexual drive than her husband. But you see, once again, this is why y'all still here. Why y'all so quiet? Y'all so cute. But you see, this is why a lot of women just keep their mouth shut because they understand society. Society expects you to not want sex. Society expects you to not be as sexually driven as a man. You know, the man has to have a higher sex drive than you. The man has to ask for more sex than you. The men that are not, right? But you have a lot of ladies who are not like that. They have a high sex drive. They really love having sex. They enjoy having sex. The more, the better. And we have to stop projecting who we are onto other people. Just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean that she's not enjoying it. Just because you're like, oh my gosh, this looks violent. Maybe that's what arouses her. What makes you go, ew, is what makes her go, ah, right? Because just like fingerprints, everybody's brain is unique. We all have unique brains. And because our brains are so unique, we look at sex differently. And then we also have different life experiences, different trauma. Like the AI said, like, you have different conditioning also, right? So all that affects how you look at sex. But you cannot assume because a woman is sexually active or she's doing all freak offs and this and that automatically it means it was a man who made her do it. You are insane. You are truly insane. You don't know this person. You don't know them. You're not their psychotherapist. You're not their cognitive behavioral therapist. You don't know this person intimately. You look at what you see. You see her, you see Diddy, and you say, oh, he's black, he's a man, he's in hip hop, so he must be a misogynist, so therefore he made her do it. Stop doing that. Women also have agency. When it comes to sex, women also have agency. You might be quiet, cool. You might be a bit more timid. That's another thing. You might be like half and half. Okay. But some women are really out there. And you have to make peace with that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make peace with that. Now, you gotta make peace with that. Okay. You really do. Let me see this video. Hold on.
Adina Howard and her husband divorced after 7 years because she wanted sex all the time. So what's the problem?
He was tired. He was tired. He was exhausted. So see, he ended up divorcing her because he couldn't keep up.
Wake up, my white chocolate.
Yeah.
Wake up, my white.
She was honest about it too, though. Adina Howard was honest about it. You see, and look at her today.
So it's only right. This is where it came from. This is where it came from. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say you. No. You finish up. You ready? All you gotta do is listen to me. Just listen to me. You ready? Watch this. Lou, let's do this. Just pay attention. Face that way right there. Give a little mark right there.
Man,
wake up, my white.
Giving her direction and stuff.
Don't do nothing yet. Just listen to me. Yeah.
See, a man giving her direction. She likes it. Look at this. This women are crazy in the world. Look, you see? You know, hold on, because there's music here. You see? She likes it.
There you go.
You see? You see? But oh no, she has no agency. A man is making her do. No. Women have agency. Okay? They really do. All right. So let's go back to my video. Where was I again? Where's my video? Where is the video? Okay, so let's get back to the video. Okay.
Cuckolding can be a great way to enlist another guy to help with satisfying the.
Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Y'all still here? Write a comment if you're here. Do I still have a channel? Ciao. Are y'all here? Y'all keeping up with us? Why y'all so quiet? Y'all here? Hello, people. Ciao. I gotta finish my hair. Okay. All right. Oh, y'all, it's too much. Y'all getting aroused. Y'all better not get wet watching this live. This is crazy. Yeah, but it's the truth, though. It is the truth, though. It's the truth. Mm-hmm.
The desire of a woman whose partner's libido is lower than hers. And from the perspective of the couple, this can be a way to introduce kink and variety into their bedroom, to revive their potentially boring sex life, to bring in a new spark and new excitement. The partners can also find it really thrilling just how risky this behavior is. It's so taboo, so transgressive in terms of what the majority of modern society considers appropriate. So that in itself can be a huge thrill. Plus, it's a little bit like group sex, and a lot of people are into that. Time for the big question. Is cuckolding wrong? And the answer is no, absolutely not. Hi, gorgeous. There is nothing wrong with any sex act as long as all involved people are consenting adults. Cuckolding is not shameful, wrong, or dirty. It's a beautiful act that people can choose to share together. And as long as everybody walks away feeling satisfied, happy, and nurtured by the experience, that's all that matters. Cuckolding is not cheating, since every person is consenting to the experience. And it doesn't reflect poorly on the male partner either. There's nothing wrong with being submissive in this kind of scenario. And it doesn't make you less of a man either. Cuckolding is actually quite common. And as is the case with any sexual fantasy, it's perfectly okay to play with that fantasy either only in our heads or actually physically playing it out in our bedrooms. So let's get practical. How to actually make this sexual fantasy happen? First of all, you'll need to talk to your partner about it. Making sure that they're on board and happy to participate is obviously a must. Discuss also how both of you see this fantasy happening. What are the details? Who will be your bull? Where will it happen? Etc. It's also very important to discuss any boundaries that come up around this scenario. A common one is the use of a condom. Others can include how long the scene will go for. Is the lover a friend or a stranger? What kind of behavior absolutely cannot happen, etc. This could take quite a few chats over a space.
And that's why the men she goes with are men that Diddy has introduced her to. Okay, this starting to make sense now.
Of weeks or months, so be patient here. Next, it's a good idea to sort of test the waters. So maybe start looking for your bull online, on dating apps, or on a site like FetLife.
Where's that? Look for your bull online on the sites. And then Cassie go to a site called Cowboys something. What's that website again? I forgot. Some cowboy stuff. Was the name Cowboy Angels or something like that? So you go there to look for your bull. Okay, there you go.
For kinky adults. What feelings come up for both of you as you're looking at potential candidates that might join you in your bedroom? How about going to a bar and approaching a stranger, both of you or just the woman, while the man is watching his partner interact with this other guy? What feelings are coming up? Is it still okay? Or maybe it's too overwhelming to feel the jealousy, insecurity, and fear about what might happen. But if all is going well, then it might be time to start looking for the guy for real. You'll both need to decide whether this should be someone you know or a stranger, and how you're going to find this guy. And once you have found him, the three of you will need to sit down together for a deep conversation about the needs, desires, and boundaries of all involved. It's also a great idea to have a safe word. Something like traffic lights can work well. When someone calls orange, it's a time to be careful and to slow down in order to not cause any harm or upset to anyone involved. And red means completely stopping the scene in order to discuss what happened, to take care of any needs, and to chat about how to improve things next time. It's also okay if someone changes their mind halfway through the experience. If anybody's hell yeah changed to hell no, then that's a valid enough reason to discontinue the scene. Nobody should ever put up with anything sexually that they're not comfortable with, even if the other people are having fun. And finally, aftercare. Do take care of each other after the experience is over. Have a chat, a cuddle, or whatever is needed right after, and also check in with everyone a few days later. For most people, cuckolding is a fairly daring experience, and even a small gesture of care can mean a lot. Also remember that not everybody needs to engage in cuckolding in their relationship. If you feel in your heart that it's not for you, you don't have to do it. Simple. Don't ever let anyone pressure you to doing something that you don't want to do. Otherwise, it can be quite damaging for you personally and for your relationship. So typically, people who feel insecure, jealous, or anxious in their relationship will struggle with cuckolding. Also, couples who are experiencing any issues that should be addressed in couples therapy should take care of their relationship first before bringing anyone else into the picture. Because if you think that playing with cuckolding will fix your shaky marriage or relationship, you should think again. I hope that you enjoyed this video and that you learned something new. If you did, please leave me a like and a comment below. Is cuckolding something that you've encountered before? Maybe something you've already played with?
Girl, no, thank you. What he say?
Pretty great.
No comment.
Go ahead, comment. I'm over it. I'm not holding my tongue. I'm tired of it. Why shouldn't I be able to should I talk? Can I talk about Trisha? One thing I wanted to say about her. You guys are all going to veto it.
Yes. I'm under strict orders. I'm under orders from my boss.
Really?
From my real boss.
Well, I have a real boss too. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's that same boss.
It's not fair that I'm not allowed to talk about her. Why am I not? Why the sudden? I'm gagged. Like I can't talk about her
because it just is. I mean, she hasn't been talking about you lately, has she? I don't think so. Let's just move on.
His wife cucked him. Is that what this is? Yo, this stuff is really crazy. Let's look at this couple right here.
I'm talking to Finn whilst being fucked, saying, oh, like, you really enjoy watching me get fucked, don't you? Yeah. Like, wank your cock for me, like, show me, like, how much you love watching me get fucked.
Wank your cock for me. I'm going to say that to my husband tonight. Hello, my loves, and welcome to Love Bites by Dr. Tara podcast, where we talk about all things sex, love, dating, relationships, marriage. And today I have a very, very exciting guest. Belle and Finn are known as the real life cucks. Hello.
Hello.
Did you have an orgasmic morning?
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, we've actually we've already filmed a scene this morning. So,
That's why she's glowing.
Oh yeah.
So, real life cucks. Are you guys really cucks?
Absolutely, we are.
yes, we are. Well, both of us actually.
Both of us. Because actually, quite recently, I've kind of turned into like a bit of like a cuck queen, and I really enjoy it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So the roles are reversed.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
so
so
we're both
excited
cucks.
for this conversation.
Yeah.
There's so much to learn, there's so much to investigate, but I think for the sake of people listening and watching that just don't even know the word, can you please educate everyone, like, what is cuckolding?
So basically, it is where one of the couple, as in one partner, you get off on watching them be fucked.
Yeah.
You know, and I think
like that, you layman terms, baby.
Simple. And I think there's different levels of it as well. You've got humiliation, which we don't actually do. We're more the sort of soft cuckolding. Whereas
to like in BDSM, you have the degradation and you have humiliation, right? That also helps to arouse the person or the people involved. Degradation, humiliation. Okay, so I guess cuckolding falls into being humiliated. Okay.
It's more kind of what's the word, like,
well, as in if you're watching me get fucked by another guy,
it's non-humiliation.
It's non-humiliation, and like I'm talking to Finn whilst being fucked, saying, "Oh, like you really enjoy watching me get fucked, don't you?
Yeah.
Like wank your cock for me, like show me like how much you love watching me get fucked."
Wank your cock for me. I'm gonna say that to my husband tonight. He's like, wank. I was just hanging out with the Brits. Wait, so can you explain the difference? You said soft cucks, like soft cuck holding, and then hard?
Yeah, so you've got some cucks who are very sort of submissive.
Yeah.
You know, where, you know, you'll be licking fucking spunk out of their pussy and stuff like that. I mean, I'm into that as well.
Yeah.
But it's on the non-humiliation side. So you've got guys and girls who will humiliate that person.
And normally, I think the guys that are into the humiliation side of it are just very submissive naturally. They maybe have like a really like small penis or like micro penis, and they kind of want to feel like degraded. So they want to see like their partner or mistress or whoever get fucked by a really big dick.
Yes.
And it kind of makes them feel not like inferior, but they kind of.
And so yesterday, y'all were not here this morning. Some of y'all missed the last night, the session. But I said that I think Diddy has a small penis. Okay. I believe that Diddy has a small penis. So Cassie, when she would go online, she was looking for what they call bulls. Okay. Yeah, eventually, it's like you would look for what you call a bull because it does give. He doesn't have a big penis, so he likes to see her have sex with men that have bigger penises. And it goes back to like the whole dominance thing. Like it does something to him. Okay. Oh, hold on.
They get off on that, and then normally they get told to like clean up afterwards.
And what does clean up mean?
Cleaning up the cum, baby.
Yeah.
So you're like licking another man's cum off of your woman's body parts.
Yes.
Or inside, well.
You see? Remember? Because he was told, like, remember that one part where Armand said he got upset because it didn't seem like the guy came inside, the Cassie, whatever. And he was like, "Are you sure you came?" So I really think Diddy has a small penis. I really do.
Coming out of body parts. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And there are people that are into that.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. But we did not know that it was popular.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't really do that side of it, do we?
Not really, but I mean, I am into that in myself because I'm bi as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind that kind of thing, if you know what I mean. So,
yeah. So if you were to choose, like minus the occupation, like minus the job, like if you were to choose to really do the most, like your dream scenario of cuckolding, like what does it look like for, I guess, for each of you? Because it might be different.
So for me, it would have to be trans. So a trans lady.
Yeah.
Fucking Belle.
Okay, so trans lady with a penis still.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking Belle.
Yeah. And then
And-
I'm sat in the corner having a wank, and
I like that
I know,
you explained it so simply. Like, that's it.
yeah, sat in the corner having
There's
a
so
wank.
much setup in that, but you're like, just that. It's a Tuesday after coffee.
It's simple. And yeah, I don't know. Or I kind of like the idea of me being at home, Belle going out on a night out, and I'm saying, go and find a guy.
Yeah.
Her getting fucked, and then her coming home, obviously with cum inside her, and then like sort of reclaim sex.
Oh,
yeah, baby.
Reclaim sex.
Yeah, reclaim.
Which is a term that like other people use as well, or is this just a term that you use?
I think that's actually a term.
It's in the lifestyle. Like people use reclaim sex.
I think so, yeah.
Which is when the partner then like have sex with each other and reclaim the
Reclaiming
sense
that.
of kind of ownership.
Yeah, the bond.
Wow. That's fascinating. Okay, now wait. Actually, before I go to you, I have a probing question.
Okay.
I guess like within your own like the psychology behind like a trans woman cuckolding scene, like, do you know why?
Yeah. So I was in the military.
Okay.
So for quite a long time, from the age of sort of 17
Whoa.
onwards.
Show us your guns.
Not anymore. Getting a bit older. But yeah, so I spent a long time away, like without the sort of communication, without the kind of interaction with any women, because the unit I was in, there was no women allowed kind of thing. So it was very sort of male orientated.
Yeah.
And we were away all the time. So like the girlfriends I had at the time, we were doing that kind of, that's the only way I could get off really.
Yeah.
Or watch porn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I think it has stemmed from.
Mm-hmm.
And then every leave, we used to go to Thailand a lot. So that's how the sort of the trans fascination began for me.
Interesting.
And it was by accident, my first one.
So the first trans woman you had sex with, that was an accident.
That
You
was an
thought
accident.
it was a woman.
Thought it was a woman, gave the translator a reach around, and then that was it. I was that horny.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna fuck her anyway.
Okay. And so afterwards, you were like, whoa, I really like this.
Yeah. You kind of get the best of both worlds, because I love sucking dick.
Yeah.
Like that's my kind of
thing.
I don't really like anything else, but I'd really like sucking dick.
Yeah. Like why? Because you know, like a lot of heterosexual women will say like it's as a blow job, like it's a job for a reason. Like you know, it's work.
Yeah.
It's work, baby. It's not pleasure. Like why is it pleasurable?
I don't really know. It's one of them. It's just
within your psyche. It's
Yeah.
kind of like it gives you the power to give someone pleasure, and you're like, oh wow, like I'm
maybe.
giving, I'm generous.
Yeah, maybe I'm actually like punishing myself.
Oh.
In a really interesting way. Do you know what I mean? Where I'm like, is this right? Is this wrong?
Yeah.
Like, should I be doing it? And that's
It's like the
probably
forbidden
what,
fruit type
yeah.
thing.
It's like, is it a punishment which I get off on? Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So yeah.
Interesting.
It is very interesting.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm actually originally from Thailand.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
know a lot about like kind of that world, the
Yeah.
industry.
Yeah.
It's a very prominent industry, but still like very secretive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in Pattaya a lot. Pattaya.
Yeah. There's a lot of that there. A lot of
I love it. We're going in
I
December.
am. My first time to Thailand.
Oh really?
I'm so excited.
Are you gonna have a threesome with a
Yeah,
a
hell,
lady boy?
we're gonna have multiple probably whilst we're there.
Wow. I can't. You have to come back.
These people need to be banging. They should not be allowed at the airport. So they go to Thailand for their goofy ass sex fantasies. This is exploitation.
On the podcast to talk about your adventures.
Yes.
I'd love to.
The real life cucks in Thailand.
Yeah.
Cucks on tour.
Yeah, cucks on tour. Okay, so now your ideal dream scenario for cuckolding.
Oh, so I think my dream scenario would be Finn with like multiple women, almost like a reverse gangbang.
Oh.
Yeah, so maybe like 3 or 4 women and him just devouring him, and I'm just sat there just watching.
And are you wanking too?
Absolutely. Dildo, fingers.
Someone, if you're in the chair, you're wanking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That's
then what's the point, right?
That's what the cook chair's for.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, now I want to talk about something controversial.
Mm-hmm.
So there are like therapists out there that say that cuckolding is very unhealthy and comes from a disempowering position. And I'm always the kind of person that's against people saying things like that because I'm like, you don't know, you don't do it. Right. Like you take these like theories from textbooks and I'm a big fan of practitioners because I think the people that do it actually know better.
Absolutely.
You know, I have a funny short story, like a side note. I once dated a guy who's very successful in real estate and never went to school. And I told him like, you know, that's so funny because like there's real estate like major in college, like in universities. And, you know, I see these people, these kids like in universities, like learning from these professors. And he was laughing and he said, and these professors have never closed a deal. So it's like, I remember that vividly just because it changed my perspective on like, wow, there is a discrepancy between things you learn in school, which like, you know, like I'm Dr. Tar, I have a PhD, I study these things, but like there's so many things I have never done and I don't know what it's like. And I totally admit that, like, I don't know. But then there will be, I would say there will be persons of authority that, you know, like therapists that have a platform that will come out and say like, oh, that's so unhealthy. What do you say to that?
I think that's a load of rubbish, to be honest.
Tell us
like
more.
a load of rubbish. I would say that actually, like, well, in our dynamic anyway, I would say like it's really, I feel really empowered as a woman being the cock queen because I'm the one in control.
Yes.
Like
you can say no at any point.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
like I'm the one,
And the
like,
cuck queen is the one in the chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the cock.
Like it's still cuckold, but like the technical term for like a female cuck is a cuck queen.
Okay.
But I find it super empowering because, you know, if I wanted to say stop, it would. Like normally I would be the one that like initiates.
Because sometimes they make it seem, oh, the woman has no say so, she has no power, she's defenseless. She's like, no, I like it. Me, I have like this thing, it has really opened my mind that like seriously, many women enjoy sex as much as men, if not more. They're not defenseless, they're not being taken advantage of. Like, no, it turns them on.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with the cuckold as a male. You're ultimately in power, so I think it is empowering. And anyway, like, you know, again,
and it's so much fun seeing your partner have fun.
Yeah.
So,
and no one's cheating.
Right.
You're not going out bloody cheating or anything like that.
Yeah, and the people that you're playing, like people, however many people you're playing with, like you've chosen those together.
Yeah.
Very
collaborative process.
Yeah.
A very bonding experience.
Yeah. And those people in these sort of morality sort of positions, you know, what's it for them to say that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Do you know
I
what
mean, a lot
they're
of
not
people
living your
kind
life.
of
So
want to come out, and I don't know. I can see where they're coming from, but I feel like it's from a very like self-righteous place.
Yes.
Like only monogamy and one true love like matters and nothing else.
Society-based morality, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah. And it's socially constructed, like humans constructed it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But also, like, as a human, you're going to be attracted to different people, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just natural.
Yeah.
So why limit yourself to like one person for the rest of your life? But I still get it at the same time.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe there's a huge percentage of those people that maybe feel trapped or have all of these fantasies, but don't necessarily want to act them out. Maybe they're scared.
We kind of get that with our sort of work. We get a lot of people message us, you know, who want to live that fantasy and they can't because they're trapped in their sort of relationship world.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really interesting, isn't it, to see these messages come through.
Yeah.
Saying, I really want to be a cook.
Yeah.
How do we do it? And how do I approach my wife?
Yeah.
And it's like, well. Yeah.
So your business name is Real Life Cucks.
Yes.
Tell us about your work.
You go first.
You go.
Okay. So I met Belle about 4 years ago, and I was in the fire and rescue service at the time.
And your guys are boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes. In real life. And yeah, so Belle was already in the sort of porn/adult work.
Yeah.
So I knew that beforehand getting into the relationship. And then a few years down the line, I was getting used to be stunt cock.
Yeah.
You know, for some of the videos, just showing just showing my dick.
Stunt cock.
Stunt cock, yeah. And then all of a sudden, I was kind of getting bored of the fire and rescue world. And it was just, I was north of London, so it was quite busy.
So you don't think that women who travel abroad to find love, especially these old women also, is also sex tourism? It's only the men? Like when you have these women going to Jamaica to try to do nasty things to these people who make like a little bit of money, isn't that also like sex tourism? They all do it. You see, you're trying to do this thing like bifurcation where it's like men only. No, it's men and women. Why would you leave a first world country to go have sex in a third world country? Why can't you find people here, men or women, right? There are a bunch of women going to Jamaica for foolishness. You got a bunch of old white women from London who go to Senegal, they go to Gambia to have sex with like 20-year-olds, like little kids. These are old ass women because they want things that men here don't want to do. So you go over there because you got money and maybe you'll get some little boy to eat your vagina out because he needs money. But it's like anybody who goes abroad for sex is partaking in sex tourism, especially if you're leaving a first world country to go into a third world country. Like the lady from How Stella Got Her Groove Back, right? I forgot her name, the author of that book, right? But she's like 55. She goes to Jamaica to have sex with like a 22-year-old. And then she really wants to believe that, oh, he's in love with her. No, you have money. You're an American. You have money. You're staying at a resort, right? You probably like whatever you spent on your entire stay in Jamaica. That's probably what he makes the entire year. And she brought him to America. And then eventually, like, oh, he was gay and things like that. Then she want to act shocked. But I'm like, why would a 20-something-year-old be in love with a 55-year-old woman? Like, you can't be this dumb now, right? But you went to Jamaica for sex. We see like the women out there, they get these massages from these men. They put mud on them and things like that. These women are getting aroused. So about all that is sex tourism. Men and women do it. People take advantage. I don't understand why first world people are going to third world countries for this foolishness. They're all looking for sex. They're all looking for sex. And they're looking for like the power that comes with like having the US dollar and going to places where people truly are not making any money. And when you convert your US dollar into their local currency, it's a lot of money. And then you have power, you have submission, you have this, you have that. You'll have people do stuff to you sexually that normally in their own country, like a girl with that kind of money or a man with no money or a woman with no money or a man with no money, they would never do that for that person. So people take advantage. Men and women take advantage.
Busy.
Yeah.
And I was just like, do you know what? I don't want to be doing this anymore.
You just want to rescue something else.
Yeah. Rescue the pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was it. We kind of just set up a couples account and then I left the fire service.
But we decided, like how Real Life Cucks came about was we decided that we want to be a bit different.
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't anyone.
Because there's so many people doing like porn or just erotic movies.
Like we wanted it to be real life. We wanted it to be something that people could relate to.
Yeah.
We wanted it to be something that was educational and inspiring to people.
Yeah.
To maybe inspire people to be more free in their relationships. And it was a little bit quirky.
Yeah. And different.
And just different. And so
and it's something we're into. So it's kind of win-win.
Okay. So what originally got you guys into cuckolding?
That would be me. I again just watching her get fucked.
Okay, so yours is recent. Like
no,
the last like 4 years.
I've always been like that, but I've never. I was originally from a place called the Isle of Man, right, which is a little island in the north, sort of west of the UK, in between Ireland and England, and the population's about 80,000 people.
Oh my gosh!
So it is very
tiny
backwards.
town.
It's very backwards in mentality.
Yeah, they're living in the 70s still.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it was okay when I was in the military because I could come home on leave for a few weeks and then just go back. So you're kind of forgotten about because I used to fuck around like anything.
Yeah.
And I was a man slut. I'm proud.
Woo!
And but then I went back there to live, and it kind of it's like, oh, you can't do that.
Right. Like your life experiences at this point is bigger than that town.
Yeah. It's like, what? You can't have multiple partners. You can't. It's very anti that. So I think I was experimenting over there, maybe with women in the UK who were kind of into that, and that's where I think that's right.
But you haven't been in an actual relationship.
No, I'd never been
with like as in
Yeah.
with that dynamic.
Yeah, until I found you.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Soulmates.
Absolutely.
What about you? How did you get into cuckolding?
So I would say since being with you, and actually like where we'd like shot a few scenes where you were being the cuck, I wanted to give it a go because I was like, oh, actually, like I think I might quite like to watch like Finn with someone else.
Yeah.
And so we shot a scene first, didn't we? And I really enjoyed it. Like I
Ooh.
really got off on it.
Okay.
And then it just kind of escalated from there.
So you both got into it through like experimentation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like an accident or someone kind of made you do it. It was like, let's just try it and
Yeah.
see if we like it. And if we didn't like it, we could just not do it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly that. But
exactly.
actually, like a lot of our movies we film now are cut queen.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
I love it so much.
Yeah.
And I love him like giving another female a cream pie and then me licking it out.
Wow.
That's like one of my favorite things.
That's what we did this morning.
You guys
In
are
fact, that is
What the heck is wrong with these people? These were mentally ill.
exactly what we did this
kinky.
morning.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
what
are
we did.
kinky as hell.
Yeah.
You're some of the kinkiest people I've ever met. And I just interviewed a 25-year dominatrix woman the other day. So when you say like, I like watching him having sex with another woman, I think a lot of women, both queer women and heterosexual women, might say like, oh, like I don't think I can ever do that. Like that's my person.
Mhm.
What do you think that is? Like, what's the difference between you and them? Or maybe there's no difference, but they haven't experimented. Like, what do you think is behind the logic behind this?
Maybe insecurities, like maybe jealousy might like stop people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know.
Power and control.
Yeah.
I think it's like, and again, that whole society-based morality thing where we're told at such an early age from watching these sort of cartoon movies that there is a Prince Charming and a princess, and you kind of have to be together. And society has done that, hasn't it, over hundreds and thousands of years, for control, for that very reason.
I blame Shakespeare.
Yeah.
But it's just fun. Like we have fun. Like it's not serious.
Yeah.
And even when I'm watching, like we'll talk and interact with each other, and like you'll tell me that you love me, and like I'm like, oh baby, like fuck her harder, like fuck her in this position. I want to see this.
So when you have sex with another woman, you're talking to Belle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also talking back.
Mm-hmm.
And is that woman talking?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Or like sometimes I might be like, like, do you love fucking my husband?
Yeah.
Like, and she's like,
She'll
this
just be
morning,
like,
I was asking Nikki, I was like, oh, do you love my husband's cock? And like, and she was like, oh yes, I love your husband's cock.
and you love that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it kind of like eggs me on to be more directive about what I want to see.
Yeah.
If I can see her having a really good time as well.
Oh, so then you command like positions?
Sometimes.
So you go, okay, now like turn her around.
Like I want to see
and
this.
you
I wanna
just
see
do
that.
what she says.
Yeah. And vice versa, when like I'm the cook, I'll hold Belle's hand.
Yeah.
Like stroke her face.
yeah,
and
I
stuff
love
like
that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Or sometimes like put your hand around.
Or yeah, maybe.
You see? So they're trying to make it, oh, Diddy's out here directing, which means she's being trafficked. No, it's cuckolding. So when she's the cock queen, she directs. She says what she wants, do it this, like this. Then she'll ask the girl questions. And then when he's doing it, he's the director. It's not about being abused. It's about what you want. They're all into it. Yeah, I don't know. Like you see? So you're the cock queen or you're the cock king, the cuckold. And then, cock queen, cock king. And then the other man that's man or woman involved, they're the cuckold. Mm-hmm.
To the whole choking thing. It's hot.
While another man is having sex with you.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean by like us being like feeling empowered.
Yeah. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you ever have sex with women?
Oh yeah, I love women.
Oh, so you're bi too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so
I've been bi from a very young age.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a very like
just
opens,
greedy.
like the world is your oyster kind of situation.
I just feel like, why limit yourself? Like, I think it's really important to try new things.
Yeah.
Because if you don't like it, you don't have to do it again.
Right.
And then actually that can make your relationship even stronger by trying something. And, you know, if it works, great.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then it gives you things to talk about.
I agree. It's like experimenting and finding things out together.
Yeah. And it's about holding a safe space for each other with no judgment.
Yeah, like the sense of like you'll never be judged.
Yeah.
You are safe. You are respected, regardless of any sexual preferences. That is an insane type of relationship that most people don't have. They're so afraid to be judged. They can't say what they truly want to try. So you guys are very like liberated in a way. Okay, so for those listening and watching, they may have heard some terms. So I want to ask you guys to kind of talk about the differences. You just talked about like kind of cuckolding, because so cuckolding is like the act, right? Like the lifestyle, the act, the type of relationship. And then cuckweening is it's a woman in the chair.
Yes.
Watching.
So it's exactly the same, but just the woman in the chair instead.
Right. Then what's hot wifing?
So again, I've had this thing in my head about hot wife and cuckold, and again, it's these genres, like they're very sort of similar.
Yeah.
Like,
but just with hot wifing, you're not there.
Well, but even you can maybe cuckold without. Well, maybe not. Actually.
No, I don't.
So yeah, I'd say hot wifing is more obviously lifestyle based. I'd say cuckolding is more sort of BDSM influenced, maybe in that subgenre of BDSM, whereas hot wifing is more lifestyle.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
And the hot wife is able to have sex with other men
Separately
outside of the
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So you're not watching.
Do you guys hot wife?
Yeah, we don't.
We've spoken about it.
But we kind of do with work. I get off on her going to like
work.
Yeah, I mean, technically it is when I go off to
I have a wank.
Work with guys.
Watch your porn.
Yeah.
That is true. He does do that. Sometimes he'll go to bed early and he'll message me saying, I'm watching your porn. Which means that when I go in there, he'll be watching my porn and having a wank, and then I'll come and like finish you off.
That's amazing. That's such a compliment. Like you can watch any porn, but you're watching your girlfriend's porn. Do you subscribe to her OnlyFans?
No, he has a free trial.
Free trial.
Wow. I find this like so fascinating. I want to hear, do you have experiences in like different forms of BDSM? I guess outside of cuckolding?
Belle is more than BDSM.
I've actually been into like fetish BDSM since I was about 18. Like that's when I went to my very first fetish club.
That feels young.
Yeah.
Yeah. What got you into
Michelle's like, oh, okay, what the fuck? I can't take this anymore. I was sitting in the cut. These people just made you type a comment. She's like, what the fuck is this? I told her, I said, Diddy's lawyers need to turn that entire courtroom into a BDSM university. It needs to be BDSM 101 because people are looking at this based on their conscious mind and their palate and their sensitivities to sex. And it truly is a lot. I'm sitting here, I'm laughing, but because I've gone a rabbit hole when it comes to, I've gone down a rabbit hole when it comes to BDSM. So it's got to a point that's just funny to me, but it's still, I can't deny that it's interesting. You know, it's really like, oh my gosh, like, are you people okay? Because everything in me feels like these people need to be medicated. You know, like truly, like if it was me, I'll put on medication. I'm like, this is just weird. What the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck is this? Right? But it's like, it's a thing. That's why I'm saying, like, you got to get out your mind that, oh my gosh, like she was being forced. No, she's kinky. Diddy's also kinky. And I also, like, she's like, he said, because at least he's honest. So he's saying he's bisexual. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he's bisexual. He doesn't mind sleeping with men, but he prefers trans women who still have a penis. You understand? And he says he likes to give head. Like he likes sucking the peen. He likes it. Right. And then he talked about like even having a man in your wife and your woman, whatever, and the man ejaculates inside of her and then he goes in, which is why Armand told us the first man, what's his name? Daniel Phillips. Diddy was very particular because with Diddy, if you don't come, your pay goes down. So yes, he agrees to pay you like $6,000, but if you don't come inside of Cassie, your pay gets docked. right? Just like this guy, because he likes going after, like it does something. Just like she said too, she likes for him to give girls creamy pies. I hope you understand what she's saying. And then she goes and she licks it off. Like it turns her on. It turns him on. And they talk about this whole dominance thing. And then I also said to you, I truly believe that Diddy has a small penis. He has a small penis. And most likely that's a complex for him. You understand? So seeing her get turned on by other men with bigger penis, because they didn't have to be attractive, right? The men don't really have to be attractive. They just need to have a really big penis. And then that turns him on. And then when you don't come inside of her, it makes him upset because he wants to come after that. Like, it's a real thing. You know, like, it's like, you know, no, the young, yeah, I guess they don't, she's like, yeah, they don't use condom. Yeah. So that's what it is. Like, it's a real thing. BDSM is real. BDSM is a real culture. Even that, like, was it Saturday or Sunday when we watched the gay, like the gay guys, and the guy asked the older man with the nose ring, like Pumbaa, he was like, oh, what's your consent, non-consent? And he said for him, it's to poop. He likes to poop on people. So he'll be the dominant, and then he'll have a sub, and his consent, non-consent is like, he wants to poop on you. And that turns him on. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a real subculture. Like, it really is. It really is real.
Do it.
Just a group of friends, really.
Okay,
We
like your
just
friends are so
decided-
advanced.
We
Were
just-
they 18 as well?
Yeah.
Wow, I was
Yeah.
playing tag when I was 18.
Well, it's a bit of a weird one because my friends at the time, like their parents went to fetish clubs.
Oh.
And so like my friends knew about it from their parents.
So they had kinky parents.
Yeah. So
I see.
And then
okay.
we decided that we wanted to go. And so
Yeah.
I bought like my first latex outfit
Yeah.
and we went and it opened my eyes.
Tell me more. Like, what did you see the
And
first time?
I loved it. Like there was lots of people in latex, people with like rubber hoods, people being like walked around on leashes, people being spanked and flogged everywhere.
Hot.
And like
hot.
industrial.
See? Spanked and flogged. They like violence. So that's sexual masochism. Okay? People who like to be beaten for sex, they get beaten before sex, they get beaten during sex and stuff. It's called sexual masochism. Okay? So that's what goes into BDSM. Hold on. That's also a part of, that's the M in BDSM, I guess. Hold on. Let me show you. Okay? Let me show you this part. Okay? So you can read it. So sexual masochism disorder. Sexual masochism disorder is a paraphilic, just like peeing, which involves recurring intense sexual arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors that are distressing or disabling and have the potential to cause sexual harm to oneself or others. Sexual masochism refers to engaging in or frequently fantasizing about being beaten, bound, humiliated, just like cuckolding, or otherwise made to suffer, resulting in sexual satisfaction. If people with this sexual preference report psychological or social problems as a result, they may be diagnosed with sexual masochism disorder. Okay, the type of distress that people with this disorder may experience includes severe anxiety, guilt, shame, and obsessive thoughts about engaging in sexual masochism. Okay, it is a real thing. Where's the video again? Child, where's this girl? Okay.
Music, just sexy people everywhere. And I was like, this is a bit of me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was this a torture garden?
It was.
Yeah.
It was. It was torture
I
garden.
went to
New
that
Year's
party
Eve.
before. They were also my first BDSM party.
Oh.
Yeah, it was so hot.
It's so good.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We love it.
So then
I put a
since-
collar on my husband and he
Oh,
was
nice.
like, I will do it this one time. I don't really like it.
Yeah, I like it. But I've got a very big latex collection.
Wow. I feel like when I go to London, I want to like get an apartment tour.
You're more than welcome.
At
Oh
your
my gosh,
house.
can we take you to a fetish
we can
club?
take
when you come to London?
Yeah. We can film a little like show, like a little series.
Yeah, let's do it.
So there's also this like idea of like it's really hard to do something like this, like cuckolding. Like it's hard to have this conversation. It's hard to get into, or even like when you get into it, it's hard because there's so many potential scenarios where like bad feelings kind of come up. So do you guys, when you guys started, have you ever experienced any challenges or
Oh, yeah.
roadblocks?
Yeah.
What were those?
That's very natural, isn't it?
I think that's natural. Again, communication is so key. in
Yeah.
this. Like, telling your partner about your boundaries. Sometimes, we've gone to these nights, like our first time going to lifestyle events, we were a bit nervous. So we had a bit too much to drink, and then that leads to things. And, so it's like we do, at the start, especially now, it's kind of just free.
Now you're pros.
We're pros now.
And you know each other's boundaries very well.
Yes.
And it was crazy going to our first lifestyle club because I was so nervous.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get my head around why I was so nervous because I have sex for work and I've been doing that for like 6 years. So it's like this is what we do. So why am I so nervous? And I think it was maybe because feelings and emotions were attached.
Yeah.
But then we got there and it was great.
It was great. And then just to touch on that, actually, fetish versus sort of lifestyle, very similar, but very different.
Tell us more.
So, say the TG, for instance, Torture Garden, you go there, there's not so much play going on, and it's more kind of showy.
Yeah, it's like an erotic party.
Yeah, exactly that.
And there are playrooms, obviously.
Yeah.
But not sex playrooms because sex doesn't really happen at fetish clubs. It's more kind of spanking and flogging and that kind of stuff.
Whereas you go to a lifestyle sort of club, within an hour, everyone's naked and they're all fucking.
And then it's just like a mass orgy.
Yeah. Now, it's funny because lifestylers look at people who are into the fetish world and think that's extreme.
Right. But they're just wearing things and doing things and there's no sex.
Yeah.
Have you been to Killing Kittens?
No.
Okay.
No. We've obviously heard about it, but we've
just I just know that it's huge in London.
It's big in London and also in Manchester. They do parties all around. But there's a club we like, and that's called Antichrist.
Yes,
Antichrist.
Yeah, it's good. We'll take
and also ZDR.
Where is it?
It's in London.
In London?
Yeah.
Where in London?
Vauxhall, normally.
Vauxhall. Is that west or east?
It's near MI5 buildings, isn't it?
MI5. Oh, I bet the MI5 people go there.
Oh yeah,
because here, the FBI, the CIA, they all go see dominatrixes get their
they're some of the
their
kinkiest
face
people
stepped on and yelled, "You have a small penis."
Yeah, yeah.
What would you say is when you're in a scene, right? And whether you're doing it outside of work or for work or making content, what is the hardest thing about the scene to make it happen?
So I would say in the BDSM kink world, there's a lot of trauma.
Okay.
Again, you see that. I think obviously there's probably both male and female who aren't secure as such, and maybe that's their kind of, I don't know, release, and that can lead to problems. We've never really personally experienced it, but we know people who have had issues, have been accusations thrown around, all that kind of thing.
Oh, that's so hard.
Oh, it's
because you don't know.
Yeah.
And if they consent to it, it's kind of well, and now you don't.
Yeah.
You see, BDSM, people can change their minds. Yeah.
Hard. It's really hard.
Yeah. So, how about you?
Any challenges for you within a scene? Any?
As in, for work?
Yeah, both. Whenever you're cuckolding, is there any challenge for you?
I don't think so. No. The very
just fun.
The very first one I ever did, I was very excited, but also a little bit nervous because I didn't know how I was going to feel.
Yeah.
Because in my head, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
But then you kind of also think, well, what if I don't like it? But it just turned out that I loved it. So.
And you do it regularly. You just did it this morning.
We're doing it again later. So.
Wow. So you can come multiple times a day?
Yeah, probably about 3 or 4.
How big are your loads?
First one's good. Second one's good. Third one, it's going. Fourth one is a bit of dust.
You know what you could use? What you could use is Popstar. So I'm going to shout out Popstar real quick. This is one of my favorite sexual wellness companies out there that's really taking care of men and also just couples, right? Because as women, we love big loads.
Yes, we do.
We love big loads.
The bigger, the better.
The bigger, the better. Because with big loads, I think there is a connotation or the meaning of oh, you're really into me, or that was really good for you, right? And for men, when they come a big load, they also feel more confident and dominant and feel good, right?
Big load right all over that pretty face.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Who loves a facial? Take Popstar. So Popstar is a supplement. I shouldn't say it's a supplement brand because now they have lube too. It's a sexual wellness brand that was created by 2 board certified urologists in America, and they're well known actually. Like
urologists peeing.
One of them is Dr. Joshua Gonzalez, and he's regularly on my podcast and also on our radio show Love Line. And also he has a big like social media account. But anyways, they saw a problem, right, of a lot of men because they're urologists. They see men like every single day. They see many dicks a day. And they're like, oh, okay, there is a consistent problem of men feeling like their cum load is too small.
Yeah.
So they came up with this. It's completely body safe. Lots of research. If you want to go to our website and look at it, it's called Volume Plus Taste Enhancer.
Yeah.
Now, are you a fan of good tasting cum?
Yes, I am.
I love that you said it so earnestly too. Yes, I am.
Sure
With a Queen's English. So the supplement has ingredients in there that are that help men have better tasting load.
Oh, I
So
like the
it's
sound.
bigger
of this.
load, better tasting load. Popstar, definitely check it out. There's a link in my episode description. But also they just came out with lube called Play. There's water based for people that tend to be more sensitive, and silicone based, which is my favorite. I like silicone because it just lasts longer. Silicone based as well. So definitely check it out, my loves. You can click the link in the episode description. I'm gonna gift this to you before you leave.
Thank
Oh, thank you.
So you have slippery sex and bigger, better tasting
Oh.
load.
We shall let you know.
We'll send you photos of the loads.
Sure.
It works, everyone. It works.
Sure. DM me.
Oh,
You
don't- we
DM
will,
me.
we will. We'll slide
know,
into your DMs.
Victoria looks at my DM. Hi, Victoria.
Victoria, if you see my face covered in lots of white frosting, that is not cake frosting.
She'll love it.
It's Finn's cum.
So, have you experienced a lot of judgment?
Yes,
Yes.
all the
Tell me why.
time.
So recently, in fact, it was actually quite awful. We posted a reel
Okay.
on our Instagram account, and it's kind of like a jokey kind of reel, which said something like, we were actually in Vegas and Belle has got the camera and I'm walking behind her looking a bit gormless, as I do. And then one of the sort of the quote was something like, he doesn't know that I've got multiple guys.
No, another man's, and then you did a milk emoji running down my leg.
Mhm.
Completely.
It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
And you're like the real life cucks.
Yeah.
So it's a
The
joke.
hate we received
Oh
on, we had like people threatening to kill us, people telling us that
1,000
we shouldn't
comments
be
of hate.
alive, like talking
Yeah,
about our parents. Like, oh, honestly, you should see the comments on this reel.
Did you turn off your comments?
No, because it's good engagement.
You were like, I don't care. I only like statistics.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, the thing is,
you
if
don't read it, right?
If
Yeah.
people are stupid enough to think that it's real, we just let them crack on.
And people get so
Look at Mark. Mark said, I'm going to go check out Popstar, to be honest. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Lord Jesus.
offended.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, what? This is 2 people you don't know
Yeah.
Yeah.
engaging in whatever, even if it's true, like it's fun for them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, that's
Who are you
ridiculous.
to judge kind of thing?
There was lots of like nice comments as
Someone
well,
trying to
but
kill you? Like someone was like,
Honestly.
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. You should be euthanized. Like your
What?
your
Yeah.
parents should be proud. And then about, religion and all
Mhm.
sorts of craziness, like that we're going to burn in hell. And honestly, it was quite incredible.
But you keep the comment section open.
Yeah.
Because you're like,
Mhm.
Just
I'm
like,
not
well,
reading this.
whatever.
Well, yeah.
We do. I think in this kind of world, you can't let that get to you in this
No,
industry.
you really
Yeah.
can't. There's so
'Cause
many
you're gonna get it.
judgmental
You're gonna
people.
get it.
Yeah.
and also
Yeah.
we are just 2 normal people,
Mhm.
like who love sex.
Yeah.
Who do it
And
for
very
work.
sweet and pleasant, by the way.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are so many people out there that are not having sex or sexually frustrated or like hate their spouses and partners, and it's just like it's probably triggering for them to
Yeah.
see people that are just like
Yeah, that's
liberated
very
and
true.
Yeah,
having
like
fun.
jealousy in a way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 What would you say is the biggest, how do I say this? Like the biggest compliment you've ever received about your work?
Tips on OnlyFans. No, I don't know. Just maybe being told that we've helped someone's relationship or
Yeah,
helped someone's
yeah.
personal life, get through.
Have you had people that said
Yeah,
that?
yeah, definitely.
Wow.
So-
What did it help them with?
I don't know, maybe a bit of trauma they're going through. I mean, there's been multiple messages, not just one. It's kind of quite regular, to be totally honest.
we get people messaging us on OnlyFans, don't we?
Yeah. And
For
you've had
advice
that
and
as
stuff.
well.
Yeah.
Your personal.
And it's nice because like what we shoot is very real and very authentic.
Yeah.
Like we keep bloopers in, for example, if we're all laughing or someone
Yeah.
cracks a joke. And like we get a lot of compliments on that too, that actually they
Yeah.
do really like the realness and the
Refreshing,
rawness
yeah.
rather than everything be like very staged and like perfect.
Yeah, the porn category I watch is amateur.
Yeah.
Because I
'Cause
just
it's
like
relatable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And sometimes my friend Kazumi.
we met Kazumi in the
She's
lift in
lovely.
an elevator.
Oh, she's
She
so
was lovely.
great. She was on this podcast as well. So if you guys are curious, this is a huge porn star. She was on the podcast. So go back to older episodes and find her.
She's lovely.
Yeah,
she is.
very sweet. Okay, so my next question is, what is the biggest misconception people have about cuckolding?
That I think the male is some form of simp.
Mm-hmm.
Some
And that you're
form of
weak.
Weak.
Mm.
Whereas I think again, what we alluded to before, technically the male is in control, really. I mean, you do have some doms, like female doms, who, exploit.
Oh
well,
yeah,
no,
but
sorry, that's a bad word,
but
you know what I mean.
they're still working to that cuckold's boundaries.
Yes.
So technically, the cuck is still in control.
Still in control because the cook will have told the dom his boundaries. So you are in control, basically.
Yeah.
So I think the weak person isn't what you expect. If you know
The
what I mean.
weak person is a person commenting.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't think like there's a weak person in any of the dynamic actually.
No. Yeah, because everyone wants to do it, and it's all consensual.
Yeah.
And everyone's having fun.
Since you guys are like open-minded and like you're doing very, very kinky things, like what are some of your boundaries? What are some of your, you know how like there's green light, yellow light, red light? Like what are some of your red lights? Like absolutely not that.
Obviously shit.
Oh yeah, no poop.
No poop.
No poop.
No poop.
At all.
No
Okay.
vomit.
Yeah.
I like water sports.
Yeah. I don't do anal.
No.
What is it?
I don't do anal.
Anal.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't do anal. Okay.
No.
No
So
anal.
that's probably a boundary.
No anal with anyone. Not with him, not with a third.
No.
How do you call a third? A bull?
Bull. What else don't I like? We tried period play once, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did you
I
like it?
poured my moon cup on his dick and then sucked it off.
You see? I haven't said on the period. She said she took her moon cup. What is this?
Then we started kissing.
Wow. What was that for? Like a vampires?
That wasn't even filming it. That was just for we just wanted to experiment. We were like, oh, I wonder what it's like.
You really experiment. Like so you pull out your diva cup.
I did
for period, and there's period in it. You pour it on his dick.
I can't believe you've just brought that up on.
And then you kissed. Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever done it again?
We haven't actually.
Just that one time.
Just that one
Too
time.
messy.
Tick in the box.
Checking a box.
Yeah,
Wow. I wonder. So okay, what is a box that you have not checked that you really want to?
Ooh. So I have a massive CNC fantasy
Okay.
about like walking down the street and like a van pulling up and like being bundled into the back of a van, like tied up and
fucked.
And again, it's a
naughty things
fantasy, guys. If
Yeah.
you're
Oh, it's consent, non-consent. So she wants to be kidnapped. She wants to be kidnapped for sex.
listening and watching,
It
don't
is
freak out.
totally
It's
a fantasy.
All consensual.
And I know that might be quite extreme for some of you. And I don't even know why I have this fantasy. It just sounds really hot in my head.
I think many women have this fantasy.
Yeah, it's more common, you know.
Consensual, yeah, consensual, non-consent.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why like there's a porn category that's called like forced or like right, and it's like a woman like in a bus and she's like being groped and she's like, oh no, but then yes.
I think it stems from though. So I'm quite like, I'm not a control freak, but I like to be in control. And I feel like maybe it comes from a place of like not having any control.
Yeah, I think we have friends who have done it with ladies.
That's why, Ray, this is complicated legal things. So if a person is into this type of stuff, how do we judge accurately? That's why we have to really be careful to not just assume that somebody's being taken advantage of. Okay? You have to really listen. Me, what really opened my mind, like seriously, it was the urine thing. Because when I looked it up and I saw that it was a paraphilic disorder, I said, okay, something psychological is going on here, because it's not just pee on me. She was like, sprinkle it on me. I said, sprinkles? Like, what is this? Right? I was like, okay, well, if you have one paraphilic disorder, you might have another paraphilic disorder. And then that elevator scene was kind of weird, because we saw a very short, super fast, sped up, edited video of the elevator clip. So that does give domestic violence for real. But then you watch the longer video and you truly ask yourself, did Cassie ever call for the elevator? Right? Did she ever call for the elevator? And mind you, I'm like, you even had your phone on you. So like, why not just call 911? Right? Why are you up there? Why are you waiting? Why are you not going for the stairs? Why are you putting lip gloss on? Like, this is really, really bizarre. Let me just play it again, because some people didn't see it. Right? Let me play the video again. Okay, hold on. This is the... See? I don't even know where he got the longer video from. I'm like, somebody who's running for her life, and the first thing you do is not call the elevator. I'm like, why? You see? Now she calls for the elevator. I'm like, where's the urgency? She's very laid back. Very chill. And I'm like, is there not a like impending freak off to like torture you for 12 hours? You see? Now he comes out. Okay? And he hits her. There you go. You see, and even here too, right? I asked you, I said, okay, look at the elevator's door. Look at this one, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one, right? And I said, they're only on the 6th floor. It even says it right there. If you look carefully, it says it right here, sixth floor, right? Where is the elevator? And you watch the whole video, you'll never see any of the elevator doors actually open. It only opens with the security guard, which means he called the elevator to come up. So I said, did this girl ever truly call the elevator? I don't think she did. Because I think these people right here are role playing. See? And this. And then he grabs her. Now, around the corner right there, then she starts to fight back. See? So she'll fight back. She gets back up. Then she looks back at him and she talks to him. As I'm like, what the heck? You'll see. And you're like, girl, why don't you run? No, she's having a conversation with this guy. Then she gets up, right? Calmly, she picks up the stuff. I'm like, is this important? No, like, why don't you save your life? And it's at this moment, because you would think, why don't you call the elevator again? Call the elevator. Get the fuck out of there. Or my thing is, run for the stairs. No. She just walks past the elevator button. There you go. She walks past it. And mind you, she's not crying. That was another thing that was very shocking to me, because I'm like, why are you not crying? You're not crying. You're not hysterical. You're not panicking. You're very calm. She's very, very calm. She walks past the elevator button. Okay. And then she also walks past the fire alarm. There's a fire alarm right across from her. She doesn't call. And then she also has her cell phone. She doesn't call 911. I'm like, okay, something is bizarre with this chick. Okay. Something is very bizarre. This is not giving the stress. And then also her hair is perfectly neat. But I'm like, what is going on with this? What is going on? Look at her hair. You see, he comes back again. You would think she would be scared. Like, oh shit, he's back. No, she's still on the phone. It's like, what is going on with these two? You see? And she just hangs up the phone. I guess, okay, so he paused the video. Hold on. Ah, my mouth hurts. Okay. Now he's stuck. I feel like he was also getting tired. Now she pulls out her lip gloss, right? She pulls out her lip gloss and then she starts applying lip gloss. And I'm like, when have you ever seen a woman that's running away from domestic violence, like after she gets hit, apply lip gloss? This is very bizarre behavior. Okay, look, she's applying her lip gloss. She's not running. She's not calling for the elevator. Now, I guess this part, it gets edited because you don't see, this part got cut again because you don't see her put the hoodie on her head, right? So that part gets edited out. And she's just standing there. Just standing there. And you see the doors have this door, that door, this door, this door. Elevator doors have yet to open. Now you got to start asking yourself, like, hey, Bruna, you got to start asking yourself, did this girl ever call for the elevator? I don't think she did. Exactly. This is some weird stuff. This is, you guys, this video, I'm telling you, it's role play. This is foreplay. These people are into BDSM. And this is what you call brat taming. It is a real thing in BDSM. It's like you have the sub, which would be what's the girl's name, Cassie. Then you have Diddy, he'd be the dominant, and then you do stuff to trigger him. And I think like applying lip gloss, right, is a way for her to like arouse him, like because I'm telling you, a man's trying to kill you for your life, or he wants to drag you into a sex dungeon, right? And then according to the security guard Lopez, there's already a man in there too. Then you start to ask yourself, okay, how did you evade both of these men? If what Lopez is saying, that there's already a man in there getting ready to sleep with you too with Diddy, how did you, if you escape Diddy, okay, he's in the bathroom somewhere, so that's why he got a towel on. But what about the other man? How did you evade him? And then why is it that him and Diddy are not both running down to drag you back in there? Why is Diddy only coming down to drag you? Then like you start asking yourself all kinds of questions, like what is going on here? Okay. And my thing is, why are you not running? Because in this frame, Diddy is nowhere to be found. Why don't you go back and call the elevator button? Why don't you go back and why don't you like lift the fire alarm? Why don't you just run for the stairs? Why don't you just go? Why are you still here? Because she doesn't want to leave. It is foreplay for these weirdos. Okay, it's foreplay. This is some real stuff. You see, he comes back again and she's still standing there. Does that make any sense to you? Like, I'm so sorry, you guys. This is the Hilton. Like, this is a bougie ass hotel in freaking LA, right? The man left. You're still standing there. Why don't you run? Because she doesn't want to leave. Why don't we see the elevator doors open? She never called for the elevator. She'd never called. She ain't trying to leave. Hey, Bruno, what's up? See, he comes back again. And she, like the lady said earlier, like, oh, don't hit me. Oh, I'm on the bus. Okay, there you go. He takes her phone. So which means she has her cell phone with her. She didn't call 911. Look, he's going to take her phone. He's taking her phone, you see? And that's the thing too. I was like, if he really didn't, another thing too, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you what I also think is foreplay, because if Diddy really did not want her to make a phone call, he saw this phone right here. He would have ripped this phone off the wall. This is called brat taming. Like this right here is called brat taming. Okay? But I'm like, listen to me, because you have to think, right? If he's your kidnapper, right? He's trying to get you into a sex dungeon. So he grabs your phone because he doesn't want you to call anybody. He doesn't want you to call 911. Why would he leave the phone against the wall? Why would he just rip the phone off the socket? After all, he did it. He could pay for this. No, he grabs her phone, but he leaves this other phone. You are watching. You are looking at foreplay. Listen to me. Listen to me. These people are into BDSM. And what Cassie's doing is really fucked up. Like, he needs to sue her and get his money back. Because she's playing a stupid ass game. Because she knows all this shit right here is consensual. But she knows most people don't know BDSM. And don't even know a lot. Because even me, like, I have to spend the whole weekend studying this crap. Okay? Yes, because it's the idea of getting caught. It turns them on. Just like the lady said, her fantasy is to get kidnapped. She wants to act like she's walking down the street. This van pulls out and then somebody just grabs her, wrap her up. You know what I'm saying? And then you throw it in the back of the van and then you start to they call it ravishing, which is rape. Instead of saying rape sometimes, they'll say, well, I want to be ravished. Okay? That's what it is, right? And I also feel like he wants to act like he's tough. Oh, you trying to run away? What do you think this is? I'm gonna fuck you up. Wump. It turns her on. Do not look at this with your normal mind. Listen to me. This is some BDSM shit. Okay. There you go. You see, he walks away. Why? You see, you will say, okay, run, girl, run. And then you're still asking yourself, where the fuck is this elevator? We're watching, y'all. Have you seen the elevator doors open at any moment? They got 4 elevators. She never called for the elevator because these people are role playing. Madonna, even like when I was like doing this with AI too, AI helped me because Madonna has a video that looks just like this. She had a video 30 years ago. It's called Justify My Love. It looks just like this. Just like you're escaping your lover from a hotel room, and then he catches up to you, and then he roughs you up, and then he takes you back into the room, and then y'all have sex with other people. Okay? 30 years ago, Madonna made this kind of video. Okay? Ow, my mouth hurts. You see? Now he's going to come back, and guess what? He's not hitting her. And he could have hit her some more. He's going to sit down, open his leg, grab the vase, throw it at her against the wall. I don't know. She's still not running. Instead, she goes for the phone. Like, girl, why don't you just leave? He's sitting there looking at her. And she doesn't go and call for the elevator. She doesn't go and lift up the fire alarm. No, she just walks to the phone because she prefers to call security. And what's security going to do? Okay. And the fact that she put on her hoodie also, because when you study BDSM and how they do their stuff too, right? Yes, that's why she's doing this, because she knows most people don't know about it. And because she looks innocent and pure because she's Filipino. Like, oh no, Diddy the black man, Diddy the thug, Diddy the ninja. You know, niggas ain't shit. Niggas, right? She knows how America works. She ain't stupid. America's racist. Everybody's racist. Even black people are racist. Even black people have internalized white supremacy in their heads. That's why they don't question anything. They can hear the most nasty things being said about a black person, especially a black man. Oh, yeah. He did that shit. Like, Dawn was like, yeah, people go missing. I'm like, okay, Dawn, who went missing? Give me a name of one person you know for a fact that went missing. Just saying all kinds of bullshit. Because you know this is the kind of dumb shit about black men that these white people want to hear. So she gonna say it. You see? All kinds of bullshit. Anybody with some kind of sense, but okay, like, what the fuck is this elevator? Why the fuck are you not running to, like, you know, like, violate the button? No. There's a fire alarm. Unless she's colorblind. Is she colorblind? I don't know. Right? I'm like, what is going on here? No. She just walks over. Now, the fact that she has her hoodie on, you don't know if she's telling him to keep going. Because that's another thing too in BDSM. Like, they talk about like safe words and things like that. So you can have safe words, you know what I mean? And you can have cues. You can have cues that you do to show your dom that you want him to keep going. So like applying lip gloss could be a cue. Like, yes, I like this. Keep doing this shit, right? The fact that she also has her hoodie on, she could be giving him cues because for some reason, she doesn't want us to see her face. So she's aware there's a camera. She's aware. Because why do you put your hoodie on? Because she's talking to him. But we can't hear it because there's no sound. Okay? There you go. You see? He's sitting there. He doesn't hit her. And then look, he's going to walk right past her. And I'm like, if this was Ike Turner, he would have grabbed her head and pounded to the wall. Okay? He walks past her, doesn't hit her. I'm like, if this was really domestic violence, you guys, it would have been disgusting. Like even here, he gonna walk right past her like this. He doesn't touch her. He just looks at her mean. I'm like, there you go. You're just playing that aggressive shit because it turns her on. Just like Jeannie Mai. When Jeannie Mai started dating young Jeezy out here, they were riding them low riders, doing all kinds of gang sign, whatever. Like a lot of these girls who are not black, who date black boys, they always want them to like make me. I want to know what it feels like to be with a thug. I want to know what it feels like, right? But as soon as divorce happens, oh my gosh, Jay has AK-47s. Jay has this. Jay has them. Like, girl, shut up. Same thing with J-Lo, right? Jenny from the block. She wanted to see something hood, crazy, ratchet with Diddy until pew, pew, pew in the club. She's like, oh my God, I need a white man. Then she goes for Ben Affleck. This one also, oh my gosh. Then she goes for another white man. She goes for Alex Fine. This is what these goofy bitches do. Exactly. Y'all remember that one video? Where's the video, y'all? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it for you. Okay. There is a video out here of Jeannie Mai. Hold on. I'll find it for you. Hold on. I'll show you. I'll show you the video. Oh, my tooth hurts. There you go. See? I got the video right there. Oh, no. Oh, this is like, hold on if I can find the video. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. How do I blow this up? Okay. Do you see this? There you go. You see? This is what they want. You see? This is what these girls want. A thug experience. And you know too, because what Jeannie, like, what did she say? Right? What did she say? What did Jeannie say? She said, what did Jeannie say? She was like, oh, yeah, I did. She was like, oh, I like my white meat and whatever, my black meat on the side, right? Which means they look at these black boys as a fetish. And so when they date these black boys, it's like the goal, the real goal of it all is like, okay, I'm going to go over here and try something risky, right? I'm going to go and try something I don't usually have. This thing, I hate how it does this all the time. So damn stupid. Okay. Right? That's the fantasy. Yeah, my black meat on the side, which shows you that black boys are a fetish for these girls. And the part of the fetish is he's dangerous, he's this, is that. Because compared to Freddie, this white boy, he's very tame, he's very submissive, he's very subservient. And that's why Jeannie had no respect for him. Right? But black men, for the most part in America, represent this uncontrolled masculinity, like they're like unrepentant with their masculinity, right? Whereas like a lot of white boys are very domesticated, right? And these girls they get bored by men who aren't domesticated, right? Black men represent the real alpha, like the real alpha male, like, yeah, he takes charge, he's loud, he's this, they like that shit. But then the moment she gets upset, or the moment he doesn't want her anymore, now she wants to play on these racial stereotypes that she knows white people fear or say about black people. Oh, he's dangerous. Oh, he has an AK-47. Oh, he has this. Oh, he has that. You understand? Right? So what is she? She's Vietnamese. The other one, Cassie, is Filipino. Okay? This is what they do. This is what they do. Yeah. So like you triggered this man, like, show me that time. Show me that nigga. Okay, there you go. That's just how it goes out here, child. So that's why you gotta be very careful. And sometimes too, you gotta see who you're dealing with. Because if you want something safe, why are you messing with black men? Like Kid Cudi, Michael B. Jordan, Diddy, the football player, I'm sure he was black, right? Ryan Leslie. It's like they only want to date, they don't date in their community, they only want to date black boys because these black boys are a fetish. They are a true fetish to these people. Okay, so now. So let's get back over here. So you'll see he walks past her. He doesn't hit her. He doesn't hit her. He doesn't grab her. He doesn't smash her head into the phone. Meanwhile, Dawn said he would kick her in the stomach. He will punch her in the stomach. Girl, shut up. You're full of it. You see? He could have hit her right there. He doesn't. And like I said, because she has her hoodie on, she could have told him certain things. So we don't know. But what I do know is that these people do BDSM. And what I do know also is that in BDSM, you have safe words. And that's why he only hits her for a certain like block of time. And then he stops hitting her. Doesn't hit her anymore. Because most likely she's telling him like, go do this, don't do that. you know, but she has her hoodie on, so you can't see her face. But I know she's talking to him because you'll see there's some part she's talking to him. Even when the security guard comes, she's still talking to him. Why would you be talking to a man that's trying to lock you into a sex dungeon, that just beat your ass and trying to like abuse you with all kinds of baby oil and astroglide and whatever kind of drug cocktail he got saved for you? Doesn't even make any sense. And yet, I'm asking you, why haven't the elevator doors open? They're still not open. It does not take that long for an elevator to leave the lobby or wherever it is in the building to make it to the 6th floor. She never called for the elevator. Oh my gosh. Okay. She never did. You see? And she's not scared. This is not normal. And he walks away. Okay, is she going to go back and call for the elevator again? Like, okay, where's this elevator? Is she going to go lift the fire alarm thingy? Is she going to run for the stairs? No, she's on the phone. She is on the phone. Oh, big sis, I'm telling you, y'all got you. When I tell you, you guys, sometimes you think I'm being mean. I am not being mean. Me, Marlene, since the COVID, I don't trust what I see anymore, especially coming from CNN. Oh, hell no. What these people did during COVID should have everybody second guessing anything that you see with mainstream TV. And maybe that's why CNN had to edit and speed up the video, because she's moving too slow for somebody who's scared for her life. Even the fact that Cassie left the room with designer bags is suspicious. There is an imminent freak off with 2 black men or 3 black men. They're trying to rape you for 12 hours. Are you going to try to think about designer bags? I am running for my black ass and my black clitoris. I mean, it's pink, but me and my clitoris are getting the fuck up out of here. I'm not grabbing designer bags. You people are crazy. Even putting on my shoes, I don't care. Because this man needs to chase me down the lobby because you're going to look crazy. I will not be dragged into a sex dungeon. Are you nuts? So if I have a window of opportunity to get the fuck out, I am running, and I'm not taking the elevator, because everybody knows when you call for the elevator, who's telling you the elevator is even going to be here? So I'm going to have to wait. And then when the elevator comes, the doors open slowly, like, and then you got to walk into the elevator. You got to press the lobby. So that takes a few seconds. Then you have to wait for the doors to close. Right? Now, if we believe what the security guard is telling us, that there's another man in there with Diddy, 2 men about to come drag me like this, okay, and bring me back in there, you are crazy. To the stairs I go, okay? To the stairs. When I tell you I'm going to be like this, down the stairs, like I'm at SeaWorld, okay? I am saving my life. I'm not thinking about designer bags. And the first thing I do, if I am dumb enough to go for the elevator, I am not going to put my bag. Look how she puts the bag down. She puts her Celine bag, then she puts down her Louis bag, then she opens the Louis bag, then she takes out her shoe, and then she's like, oh yeah, the elevator. What is the elevator? Why is calling the elevator an afterthought for you? So you're not really scared. It is a scene. This is fucking foreplay. Do not play with me. I don't have time for this. The man takes your cell phone, and what you want to do is put lip gloss on. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Like, I'm like, this is insanity. This is true insanity. Who is even worried about grabbing designer bags? But you know what, too? I'm like, yes. And also because, like, it's almost time for checkout, it makes sense. Y'all doing this kink here so that you can go home and have more sex. Because it's almost checkout time. It is a kink for these weirdos. They're doing BDSM in front of our faces. Do not fall for this. Okay? You see, she's still on the phone. Watch. You see, elevator doors are still not open. And then she goes back. I don't know. She puts it down. You see, and even that too. That also could be a cue. Also, she's talking to him. Look at her head. Look at how her head is moving. She's talking to him because Diddy's sitting like this. Like, oh really? Oh really? They're having an exchange because Diddy's head is moving. Look at her head. Her head is also moving. She is talking to him. And that's why she puts on her hoodie so you can't read her lips. They're having a full-blown conversation in front of you. These people do BDSM, you guys. It is not a joke. This is not a joke. You see? She moved. You see? She's talking to him. And that's why she put her hoodie on. And then even the people they cut, because this is not even the full tape, because the full tape is 16 minutes. 16 minutes. But even this video that he got, this one is also edited because you never see her actually put on her hoodie. It just cuts, like from the lip gloss, it cuts to her having the hoodie on her head. But as she moves right here, she is talking to him. They're having a conversation. So who knows what she's saying? Oh, I like it. Keep going. We have no idea. But I'm telling you, the elevator's doors have yet to open. If you take your time, oh my gosh, big sis, I am telling you. Oh my goodness, y'all don't understand. Have you ever seen a woman get beat by a man only to stop and put lip gloss while the man is looking at her? She's like this. You ever seen this in your life? Girl, you're putting on lip gloss. You're not trying to run. No. She's worried about designer bags. She's worried about putting on her shoes. She's worried about putting lip gloss on. She never cries. The entire video, she never cries. Even when the security guard comes up, she is not crying. She is not panicked. Again, she's talking to Diddy. And she's kind of saying, like, okay, let's like, she's doing like this. I'm like, this girl is not scared. Because this is foreplay. This is foreplay right before checkout because they're about to go have more sex at the house. Listen to me. This is BDSM. This is straight up BDSM. Okay. And she could have taken the stairs or my thing is ring the fire alarm. And mind you, this is not the only fire alarm. So she can't tell me she's that colorblind. You'll see. You will see. Watch the full video. She's talking to him. You see? But she doesn't want us to see it. That's why, you see, she put the hoodie on and she put her hand on the side so we don't see what she's saying. They are having, you see? Look at that. You see? It's all girl, please, whatever. You see? He doesn't hit her. You see? Okay, now the elevator opens, right? Now here comes the security guard. You know, and you would think a woman that's scared, she's like, oh my gosh, she would run up to him. Oh my gosh, please save me. Please save me. He's hitting me. No, she's calm. She is calm. Okay? Now see, look, she's talking to him and he's like, sir, let's go. He's not even saying, oh ma'am, do you need help, right? Because the first thing is he should actually tend to Cassie like, oh my gosh, ma'am, do you need help? No, he looks at her. She says something. He's like, okay, let's go. He does like this. He doesn't check on her because even for him, she doesn't look like she's in distress. Her hair is well put together. She just put lip gloss on. She has no bruises because he said she had a purple eye. First, he said she had a purple eye. Then he said she had a black eye. You will see for yourself. There's nothing on her face. So he is lying. Okay. I think the real racket here is Cassie. Cassie and all these people are working together. Okay. That's the real racket. Anyways, keep watching the video. Oh my gosh, my mouth. You see, now she's talking to Diddy. She said, let's go. Why would you tell your aggressor to go with you back to the room? Look right here. Look at her movement. Look at her. See, she's telling Diddy, let's go. Get up. Let's go. See? And she's hiding her face. Right? Now look at her leaving. You see, she's just walking out. She's not even running. Like, this is very bizarre. And also here too, hold on. What you also notice right here, there's another fire alarm. So by the time she gets to the elevator, she's already seen 2 fire alarms. She chooses not to use anyone. She doesn't call it. She doesn't use any of them. Okay. There are 2. So this is the first one. First fire alarm. She neglects that one. Okay. Then I feel like then there's another one right by the elevator doors. She neglects that one too. And mind you, she has a cell phone on her. I'm like, this girl is not trying to leave. So here comes Diddy. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay? You see? He drags her and then he stops. And then look, she looks back. You see? She looks back and she talks to him. Now, she's not even angry. She just looks back and like, what? Right? Look. See? She's talking to him right there. And then she gets up. Watch again. You see? Look, she's walking out of the room. She's not running. She's just walking out the room. And I'm like, that's why CNN had to help her by speeding up the video to make it seem like there was a sense of urgency. But if you didn't know any better, you're like, okay, that's just a guest checking out. with both of her designer bags. Look, where's the urgency? She's just walking. But allegedly, there are 2 men in there trying to abuse her for sex. You see? No shoes on, designer bags. Okay. And every time it jumps like that because they cut, right? So here he is. All right. So you see her, like you see, he's grabbed. Now she fights back. She turns around. She looks at him. She talks to him, right? And she just gets up. Once again, ignoring the fire alarm right there. Right there. Right here. Okay. You see? So when they go in, she goes towards 622 to 640. She's right next to the fire alarm. She doesn't call it. Here's a security guard. Another cut, right? So now he's behind Diddy. Okay, he was behind Diddy. Then she's going to come back. Watch her. So she's coming back. And guess what? She walks back into the room. She goes back in there. I'm like, why would you go back in there? Why would you even stay by the elevator and say, okay, he has my bags. Can you get my bags and bring them to me and then escort me out of this building? No, she walks in there. For what reason? See, she goes back in there. You see this? So I said, I'm saying big sense, because I'm like, you know, when you're very prudish, like you're like, no, this is abuse. And it does. Me, when I first saw this, I was like, no, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is wrong with Diddy? Until I heard that the video was edited and it was sped up. And I'm like, well, why is it sped up? Now, this white man, I don't know where he got this longer video from, but the real video is actually 16 minutes long. So we watched the whole video. Not once did you see, there are 4 elevators. You never saw one door open. I'm telling you, she never called for that goofy ass elevator. She never called. She never called. So now watch this, right? Let me show you something. Hold on. If I can go back to my thingy. Where am I again? Okay. Because I had to really ask, so I had to go ask AI. So, because I was like, because I forgot what I asked AI, but it answered my question. So here it is, right? Let me read this for you. BDSM cues or signals that a submissive uses to indicate they're enjoying something and want their dominant to continue, often referred to as green lights, encouragement cues, or keep going signals. That's why I said her applying a lip gloss right in front of him while he's that angry, he is that upset, right? To me, it's a green light, encouragement cues, a keep going signal. I'm telling y'all, it's BDSM. It truly is BDSM. Okay? So now listen, these can be verbal or non-verbal depending on the dynamic and the pre-negotiated communication methods, right? Common example, verbal cues. More, please. Don't stop. Yes, just like that. Green, if using a traffic light system. Moans, whimpers, or begging, like, oh, don't hit me. Like when she goes like this, if consensual and part of the dynamic. Non-verbal cues, pushing back into impact play. Arch back or presenting more. Nodding if not restrained. Squeezing a dom's hand if using a nonverbal signal system. Importance of pre-negotiation. Sense reaction can vary by person and scene. It's important to discuss these cues before play to ensure that clear consent and avoid miscommunication. Some doms may also check in with phrases like, oh, you like that? To gauge their sub's response. Would you like suggestions for structuring a full safe word or cue system? I don't know what I said. And BDSM, context, negotiation, consent are everything. If the dominant and the submissive have pre-negotiated that applying lip gloss in the middle of an intense scene, such as the dom screaming angrily, is a deliberate cue to encourage the dom to keep going, then yes, it could function as a playful, bratty, seductive signal. However, without prior discussion, this action could be misinterpreted as defiance. If the sub is being bratty and trying to provoke. Distraction. If the sub is trying to lighten the mood. Disengagement. If the sub is dissociating or self-soothing. A safe word-like signal if the dom assumed it means stop. How to make it work as a cue? Explicitly discuss it. If the sub wants it to be a keep going signal, they should clarify that beforehand. Match the dynamic. In some power exchange dynamics, like primal play, you see, You see that's aggression, right? CNC, which is consent, non-consent, or bratting. Teasing actions like applying lip gloss mid-scene can be a way to intensify the dom's reaction. Check reaction. If the dom enjoys the challenge, they might escalate. For example, you think this is time for makeup. If they find it disrespectful, it could kill the mood. Alternative interpretation. Bratting. The sub might be trying to poke the bear for a harsher response. Self-soothing. If the sub is anxious, they might unconsciously use lip gloss as a calming mechanism, which could mean they need aftercare, right? So you do this, but after, when we're done with this, be nice to me. Power play. The sub might be asserting control, forcing the dom to decide whether to allow it or punish it, okay? Final thought, if this is consensual, pre-negotiated tease, it can be a fun and erotic way to egg the dom on. But if it's spontaneous, the dom might not know whether to escalate it, ignore it, or stop the scene. Communication is key, okay? Now, let me show you another thing. Hold on. Is it this one? No, that's not this one. Hold on. Oh, no, that's nothing I had. Hold on. So is brat taming? Let me show you. Okay, let me show you this one. Because this stuff is real. I mean, for me, honestly, if you're asking me, right, I will tell you, hopefully you read everything. But for me, Marlene, if you're asking me, I will tell you that you are looking at BDSM. You're not looking at domestic violence, okay? You are looking at BDSM. You cannot look at it through like our normal, like conscious way of looking at sex. No. Okay. Now this is called brat taming. Brat taming is a dynamic within BDSM where a brat, a playful, mischievous, you see, because Cassie's mischievous. She hides stuff, she sneaks around, she cheats and things like that, right? She even keeps in contact with the bulls. Like these men who come and have sex, you will call them bulls because that is part of cuckolding. Okay. Intentionally acts out or challenges their dominant partner, who's called the tamer, to provoke reactions, punishment, or punishment. The tamer's role is to assert control, enforce rules, and put the brat in their place through discipline, teasing, or other consensual power exchanges. Key elements of brat taming. 1, the brat's behavior, sassing back, teasing, or playful defiance. Make me. Deliberately breaking rules to get a reaction, like running out the hotel room while he's taking a shower, for example, right? Using humor or sarcasm to provoke the dominant. The tamer's role, setting boundaries or enforcing consequences. Using punishment, real discipline, or punishment, like playful, enjoyable punishment. Maintaining authority while enjoying the brat's rebellious energy, right? Because I'm telling you, after a certain while, he doesn't hit her. He stops hitting her. He just acts like he's tough, like yelling in her face, trying to scare her. You know what I mean? I'm like, these people are kinky ass people, man. Okay? Common brat taming methods: physical discipline, spanking, bondage, forced orgasm denial, psychological play, mind game, teasing, humiliation kink, if negotiated, task and rules, extra chores, writing line or losing privileges, rewards for good behavior, positive reinforcement when the brat submit. Is brat taming abusive? No. When consensual and negotiated, bratting should have clear limits, safe words. But like I told you, the fact that the video has no sound and the fact that she put on her hoodie, you cannot say that she didn't tell Diddy keep going or stop, because she could have done. She was like, okay, like stop hitting me, but do more of this, right? Or she could also give in like cues like, okay, keep going, green, whatever. But we won't know. Some tamers love the challenge, while others prefer total obedience. Communication is key. Brat taming versus regular dominant submissive. A traditional submissive obeys without resistance. A brat wants to be put in their place and enjoys the struggle. Okay? Do I have more? No, I don't know if I have more. Okay, cool. Right? So hopefully you understand this, right? Now, let me also show you this video about Madonna. Hold on. Okay. So Madonna also came out with a video like 30 years ago, right? Which is, oh my goodness, this thing keeps stopping. Madonna has a video. Hopefully you saw everything, because my thing is acting stupid. But 30 years ago, Madonna came out with a video called Justify My Love. And if you watch the video, you see the same thing. Let me see, because I can't play the whole video back. Okay. So what do you see? Just like Cassie, she's trying to leave the hotel room, right? You think, okay, she's trying to escape something. right? And then she just stops. She stops. She does all kinds of weird things. Then she touches herself. All of a sudden, you see a man. There's a shadow of this ominous man in the background. Like, oh my gosh, girl, he's about to catch up with you, right? You think she's going to start running? No, she keeps playing herself. He gets closer because she's like a prey. He's like a predator, okay? Right? And then right there, he's even closer. Instead of running, she starts playing with herself, okay? So then he catches up to her, okay? They start kissing. He brings her back into the room, okay? Like about to have sex, but then he leaves. Another woman comes in, and then he's in there. He's watching because that turns him on, okay? That turns him on. You see? Over here getting aroused. And then when it's time for her to really do the thing, now he takes over. But you need to go watch the video for yourself, okay? If you watch the video for yourself, it'll make more sense. It's Madonna. It's called Justify My Love, right? But it's a thing that people do in BDSM. Like, it's the risk of it all. Like, we're in a hotel. I'm going to try to run away. And then you're going to catch up to me. And then you're going to put me in my place and grab me and this, and that. Which is why Cassie's not crying. This is not a real scene of distress. Just like when she said that Diddy raped her. Diddy did not rape her. These are called rape fantasies. Okay? And that's why she can't remember when she got raped, because she didn't get raped. It is a rape fantasy. You have women out here who want to be, they want to experience rape. Okay? So here's an abstract. So now this is from the NIH, which is the National Institute of Health. So our own government is paying for research to study why women have fantasies about being raped. Okay? So this is called The Nature of Women's Rape Fantasies, an analysis of prevalence, frequency, and contents. Okay? So, is it this one? Okay, cool. It's this one. So let's read this, right? This study evaluated the rape fantasies of female undergraduates, population size 355, using a fantasy checklist that reflected the legal definition of rape and a sexual fantasy log that included systematic prompts and self-ratings. Results indicated that 62% of women have had a rape fantasy, which is somewhat higher than previous estimates. Most women have had rape fantasies. The median frequency of these fantasies was about 4 times per year, with 14% of participants reporting that they had rape fantasies at least once a week. So it's not a one-off. Like, there are a lot of women out here throughout the week, they keep thinking about they want to be raped as a fantasy, okay? In contrast to previous research, which suggested that rape fantasies were either entirely aversive or entirely erotic. Rape fantasies were found to exist on the erotic aversive continuum, when 9% completely aversive, 45% completely erotic, and 46% both erotic and aversive. Okay? Like, they have a lot of articles too. Like, if you so if you go on the NIH thing, you'll see like women's rape fantasies, an empirical evaluation of the major explanation, women's erotic rape fantasies, evaluation of theory and research, power, desire, and pleasure in sexual fantasies, the influence of fantasy proneness, dissociation, and vividness of mental imagery on males' aggressive sexual fantasies. Like, there are so many articles out here about like, this stuff is real. This stuff is really real. And then I saw this other video. Let me show you about this one girl. Oh, my mouth hurts so badly. Hold on. This other girl, I saw her video. Let me show you her video. Right? Like, it's a real thing. It truly, truly is a real thing. So here she is, right here.
Hello, guys. It's me, Victoria, and this is kind of a hard video to make, but I've been trying to make it for a while now because I think it's really important for guys to learn and understand. So basically, I'm going to tell you in this video 3 common patterns of female sexuality. So basically, these are kinks that are very well established in the kink community. However, it's not just for people who identify as kinky, because these patterns, these kinks, run very deep. They're very primal, and I see a lot of women who don't identify as kinky still being very, very drawn to these kinks. So, it takes a lot for a woman to identify as kinky. So a lot of women just never get there. Nevertheless, if they perhaps explored these urges or hints of desire deeper, they would realize that they are connected to these kind of core kernel kinks. So let me explain by getting into the video. So there's 3 kinks that I see that a lot of women are really drawn to, okay? Like I said, they don't see them that way. They don't see them as kinks. They just see maybe they like this certain thing, but they don't know why. And maybe they don't give it a lot of thought. All right, so the first one is the kink of being a brat and being brat tamed by a brat tamer. So this is big.
You know, also like the whole summer when Kamala Harris was running, that young lady, like what was her thing again? Charlie XO, is that it? Charlie XO, Charlie XXX, right? She calls herself a brat. And you'd be like, why is this grown ass woman over here calling herself a brat? You know what I mean? And then Kamala was out here running on that without even realizing it's like BDSM stuff, right? But that's the whole thing. I'm a brat. I'm a brat. I'm a brat. It is a real thing, you guys. Because this Charlie XCX, she's like 35. That's a 35-year-old woman out here calling herself a brat. Like, girl, what is going on? Okay? It is a real thing. So you want to be brat tamed by a brat tamer.
Basically the fantasy of provoking a guy and being put in your place.
Mm-hmm.
So this is huge for a lot of girls.
So he's taking a shower, and while he's taking a shower, you try to escape, like you try to leave the room without telling him. So then he comes chasing, like, girl, what the fuck you going, girl? You know what I mean? It's a thing. It's a real thing.
A lot of girls, like, you know, a lot of videos from men, like, oh, tests that women give men. Well, women do sometimes test men because they want that feeling of the guy standing up for them, standing up to them, and basically outwitting them. It's like, you know, you have like this card hidden behind your back, and the guy sees you have the card, and he's like, show me your card. So it's kind of like being outsmarted in a game of chess. And like a lot of times, you know, when you're in a fight with a guy, for a woman who has this kink or is drawn to this kink, the secret trump card would be not winning the fight, but just basically making it sexual, spanking and disciplining her, putting her in her place. So people who are into spanking oftentimes like it for this reason of being brat tamed. Sometimes it can go into being trained. That's kind of like the ultimate form of discipline. So anyway, sounds pretty extreme, right? But this is definitely something that I see women being really drawn to. So a lot of times women talk about like really liking kind of like witty repartee, verbal banter, sassiness. And a lot of times what I feel is underneath that is kind of that provocation of they're basically saying under it all, you know, are you going to let me get away with it? Are you going to let me win? Or are you going to be a man and put me in my place? So let's see. Another sign that girls are into this could be girls who might dress really provocatively, almost like knowingly. Like, for example, a girl who would dress like really provocatively on Halloween. There's kind of this, a lot of times, underlying, sometimes unconscious desire for some women, not all, to kind of provoke a guy. And what's underneath that is for him to put her in her place. Of course, you never want to actually do these things without discussing what are you into. Okay, cool. Do you want to try it? Oh, yeah, sure.
You know, your question when you're asking me like, yeah. So for me, honestly, I'm going to tell you this, right? It is no different than these sheiks in like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, whatever, who fly these girls from abroad to poop on them, right? Like the potty potter, right? Because they don't want to sell you their woman. You know, I even think this is why, I know, don't y'all get mad at me now. We're having real conversations, right? I even think this is why some men also have mistresses. I really do believe that this is why some husbands have mistresses. Because when it comes to their wives, the mother of their children and things like that, there are certain things they don't want to do to those women because they want to preserve and they want to see their woman as pure. Not that when he met her, she was a virgin, but he doesn't want to see her in those predicaments. You understand? So he will have mistresses. Now, those mistresses, that is where his dark brain, it comes out. Okay? Like what Carl Jung calls your animus. Like your subconscious, like your true primitive nature, not the man that you forge yourself to be for society, for your wife, for your kids, for your job. No. Okay? He needs an outlet. And in that outlet, he can do whatever he wants. Like if he wants to put it in somebody's ear, in the mouth, in the nostrils, in the butt, in the whatever, right? He does that with the mistress. He does that with the whores, okay? Because that's what they're here for. He does not want to do that kind of sex with his wife. Because once he does, he will never look at this woman the same. Their marriage is just not going to last. Some men need to have mistresses. It's a real thing. Just like in Dubai, the reason why they bring these girls, they're not Arabs. They're not their sisters. They're not their kinfolk. So I can do all these nasty things and then I can just send you back. Because one could also make the argument that because Islam can be so restrictive, right, that people need an outlet to like decompress. Because you can't drink, you can't smoke, you can't eat pig, you can't have sex, blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit. And what we're noticing with people who do BDSM, people who have kinks, are people in their everyday life are overly performative when it comes to being moral, religious, perfect. You know, they have this perfect image, but they're not perfect. And it stresses them out. So then they use BDSM to be like, this is where I make myself dirty. And it makes them feel human. Like, I would not be surprised. I'm being serious. I would not be surprised if Beyonce also does BDSM. Because she's too perfect. She is just way too perfect. And people like her are more likely to be super dirty when it comes to how they have sex. She's just too much. I even think someone like Cardi B is more likely to be very prudish in bed. But someone like Beyonce, she probably like, yeah, really deranged and stuff like that, right? So I think like Kim, he was not doing this stuff with Kim. That's why he called her his soulmate. And maybe that's why also she had most of his kids. Like that's the mother of his kids. Kim to me gives maternal energy. There are certain things he didn't want to do with her. So then he goes to Carisha because these are not long-lasting relationships. Like, oh, they're young. They're going to help me. Da, da, da. But I do believe Diddy has a small penis. I definitely believe that. I think he has a small penis. And I think also like having mistresses, side chick, whores, it builds his ego. Like, see, I'm the man. Like, they still want me. And all these ladies want me because he's overcompensating for his small penis. I also do believe that Diddy has probably thought about sleeping with the man before. He could have been molested, right? But he doesn't want to directly have sex with the man. He'd rather the man go on the lady and then he comes after. So like the man said, like you can smell the man on her body. You can see the man's semen, like you can feel the man's sperm inside of her. But you don't want to directly have relations with the man. Because it could be also that Diddy is not ready to, like he doesn't want to do it, or he doesn't want to admit that he's bisexual. Like he struggles with that, right? So it's better to say, okay, if you sleep with her first, then I go after you, then I'm not really gay. I can see that too. I can really see that as well. But Kim, he was not introducing Kim to that world. But there are certain people, Cassie, Carisha, Gina, I think there's another girl named Sarah. I think those girls, yes. Because that's the place of like, there's no inhibition. Like, do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? And like, be that person. I don't even think Kim knew he was doing all this crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it's a real thing. And like, a lot of people don't feel comfortable sharing it with other people. So when they meet like a kindred spirit that's just as kinky, they feel more comfortable exploring that. But it's not something they do with everybody. Because it does sound crazy. But I really don't think he was doing it with Kim. Which is why he was able to say she's my soulmate. because she's an ideal. Like she's goals. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because he has a hierarchy of how he sees women. Kim is at the top. And that's why Cassie got triggered. You know what I mean? Because she got triggered when he wrote, when Kim died and he was like, oh, she's my soulmate, whatever. Like, she got really triggered. But it's like, you will never be there because the stuff he does with you, he will never be able to see you as his wife or the mother of his kids. It's just not possible, right? But her, Cassie, Gina, Carisha, like, that's what they're for. You know what I mean? And I've come to realize that, like, some men have mistresses because there's a dark person in there. He doesn't want his wife to know. And he does not want to do those things with his wife because she's the mother of his kids. He can't mishandle her body like that. But the mistress, he doesn't mind because that's what she's for. She's just for that. That's why you're here. Like, sometimes men will do things with a mistress that the wife, like, she's like, what? He does that? My husband does that? Of course he does. He doesn't want to do it to you because he wants you to be pure because you're his wife. You're the mother of his kids. When he looks at you, he wants to see like, ah, you know what I'm saying? It's a thing. Like, it's me. I've come to understand this stuff also too. Like, it's very psychological, you know? It's very psychological. It's more psychological than it is legalistic. Because what people are doing, they're trying to use like legal laws and I guess social laws, moral laws, and religious laws to say, okay, like this Diddy right here, he's a reprobate. But I'm saying to me, like, it's very psychological. And there are places in our brain where you can't apply moralistic legal laws. It just doesn't apply. Like, what the heck?
Sure, let's try it. What's our safe word and all that.
Yeah.
However, it is good to be aware that sometimes these behaviors have the secret underlying
you feel better
drive behind them. And it's pretty primal. I mean, I know I feel this one quite a bit. This one's really for women who want a bit of push and pull, who like the fight, who like the sparring. All right, so let's move on to the next one. This one is very taboo, even in the kink world, but it is common in women. And it's kind of a well-known fact. Like, you'll see lots of articles written for women saying, you know, can you believe it? Lots of women have this fantasy. So this kink is consensual non-consent. Mm-hmm. In other words, rape play. You're not really allowed to say that, so they call it consensual non-consent. And of course, the key there is consensual. That there's a world of difference. But the desire is within a lot of women. Mm-hmm. So to me, you know, this is about consensually playing out a violation, an assault, rape, an abduction, any kind of thing like that. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the emotional core of it, I think, is really, it can be many things to many people, but to me, it's about finding someone of superior strength. And it's for strong women who want to feel submissive. Well, that's one way it can go. There can also be kind of like a humiliation aspect to it, of kind of like, for me, I know it's kind of like this feeling of playing on my insecurities about not being strong. I don't know, it's complicated, but basically I see women being drawn to this so many ways in popular culture. For example, romance novels, popular TV and movies, like, for example, Outlander. Okay, Claire, she's almost raped so many, many times in like the first, you know, couple episodes of Outlander. Hold on one second. So it's huge in romance novels. And it is something that many women, I think, are drawn to. Why? Like I said, it could be many different reasons for many different women. But, you know, this one is huge for me. Let's just say that. All right. Third core kink, DDLG, daddy dumb little girl. Okay, this one, super taboo as well.
See, daddy dumb little girl. You see this? I don't know if I looked that up, but I'll see.
But basically, this is the kink of basically a father-like figure. Let's just say that. Basically doing father-like disciplinary and kind of nurturing, caregiving behaviors. And, you know, I see this so much in popular culture. Like, for example, the common phenomenon of women wanting to call their boyfriends or husbands daddy, you know, wearing shirts that say baby girl, girls acting like super young for their age, girls want to be told good girl, which is probably like the most popular thing women want to hear in dirty talk. And yeah, also so many times, like a friend has told me like what they want in a guy, and I'm like, I don't want to say it, but I'm pretty sure you're into this kink, but you would like never admit it, or maybe they would admit it, because they want someone older, responsible, nurturing, who's going to take care of them, who's going to protect them. Okay, what does that sound like? And deep at the core of this kink is this unconditional love.
So you can also realize that most likely Cassie has daddy issues, and it could be that maybe her father molested her. She has daddy issues. She definitely does. Because Ryan Leslie, 12 years apart. Diddy, 17 years, 8 difference, right? So it's daddy, dumb little girl. That's what it's called.
That, maybe we experience when we're little and we don't experience anymore. It's like this deep emotional connection, which you might not get from your, friend with benefits. And it's this feeling of like the nurturing and the healing and the caretaking. And there's also kind of, there's definitely like a creepy vibe, which, if you're into like the dirtiness of it, sure. So anyway, these are 3 kinks that I have tried to briefly explain that I see very pervasive in popular culture, and I see women drawn to these kinks, to these fantasies, and I see women not even knowing why, because like I said, they don't want to go there into the weird world of like kink. They don't honestly often think too deeply about what they're into and why, because they just wait for the guy to lead, and they wait for the guy to suggest things, and they wait the guy to propose things to them, and they just accept submissively. Do I think that's good? No. I think women should research their own sexuality. But as a guy, if you are aware of these kinks, and if you research them on your own, and if you kind of understand them on a deep level, you can maybe guess that a girl's into it and suggest it. Are you into this? Would you be into this?
Let me show you another one she had. Hold on. What's her name again?
Hello guys, it is me, Victoria, okay? So for today's video, I want to talk about something very personal. I've wanted to make a video about this for a while, but it's embarrassing and extremely personal and honestly makes me vulnerable, and it's something I do not like to tell anyone, alright? But I feel it could be a very interesting video topic and very useful to certain people out there, mainly guys. So, alright. This is going to get like a bit sexual, so if you're not interested in that, please stop watching now, okay? So basically, you know how guys see a girl differently, heterosexual guys. I'm talking about heterosexual people in this video, all right? So you know how heterosexual guys, they see a girl differently than like a girl sees herself, okay? So let's say like when guys go to a strip club versus like when girls go to a strip club. When girls go to strip club, they're like, woo! And I'm talking about like female strippers, right? They're like, woo, this is so much fun. Oh my God, we love you. And like, you're amazing. And like, they're giggling and they're having so much fun, right? When guys go, it's kind of more serious because guys are feeling the feminine energy, if you will, a bit more strongly than women are, right? Women are thinking it's beautiful and maybe they're getting a little bit of like sexy from the girls, and they're not really having the same reaction as guys are having. The guys are hypnotized. They're being put in a trance. Their hormones have gone like insane, and their hormones have given them like sex brain to the point where they're just almost out of control. Similarly, when I see a pair of boobs, I'm just like, okay, yeah, a pair of boobs, big whoop. Very nice or whatever. Like when my boyfriend, for example, sees one, it's a totally different experience. I'm just like, I really don't get it. But that's kind of man goggles, you know what I'm saying? So there's a very similar thing for women seeing men. But I really believe that a lot of men have no idea that women feel this way about guys. Because maybe not everyone does to the same degree, like not all women feel this way to the same degree, but men have a sexual energy, a male energy too, that my point is that probably only women can see and feel and reflect back to them, and that they themselves, men, cannot really feel and see it in themselves. Now, the reason I had to make this video is because some of my male friends, like, they get really dejected and down because, you know, they have not had much luck with women. And maybe women have made fun of them in the past and said, like, they're unattractive in these certain ways, and they feel there is something defective about who they are, that they are just somehow fundamentally unattractive to women. And I myself have rejected a lot of guys, you know, back when I used to date, and I rejected a lot of guys for different reasons, okay? Maybe this one was too shy. Maybe this one was too quiet. How ironic, right? Since I'm like the shyest and quietest among us all. But maybe this guy, he wasn't confident enough. Maybe this guy, I didn't like his looks really that much. Maybe this guy, he wasn't like, you know, acting cool enough or something. Maybe this guy, he was kind of too like begging and stuff. And maybe this guy, he wasn't a good kisser. All of that, all of those reasons to reject a guy did not take away from the way, how do I put this? All these reasons that I rejected guys, all right? I still felt each of these guys attractive power-ass guys. It's like they were doing annoying things, and they were doing things which I couldn't accept, that my high standards or whatever at the time would not let me accept them for. But I didn't ever for 1 second forget that they were still guys, all right? And they still had and retained the power of a man, the same power that I'm talking about that, you know, a guy sees when he sees, you know, a naked woman or a really like sexy woman or something. All guys have that. And it's not visible to them, but it is visible to women, all right? So even when a girl is rejecting you for this reason, she still senses your masculine power deep down. It's just the way you're acting or whatever isn't cool. Or maybe you're not really unleashing and tapping into the power she knows you has. And she's just like, I can't wait around all day. I can't deal with this. You know what I'm saying? But all guys have it. Even guys I've rejected, I have still felt and seen their attractive power. And I know that if they knew it was there and they knew that I liked it and they knew that I wanted it and they unleashed it or turned it on or suddenly started to bring that out more, it would be dangerous for me because then I would be vulnerable because I would be able to be manipulated and I would be kind of weak, if you know what I mean, because it's so attractive.
I was saying, do you guys understand what she's saying, right? So what she's saying, even a man that she rejected, it's not that I wasn't attracted to you. It's not, I don't know that you're a man. You're a man. I felt your masculine energy, but you were just too submissive. Like you were just too domesticated for me, right? I need a wild man. Like I need a man that's like in his prime and like primal energy. Show me you have aggression. And so it's like, I felt like also like in BDSM, like the brat people, their job is to trigger that out of you, right? And I guess it makes sense too, because like people who are like animals mating in the wild, like you want to make sure that you're having babies with a male that is strong because you don't want to have weak babies because nature is violent. Nature is brutal. Nature ain't got no feelings. Right? Like today, a woman can marry a man that's weak, that's submissive, because we live in a very organized society. Like you have the sheriff, you got the police, you know, like you have ways to get protection, even if your man is weak, like in the traditional sense, right? Does that make sense? But it's like, you gotta think like back then, when humans were outside, like even with mammals being outside, right? It is a testimony of like good DNA or like good sperm if you have a male that's aggressive, because most likely your babies will also be aggressive. So in the hierarchy of life, they're not going to get bullied, right? They don't get picked on because they got that aggressive DNA. So she's saying if a man becomes aggressive, she realizes that she's going to become vulnerable. Right? So what she's also trying to say is when a man is in like an alpha male energy, a woman doesn't have a choice but to be feminine. So if a woman is masculine around a man, it's because that man is not in his own masculine energy. Because if he was in his own real masculine energy, that woman would default into her feminine because she would know, oh shit, that's a man. I'm just pretending to be aggressive, but he really is about that life. So hopefully you get it, right? So women who are not women who don't naturally move in a feminine energy, because she's saying you have yet to encounter a man who has decided to show you his masculine energy. And the day you see it, you will have a choice but to be feminine. You will not have a choice but to submit. And that's the part that's scary. So most women in their lives, like their everyday lives, especially if they work corporate jobs and whatever, they're trans masculine. They think they're masculine, but they're not really masculine because society allows them to carry on this way, right? But then when they find these men who are like truly alpha, right? They just surrender in the bedroom because it allows them to take a break. It's like a reprieve, like, oh gosh, yes, please take me, conquer me, right? But it's also very vulnerable. So if you're the kind of woman who likes to have control, a man like that can be intimidating. It's like, I want to see that out of him, but I'm scared to also see it because if I do see it, I'm going to be vulnerable because you're going to like it. And maybe that's why most women love bad boys, right? Educated, non-educated, don't matter. They love something dangerous. Hopefully you understand what she's saying, okay? So that's what she's trying to say.
So it would put me at like disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
So I would never point this out to a guy necessarily. I'm just like, dude, you're on your own. You figure it out because I'm not going to make myself vulnerable to tell you that I still find you attractive, and I'm not going to tell you how you could bring it out of yourself.
Exactly.
For example, I had this male friend, all right, and I rejected him. We were dating. One time he got really angry at me in like a joking way, all right? And he really let like his masculine power that I always sensed under the surface out. And I got really turned on. But of course I did not tell him that. Okay. But if he knew that and he knew that, he could bring that out more, he could use that against me. So what is his masculine power? It's difficult to put words to it, but it's an energy that all men have that's extremely powerful. It's raw, it's rough. It's the power of, there's this book, Mode 1, okay?
So you see how she's saying, like, y'all still here or y'all asleep or you get aroused? Y'all better not get aroused in my comment section. I'm a Christian. Let me tell you this, right? And now you understand why Black men are a fantasy to a lot of these women. Whether it's Black women, I wouldn't say, I guess Black women, I think, is more like real love, but she appreciates that. She knows he has that, so she likes it. But non-Black women, whether it's like white women, Asian women, or like Indian, whatever, right? Because who is raw like that? It's usually the Black man. You know what I mean? Even like just the way he's built. But you put most Black men, compared to other men of other ethnicity, Black men are usually the biggest, the strongest. They got bigger muscles. They got these big veins popping, which also shows masculinity, like virality and stuff like that. So you're like, oh shit. And so in this really sophisticated, it's racist, but people try to be moral and try to be sanitized, whatever. The Black man still exudes that. And that's why for all these women, irrespective of ethnicity, they pursue him. And that's why I say, like, that's why the Black woman has to stop thinking, oh, he just wants to be with white girls. No, I said the white girl is relentless. You give up too soon, right? The white girl, she wants that. Oh, yeah. You're like, that's crazy. I'm not competing. So you stop. So then she has him. Because, like, this is what they want. It's like, this is what a man needs to grab me. Like, he just grabs you, picks you up, flips you up. Fine, girl, go sit right here. Or, like, you walk in and he smacks your butt. Like, these girls love that shit. They don't want to say they love it. But, girl, do they love it or do they love it? Okay? Like, it's a real thing. It is a real thing because everybody out here is pretending. I'm like, me, BDSM has opened my mind that too many people are pretending to not be sexual creatures. They are domesticated themselves. They have allowed themselves to be domesticated. They have allowed themselves to become like a lot of men too now are very submissive. And that's why these girls don't find them attractive. It's not that I don't know that you're a man, but just like you're a pushover. Show me you have aggression. Show me that you're capable of grabbing my ass. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? This is what these girls want. And then you see that too with Diddy, because Diddy has a persona. He's a bad boy, right? He screams, he yells, he grabs the phone, he scares people, he got money, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it turns them on. Like, I'm with a man that can make people disappear. I'm with a man that can make people da-da-da-da. They like that stuff. They truly do. Because I guess it goes back to our primal inception. That a woman needs to know, a mammal female needs to know, I am procreating with a man or a male whose DNA is going to give me superior children. We still have that. It's real. It really is.
And it's kind of talking about this. I recommend you all read it. And basically, it said, if every man took a truth serum and he said exactly what he thought, and he did exactly what he wanted, and he kind of didn't give a fuck anymore. And he said brutal, I guess, raw honesty about girls. Like, you know, instead of just being like, you're beautiful, if what he was really thinking was like, oh my God, I would love to just like throw you down on this couch and fuck you right now or whatever. And it's like kind of raunchy and dirty, but
most women, they don't want to hear, oh my gosh, you're beautiful. Like, that one smack them cheeks. That's what they want to hear. That's what she's saying. But girls like, oh my gosh, like, oh, that's too. If you're her kind of man, if you're her type of guy, she's not trying to hear that Shakespeare shit. Romeo and Juliet and thine eyes shine bright in the morning. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, smack them cheeks. Like, ooh. Yes, that's what these girls want to hear. I'm like, oh, I'm understanding this now. Okay. They want to be talked to dirty. They don't want you to be polite. These girls do not want politeness. Okay. They don't want you to be polite. They want you to be rude. They want you to be a rude boy. Come here, rude boy, if you give it up. Okay. The rude boy. Yes, that's what they want.
That was what he was honestly feeling. That is attractive. All right. If he's angry, and he acts angry, that is attractive. It's this power that men have. That's just like, maybe like if you're a guy watching this, you can understand it from the reverse perspective. Like, are there certain things that women do and you're just like, oh my God, like I am at your mercy. It's the same for girls with guys, certain things they do. So my point in this video is always know and always remember that even if you're being rejected by a girl, that doesn't mean that you're fundamentally unattractive. She knows you're a guy still, okay? And all guys have this fundamental attractiveness to women. It's just that a lot of times these guys they don't know how to bring it out. And women aren't going to help them because that makes women vulnerable. So what do you think of this video? I hope you understand what I'm saying. And please, I'd love to hear any thoughts.
Yeah.
Thank you. And good night.
What's the saying? Okay, hold on. She's not done yet. See? And this video had...
Hello, guys.
This video had 2.9 million views. That is crazy. Okay, now this is the last one. Hold on. I mean, she like these. I'm like, there is like people. These girls are bold though. Like, I will say this. Like, they are very bold to put themselves out there, and she's honest about that. Okay, hold on.
Herself about 10 super hot things my boyfriend does in the bedroom. So it's going to be a personal video about my sex life. So if you do not want to see that, do not keep watching, please, for the love of God. Okay, so yeah, I made this video with my boyfriend saying he's the most skilled guy I ever slept with. And a lot of you guys were saying, yeah, but what does he do? That's so great. So this is going to be that. And by talking about these things, I think maybe I'll be able to elaborate on some of the core concepts that can help you guys be successful with women in the bedroom. And before I get started, I want to say something, which is that these are not things you do right away. Some of them most definitely do not do right away because you need to earn trust and develop trust. However, I think it's good to know about, even if you aren't at that stage in a relationship yet with anyone, because I think it can illuminate some of these secrets that women really hold like deepest part of their hearts, and are too vulnerable for most women to share, because most women very afraid of slut shaming, very afraid of backlash they get. Like, for example, I get it. I don't care though. because I feel I'm very sex positive. But a lot of women do care. It does hurt them. It does wound them.
Bam, you better not go add your name to Diddy's witness list, okay? Diddy don't need no more problems. Bell said, I ain't gonna lie, it is attractive. Don't be a pushover. Yeah. You know, we lie to ourselves a lot, and we lie to each other because we want to fit into what society says is decent. But it's like when it comes to like having sex with someone, when it comes to what happens in the bedroom, it's like the more sanitized you make it, the boring it gets. It gets really, really boring. The crazier it gets, the more interesting it becomes, and it actually can get addictive. And that's why some marriages grow stale, because the sex is just boring. It really is. It does get boring, right? And then where the sex is boring, you're not going to have that deep intimacy too, right? But it's like, I think like that's what she's trying to say is that, guys, we know you're men, but if you're like, hey, oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Has anybody told you you're beautiful? It's like, oh, what? Right? But like, girl, I smack them cheeks if I could. You're like, what you say to me? Right? But she like that you said, because she finds you. I mean, she gotta find you attractive too, though, right? But if a man that she finds attractive walks up to her, don't say, oh my gosh, you're so pretty, you're so beautiful. That is some lame shit. She should be like, I smack them chicks if I could. You free tomorrow? Like, woo, what'd you say to me? But she likes that you said that shit. She does. She really does. It turns her on. Okay? Or like you call her like, girl, if you don't call me back in 2 minutes, I'm gonna spank that ass. Oh, what you said to me? Ah, let me text them back. I'm like, oh, these women out here is freaks. You shall be exposed, ladies.
Them deeply. It does get them in trouble with their career. It does make it awkward and uncomfortable with their friends and family. It does maybe not sit quite right with them because maybe they haven't accepted a truly sex positive, kink positive view of themselves, and perhaps it maybe conflicts with their feminism. I'd like to remind you guys, I am a feminist. Feminists can have sexual fantasies, kinky sexual fantasies as well, and explore those fantasies in the bedroom. So without further ado, let's get on to the video, and hopefully I do not get censored by YouTube. All right, so the first super hot thing my boyfriend does in the bedroom, okay, this is something he does pretty much like all day long, all right, but it's a really big thing, and not just for me, because I see this on TikTok all the time as well. Pretty into TikTok, and I see there's all these couples accounts, and basically they're just showing off like the chemistry and connection in the relationship. And I see these videos getting a lot of likes because I think it's a universal thing that women respond to, which is my boyfriend, he lusts, okay, after me and my body, and is totally kind of like wowed by my body, or at least he acts like it, okay? So basically what he'll do is just be like, like, oh my God, like you are fucking sexy. And he'll just act like he's kind of just swept away in the moment. He'll just be like, God, and he'll just be like trying to like grab me and stuff. Okay, so I see this energy on these TikTok videos all the time too. It's just like the guy just like raw lust. And you know, I have this big viral video. I can say that because it does have over 1 million views. The raw attractive power all men have, but women can't admit to feeling. And that's a big part of the raw attractive power. That capacity for lust, that capacity to look at a woman and just be like, God damn, you're sexy. Like, I'm not even doing it right. Like, I really need him to demonstrate, but it's just like this feeling like, I'm gonna like go crazy because I'm looking at your body right now and it's like so fucking sexy. Okay, so that energy, that raw lust for you as a woman is incredibly intoxicating for a woman. It's so flattering. It just makes you feel so like, finally, like the attention I crave, what I desire. So that is something very, very key, very core, very crucial. And basically with any man that I would want to have sex with, I would want to feel that energy from them. Absolutely. Because the woman wants to feel desired and appreciated and sexy. Okay. The woman needs an audience. You want to be that, God, fuck you.
You see? And maybe that's what also like she likes freak offs, is that she has an audience. He's watching the men, like she's performing. It's like it's a performance, like, and you like it. Am I making him jealous? Like, did he like the way I moan? Like it's a real thing, you guys. It's a real thing. Even like, oh, I'm going to cheat with Kid Cudi, and then he's going to go over there. I'm going to give the address. He's going to go there, act a fool, and start burning shit up because he loves me so much and he doesn't want to share me with another man. Like, it turns her on. It really turns her on. Like, her job is to drive you insane to say, like, how much do you want me? Will you kill another man for me? Would you burn his car for me? Okay? It is real.
Audience, okay? So that is one thing my boyfriend does very well. And I just like feed off of it, okay? I thrive off of that. And I don't think I'm alone in that. Because like I said, these TikTok videos, they get millions of likes. When guy is really like, in the videos, I can see the girls are commenting, the girls are loving it. So yes, it's not obvious because maybe the girl wants this in a relationship with someone she trusts. She doesn't necessarily want it with a guy she doesn't know on the street, catcalling her.
Yeah.
But that raw lust can be attractive in a small way. That doesn't mean she's going to necessarily trust you and go on a date with you. But these guys on the street kind of are just like, they have at least this very crucial quality. All right, let's go on to the next thing. So number 2, guys, this is not that easy to admit. So it is that he pushes me around quite hard. Okay. It's that extra oomph. It's that extra force. It's that same lust channeled into physical aggression. Okay. So what that looks like is him kind of just grabbing me and pushing me against, let's say, a wall. And it's that extra force that comes from the raw lust. Okay. That makes all the difference in the world. Just going from, gentle push to like a real push where you can really feel the strength. I think I kind of mentioned this in one of my other videos, but for me, and I'm not saying I'm like everyone, okay, in this one.
I only watched 3 videos from her. I've only watched 3, but she has a whole channel. I watched this. This is my last one. I watched 3 videos from her. But she's not lying, though. So I don't know. If you go on her page, you'll see. I can show you her page. Bella's like, oh, this is so interesting. Y'all better not turn to Cassie tomorrow, y'all. Okay, this is just us doing research. Don't be y'all get no ideas, okay? But I just think like it really is important to understand like what goes on with people because we don't look at sex the same. We really don't. But I think we all want that aggression a little bit, because you want to be like that. You're with a man, and then I would even say this is where me honestly, do not be offended. Please do not be offended. We're having a conversation. Do not be offended. But this is where I would feel as though this is why being a lesbian stud is a scam. Because this lady, you're dressing like a man, whatever, but even as a stud, you would never have true organic male energy. Because you don't know. You've never been a man. You're assuming based on what you see, right? But a stud could never truly exude true masculine energy. So this rose, whatever you call the lady in the lesbian relationship, right? It's not going to be enough. You will never be enough. And that's why a lot of these ladies eventually leave the lesbian relationship and they go be with a man. Do you know what I'm saying? Because how can you be something that you were not born? Like you don't have it in you. You're not built for that. You are trying, you're overcompensating, but you don't know what the real thing is. There's a certain level of aggression that men have naturally that a woman doesn't have, even if she becomes a stud. Which then makes sense as to why there's so much violence and they're quick to separate in the lesbian world because the femme is truly looking for a man. But maybe because she's been to trauma with men, she's afraid to go back. So she wants something safer, like a woman that pretends to be a man. So she can feel, I can like contain the mitigating factors or whatever. But ultimately, she will crave a man. So you as a female stud, you're shortchanging yourself because you will never give her that, which is why I think Priscilla is so upset right now. Because maybe she thought, oh, these girls are always complaining about these men. I'm a stud. I try to give it to these girls, but it always it doesn't work out for Priscilla. I think that's why also she's really mad. Because yeah, she speaks the truth though, but she's also bitter. Because she's not getting what she thinks she should get from these women. It's like, it's not just love and loyalty, but it's gratitude. But I'm like, yeah, but you're a woman. So to me, being a female stud, it's a scam. It really is a scam. If you are one, I'm sorry, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, okay?
But I don't think I'm alone in this either. Okay, so be very careful, but it's that extra push. It's that extra force. It's that extra aggression. Okay, so that is key. That is another thing in that video, the raw attractive power, that I was thinking about, because that is a manifestation of that raw, attractive, dangerous, primal power that men have. All right, so let's go on to the next thing. Okay, guys. Wow, what am I doing? The next thing is quite controversial. It is DDLG, okay? It is him constantly calling me princess, teasing me constantly. It is him being good at that gentle dom style, babying me, making me feel small, making me feel weak. DDLG, look it up, okay, guys? There's some great guys on TikTok who are pretty good at it, okay? It's that praise kink, if you know what that is. It's that. Okay, that was huge. When he started doing that, my mind kind of like just like molten lava, like in my brain. It all just melted and liquefied, and I didn't even know anymore like what was happening, because I didn't think I was into that kink at all whatsoever. But then once he started doing it, I started experiencing it, I'm like, I hate myself. But yeah, I was into it, and it's so powerful, and it's so potent, and it's so primal. And I know that a lot of girls have this kink as well, okay? I'm not alone in it, okay? And if you guys learn about it and you guys learn to do it well, you will have a huge advantage, a huge leg up. So look into it, see if it resonates with you, see if you're into it, and then start incorporating some of it. All right, next one is one thing he does that I don't know if anyone else really can do as well as him, but he's constantly kind of like making fun of me and teasing me for my insecurities, because another kink I have is kind of like a little like humiliation kink. So he'll constantly tease me for certain stuff, like being shy, my voice, my mind going blank, different things. And it's quite embarrassing, but also good, because one thing I really learned about, which I think is really interesting that I learned about, is basically kinks are like ice cream flavors, all right? There's hundreds of flavors, okay? And you can mix and match flavors. So you have to learn what flavors you're into, what flavors they're into, and start combining like a gourmet chef, okay? So I have, a praise kink, I have a degradation kink, I have a humiliation kink, I have a DDLG kink, I have, a brat taming kink, I have so many different ones, and you can just add in flavors. So he's really good at adding in different flavors of my kinks, okay? So the next one, number 5, super hot thing my boyfriend does in the bedroom is he will tell me erotic stories about my fantasies. I don't know if other people do this, but while you're having sex, you should be talking about your fantasies. It's so hot. It's like dirty talk. But you can say things like, oh, you know what this reminds me of right now? And then go into some sort of fantasy scenario. Or, you know what I'm thinking about right now? Go into talking about a fantasy. So he will literally tell me, he knows like my fantasies, and he will just bring them up, start talking about them. Okay. And then sometimes like after, he'll tell me like a full story, and then he'll record it for me. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, the next thing I want to talk about that he does that is super hot in the bedroom is he's not afraid to call me names. Like, he kind of does it in like a joking way, but he's not afraid to basically be like, oh, you little bitch, or you little dumb slut, and things like that. So he basically will mimic like an abusive, misogynistic boyfriend for me, even though he's a very sex positive, feminist, loving boyfriend. He's not that at all. He is a nice guy, but he's not afraid to tap into basically this abusive boyfriend.
Imagine if like the likes of CNN leaked the tape like they did with Diddy, right? and they showed a video of him calling her a bitch or a slut or a little whore. And you'll see the girlies and their sticks and their flags of self-righteousness like, oh my gosh, I can't believe a man would say that to a woman. I can't believe. It's like, yeah, but everything is in context, right? Context matters. Calling a woman a bitch out of nowhere, okay, that's crazy. But what if it's their foreplay? And now you see the video without context. And then you use like your conscious mind to be like, oh my gosh, this is misogyny. This is misogyny. It's like, no, context matters. Context really matters. And that's why you have to understand like what kind of sexual relationship people actually have. You know what I mean? But imagine if a video of her boyfriend leaked and you saw him or you heard him like use those words like bitch, you slut, you whatever. Come to find out, that's her kink. Come to find out that is her kink. Hey, Elaine, what's up?
Role and role play it for me so I can get a taste of that in kind of like a fun, creative role play acting way. And it really satisfies these kind of dark primal kinks that are perhaps drawn to that. Okay. So this is something that I honestly think so controversial, but guys should be tapping into their inner abusive boyfriend. That being said, it should be acting only. You should know the girl is into it, and you should be incredibly the opposite of that afterwards. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but basically it's a kink, it's a fantasy, it's a role play. You tap into it, and then after you're just like, that was fun, that was a game. You know I didn't mean that. I mean, that's kind of for the beginning when you're kind of just establishing this kind of stuff, but afterwards, you both know it's a game, you both know it's fun. I hope that made sense. Sometimes when I'm talking about this like super controversial stuff, I just kind of get like this panic feeling inside, and then like I'm like, what am I saying? Should I even go on? All right. Number 7 super hot thing my boyfriend does in the bedroom is he will encourage me to express myself in any way possible. Like anything I'm feeling, he'll notice and just be like, bring it out. Like for example, sometimes after like I come, I get like really angry and I feel like hitting him, and I'll just be like, and he'll be like, you can hit me, go ahead, like do it, don't be afraid, like you can do it. That's so wonderful. As a guy, you really want to help your partner bring out whatever she's feeling, to express herself. I mean, if you're into this whole like masculine feminine polarity stuff, they're always saying, oh, the woman wants to be the wild feminine who's just like a storm and expressing whatever she wants. Okay, yeah, it's pretty good advice. All right, she wants to express herself. She wants to totally immerse herself in sensation and what she's feeling and all these like primal, impulses that come from deep within. So encourage her to express everything, because it will just heighten everything. She'll go deeper and into sex brain, sex trance. So you want to encourage her no matter what it is. Like my mom will just be like, hit me, you can't hurt me. And it's great. And I just bring it out. I'm like, that was a lot of fun and I needed that. All right. Number 8 super hot thing my boyfriend does in the bedroom is he is great at matching my shit tests, if you will. So for example, sometimes like I just get, it's kind of like a kink for me. It's like my brat taming kink or whatever. It's not even a brat taming kink. It's more like my pride kink. It's like my ice queen kink. Like I'll just kind of be like, I'll just get the sense like this guy has to prove it to me. This guy, like, who is this guy? Like, I really want him to like step up to the plate. I need to feel that he's worthy and good enough to step up to the plate. So I'll provoke him and test him. I'll just say something like, you don't deserve to fuck me or something. And then he'll come back with a really awesome comeback. Like one time he just said like, yeah, but I am fucking you. So what kind of thing. So, he matches the shit test, and that is so powerful because like I just explained there, the shit test, as you guys like to call it, is basically a girl saying to herself, is this guy alpha enough to be with me?
Mm-hmm.
Does he deserve me? Or is he beneath me? Is he, should I be sleeping with him right now? And she's calling and asking, prove it to me. Prove to me you're worth it. Prove to me you're smart enough. Prove to me you're bold enough. Prove to me you're confident enough. Let's see what you got. Okay? So, if you come back with something witty and great, in that moment, you just feel You just feel he does deserve to fuck me, okay? Finally, number 9 thing he does that's super awesome is willing to fight me violently, okay? Another one of my kinks. I kind of have like a, I don't know what you call it, like a wrestling kink, basically. Different names for it. I like physical fights, okay? I like to just kind of, it's like a primal thing. And he does it. A lot of guys would never be willing to do that. He is. And finally, number 10 is just a stream of compliments during sex. And I know a lot of you guys are afraid to compliment women. A lot of girls have a praise kink, like I mentioned before. A lot of girls need to be complimented and praised. I think most girls do. I mean, if you've got to the point where you've got her in the bedroom, you gotta compliment her. That's all I can say. All right, guys. So it's pretty explicit. I hope I don't regret sending this out. I hope it teaches you guys some things maybe you don't know.
I hope I don't regret this, okay? So now we're going to go back to the Kid Cudi video because hopefully by now, when we watch the Kid Cudi thing, it should make more sense to you, right? It should make more sense. You should understand his role in this. But the thing is, the sad part is I don't think he understood his role in this. I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
Kid Cudi said he didn't know what Diddy was going to do. Then when he was at the hotel, he actually got a call, or he had spoken to Capricorn Clark, somebody that was Cassie's friend, but also somebody that had worked for Diddy. And so when Kid Cudi was speaking to Capricorn Clark, Capricorn sounded scared on this phone call, pretty much on the verge of tears, because it was Diddy, one of his affiliates, an unnamed person, and Capricorn Clark were at Kid Cudi's home. Kid Cudi was kind of describing that essentially Capricorn Clark was essentially taken by physical force to go with them to Kid Cudi's home while Kid Cudi wasn't even there. So Kid Cudi could verify that Sean Combs, aka Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, whatever we're calling him, was inside his home when he wasn't there. Kid Cudi said that he actually went home after speaking with Capricorn Clark and just kind of rushed over there. Then we see an exhibit photo of the entrance of Kid Cudi's old home. It's the home of the break-in, and you see the front gate door. And he described his neighborhood at the time being as far as being very quiet, family oriented, and they had to kind of mention that he was driving a Porsche around that time. So Kid Cudi actually called Diddy while he was driving home, and there was some profanity here, so bear with me, everyone. He said, "Mother effer, are you in my house?" And Diddy said, "I just want to talk to you. I'm here waiting for you." And surprisingly, Kid Cudi explained that Diddy sounded relatively calm while he was on the phone speaking to him. So Kid Cudi thought his security cameras were working and turned.
So this sounds really stupid. I hope y'all listen to this nonsense. So he called a person called Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark said, "I was forced to go to your house with Diddy." Okay. So did you see Diddy in your house, or he told you Diddy was there? Like, sir, what? Right? But then I guess he said that he called Diddy. Now he's the one that's aggressive because he said, "You motherfucker." And he was like, "Oh, Diddy was calm." And I'm like, that makes no sense, because why is Diddy calm? He just found out you're smashing Cassie, right? You just said he was into your house. He's breaking into your home, but he's calm. Why is he calm? He should be aggressive. Okay. So this dude also, this little, yeah, Cassie gave him the address because she started to start some shit. It's that brat taming stuff. Like, it's the cuckolding stuff, right? Where I cheat and I hope I get caught. And I tell my man, like, or maybe you want to get caught because you let him find out, right? Then you want to see his reaction because you want them to act the fool. But the whole time it's like, she's the one who gave the address. So it's like, why'd you give the address for? Now he's saying, I'm like, so I don't know. I'm like, do you have a camera? Do you have pictures? Did you saw Diddy through your front door? You saw Diddy inside your house? Or you talked to a third person, Capricorn Clark, who then told you, "Oh yeah, I was forced to go with Diddy into your house." I'm like, Kid Cudi, you're not that important. I'm not trying to be funny, but would Kanye even come to your house? Has Kanye even been to your house? Like, why would he go to your house? Like, sir, what? Then he said he called Diddy, "Oh, you motherfucker." And that Diddy was calm. And I'm like, once again, that doesn't make sense for someone who just found out his girlfriend's having an affair with a man he introduced her to, and that you claim is at your house, breaking your shit, and he's also setting your car on fire. So, who knows what the hell he's about. This dude also wears dresses, Kid Cudi wears dresses. So I don't know if we want to, I don't know how much we want to trust this boy. Okay. But I'm like, this is also Kid Cudi. So I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Don't you ever forget that this is also Kid Cudi. So hold on. My thing is not working. Stop sharing. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. All right. Like, what is this? And I can see why Cassie didn't stick with your ass, because this don't give no masculine male. Like, what is this? Okay. So this is Kid Cudi too. So for him to make it seem like, oh, he picked up his phone and he was yelling at Diddy and things of the sort. I don't know. Maybe. I have a hard time believing it. Diddy went to your house. Do you have cameras? Do you have actual footage of Diddy inside your house? Do you have footage of Diddy outside your house? No. You have a third person who's alleging that he was forced to go to your house and ransack your house with Diddy. Sure. And then instead of asking, if Diddy was in his house, why did he call the police telling that someone broke into his home? We gonna listen to him. Kid Cudi, to me, I don't trust him.
Turns out, he said someone kind of had moved them and angled them a little bit down, so that way, I guess whatever was going on wasn't captured on that video. And they had moved them the opposite angle, and said Kid Cudi verified he wasn't the one who moved those security cameras. But when he got home, Jesse, he said gifts were open on the kitchen.
So his kitchen camera was open. His cameras were moved. So that means it's Diddy. Did they test for fingerprints? So your cameras were moved, and somehow that's Diddy. It's not you trying to lie because you want to help Cassie scam Diddy. Okay. And also, if you guys remember too, I feel like around that time too, there were lots of people in LA that were robbing celebrities. Okay. There were a lot of people in LA that were robbing celebrities. Hold on. They even had a movie about that, right? Like there was a gang in LA. Like they were just out there just robbing people. Yeah, the Bling Ring. That was their name. Like they were just going around LA just robbing celebrities. Hold on. See, it was around 2011. So how do you know that it wasn't the Bling Ring that was out here just robbing you? Okay. They were going to Paris Hilton's house. They were going to Nicole Richie's house. These people were going to everybody famous and just robbing these people blind. Even Orlando Bloom, they went to his house. They robbed them up. They robbed a lot of people. So it was a thing. It was a thing to go to celebrities' house and just rob these people because they have so much crap they didn't notice. So I'm like, how do you know it's not the Bling Ring and that is Diddy? It was 2011, right? Could have been those people. Why does it have to be Diddy? Or because you want it to be Diddy? Because you actually want to believe that Diddy gave a fuck about you having sex with Cassie. Are you actually okay? You wear dresses, fam. You wear dresses. Okay? Like, no. Let's stop doing this.
Stuff was pretty expensive. It was from Chanel, and that his dog surprisingly was locked in the bathroom. Now his dog normally roams around free like a lot of our pets normally do. I mean, my cats right now are probably wandering around. I would never lock them inside the bathroom while I'm out of home or anything like that. So I can understand why that really stood out to him as far as his dog being inside the bathroom with the door closed. But he had that dog for about a 2-year period and noticed that after this break-in had happened that his dog became jittery and was always on edge at the time. So Kid Cudi got back into his car, he says, and called Diddy because he wanted to fight Diddy. He wanted to square up essentially and just find him and fight him because he believed that Diddy broke into his home. And so he said after this phone call, he thought about the reality of the situation and what more could possibly escalate from that situation. So what he ended up doing is he just called the police. And when he had returned home, because remember, he was driving around looking for Diddy, essentially wanting to fight him, he says. And when he returned home, the police were there at his home. He filed a report. And then he was speaking with Cassie about the situation. And Cassie seemed pretty depressed about the situation, according to Kid Cudi while he was on the stand. And then he had said, because this was around December of 2011, and we know that shortly after that, Kid Cudi had spent the holidays with Cassie over at her family's home in Connecticut, and then they broke up shortly after. But the thing is, a few weeks later...
Why did they break up? Why did they break up? Why did she break up with his ass? Like, let's do the same whole bunch of, you're driving around looking for Diddy. Diddy has a house. Why don't you just go to his house? You don't have to drive around and look for him to beat him up. Just go to his house. The same way Cassie gave Diddy the address to your house. Cassie can just give you the address to Diddy's house. You can just show up at his house. Just talking big, bad, and tough. Like, this dude is a square. Like, go sit down somewhere.
January 9th of 2016, again, a few weeks after his break-in, his car caught on fire, or not even caught on fire. A Molotov cocktail was lodged into the driver's side of his car, of his Porsche, mind you. And we saw a lot of exhibit photos from that Molotov cocktail being inside, or not being inside that car, but we saw the aftermath of the Molotov cocktail in the car. So we saw an exhibit photo of the damaged car. You could see a cut at the top of the roof from the Molotov cocktail. The roof was blown out. Kid Cudi had said his friend Chip, who is one of his best friends, took those photos because he had got a call from his dog sitter at the time that essentially his car was on fire. So he had rushed back home to see what happened. Lo and behold, this entire incident happened. So we saw more exhibit photos of the burned driver's side door, some smoke damage, again, that hole of the roof, damage to the driver's side car, burned seats. He said when he arrived home, he did see the damage to his car, and he saw the Molotov cocktail. He saw that burnt bottle on the ground right next to the outside of his car. So he said police were actually there when he had arrived home, and his car wasn't even able to be repaired after this fire. And so they had said that this cocktail was in the driver's seat, and his reaction, to your point, Jesse, earlier about him just being so casual while he was on the stand and his one-liners. Well, his one-liner for his reaction about a Molotov cocktail being lodged into his car was, "What the F?" And obviously I can't say what the F means, but we all know kind of from that. But as far as just the aftermath of it, there was this whole meeting at Soho House where essentially Diddy and Kid Cudi shook hands. Kid Cudi said that he didn't necessarily believe Diddy when Diddy had said,
Teresa, she's exaggerating. That car was barely damaged. It could have been insurance fraud. I'm like, what does it have to be Diddy? I'm so confused. Like, what does it have to be Diddy? It could be insurance fraud. And remember, he also sat down the Red Table Talk and he talked about his addiction. So how do we know that you didn't take so many drugs and you set your own car on fire? Like, he's a junkie. He really is a junkie. Like, when I do a better video, we can look at like him on the Red Table Talk and how he talked about his drug addiction. Like, he's into some hard ass drugs. So how do you know that you didn't do those things? Like, how do you know that you didn't put your dog in the room, in the bathroom before you left? How do you know that you're not the one who opened those gifts? How do you know? And also, like, in LA, you don't have any other enemies, right? Like, come on. Like, why does everything that goes wrong in your life have to be Diddy? I think Kid Cudi, he really wants to believe that Diddy gave a fuck about him having sex with Cassie. Yeah, it's like, it's LA. Like, it's crazy out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, even like, what's it, PNB Rock? He went to eat chicken and waffles. He got killed and they took his chain. Is that also Diddy? Like, what the freak? Okay, LA is also very violent. There's a lot of gangs out there. You know, there's a lot of crazy people out there. And you celebrities, you like to flaunt your wealth and flaunt your money. So it's a lot of people who want to steal from you, people, and rob you people. But my thing is, he takes so many drugs. I'm like, how do you know you're not hallucinating? He's an addict just like Cassie. Like, I get it. I get it. Crackheads matter. But I mean, damn, this is a court of law. We need to bring sober people to the stand, okay? People who don't have a long history of being high as fuck, okay? But how do you know it's him? But I think, like, sometimes when you sleep with someone that's a bigger alpha male than you, that got more money than you, you want to feel like, oh, yeah, he hurting because I bag his bitch. Like, he mad because No, she for the streets. Did you have fun? I hope you did. Not like, I'm like, what the heck? She's for everybody. She's for the freak offs. You're not special. You're not special enough for Diddy to come and fight you. Because while you was fucking Cassie, he was fucking Gina and Regina and Sophia. No one cared. Like, truly and honestly, nobody cared to come over and try to bust into your little cheap ass house. And where the fuck you live anyways? Can you afford Calabasas? Do people have questions? Does Diddy drive in the hood to go burn up cars? You have a Porsche? A Porsche? That's all you can afford? Was your career struggling back then? Is that why you had to babysit Jaden and Willow Smith to get money out of Will and Jada? Your broke ass. Okay? I mean, man, I wish I was a lawyer up in there. I would have had time of day with Kid Cudi because I know all his business. Says the man who wears dresses. You gonna fight Diddy. Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? You are insane. You are truly insane. Like, he's really crazy. Let's keep going.
Kid Cudi had said something along the lines of, "What are we going to do about my car?" And Diddy said to Kid Cudi, "I don't know what you're talking about." But as we ended the redirect, because there was some cross-examination in between that essentially Kid Cudi believed Diddy was lying about this because, there were some objections thrown here and there. But
he's not the liar. Another drug addict is like, oh, he's a liar. All a bunch of drug addicts trying to blame other people. This is too much.
He kind of snuck in there that he believed that Diddy was a violent person and was the reason behind this Molotov cocktail in his car.
Just unbelievable testimony. So as I mentioned before, it not only helps corroborate Cassandra Ventura's account, but, kidnapping, arson, these are key crimes for the racketeering statute. These are exactly what the prosecution is.
You know what I really think, you guys? You know what I really think? I think the real racket here is Cassie. I really do, because I thought about that yesterday. Because I'm like, Cassie really created an amazing empire for herself, because she's the one who would go and find these bulls, like these males, these sex people, right? Right? She finds them. She greets them first, because remember, like, especially with the first testimony, like, they don't come in and meet her and Diddy at the same time. She's outside in the hallway and she greets them. So we have no idea if she gives them instructions. And then she's also the one to pay them. Like, you come, you meet her first. God knows what she's telling you. We don't know what she's telling these people, because at what point do they even exchange numbers? When are they exchanging numbers? Because these people have her cell phone. These sex workers have her cell phone. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Oh, what the fuck? This girl is a fucking mastermind. Because I don't believe you're exchanging phone numbers in front of Diddy. So when are you exchanging cell phone numbers with these people? Every single sex worker kept in contact with her. Every single sex worker would text her, check on her, and she responds. So now that she has a lawsuit against Diddy, she knows where to find everybody. And they're all on her side. Even though one guy was like, oh, one time she wasn't really into it, but I did it because I was scared of Diddy. But I'm like, okay, but doesn't that make you a rapist? If you look at a woman and she's not really into it and you proceed to have sex with her, are you not a rapist? Why are you not facing any charges? Right? But it's kind of amazing to me that a woman who was so powerless, who was being drugged, who didn't want to do the freak offs, he was forced. Why are you in contact with all these sex workers? They all have your numbers. I'm not trying to be offensive. Can I sit here and say, can I really sit here and say, Diddy never had 3 sons before Cassie? Hell no. Now, freak offs, it could be her idea. Not trying to be offensive, but she's Filipina. The Philippines is known for sex work. Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, whatever. Who knows if Cassie went back there for a summer and they unleashed the beast in her because she saw her kinfolk do it. Right? There are videos out here of Tiana Taylor saying she's the one who introduced Iman to threesomes. He had never done them things before. But it's so much easier. Diddy is black. Diddy's black. He's a black man. He's in hip hop. He's very loud. He's very flashy. Bunch of tattoos. So America is racist. He is fighting against racist ideals or racist stereotypes about his person. Cassie is Asian. They usually have stereotypes of being submissive, being innocent, So she's playing along with that shit. But it could very well be that Cassie turned them out the same way that Tiana Taylor turned out Iman into threesomes. It was her idea. Even when you hear some people talk about Tiny and T.I., sometimes it does seem as though, to me, it does seem as though Tiny is the one looking for these ladies. And she brings them to her husband. And then they pop Molly and stuff like that. But we have to stop as if a woman cannot introduce a man to certain things he's never done before sexually. It's not all the time that the man is more aware or more advanced or more experienced. You have women who know things more than men. Let me see if I can find the one with Tiana Taylor. Hold on. You know? Let's see this one.
It's crazy how you gotta have a threesome to keep your man. Baby, we never said that.
Oh, they put music. I hate when they do that.
Singer actress Tiana Taylor says that she has a key to happy, lasting marriage to her husband, pro basketball player, Mr. Iman Shumpert.
Oh, what is
Let me
it?
tell y'all, honey. Now, this is ridiculous.
What? You're not that. Not the pause.
My girl, baby, Tiana said that she and her hubby have threesomes. Tiana said in an interview, I'm not saying it's what you have to do. I'm saying when you make a vow and when you're married, it ain't no limits, period. It ain't no.
You find the actual video of her saying it. Because she likes to have threesomes. Hold on. Hold on. I'll find that video. Hold on. Let me see if this is this one.
Before it was like, oh, she's willing to do that. I heard that like me and my husband had threesomes before. It was like, oh, she's willing to do that to keep a man. I'm like,
nah,
that was all me.
Is he?
Me or I.
Is he? Is he?
Everybody heard that like me and my husband had threesomes before. It was like, oh, she's willing to do that to keep a man. I'm like,
nah.
That was all me.
That
was all me. Like, but I hate the idea of people thinking like it's always a guy that wants this, that. So she introduced you to the poly life. It's like me introducing that, you know what I'm saying, to my husband, and it's just like, yo, this is what I want to do. Get away from the woman to feel like, oh, you doing it because that's what he wants, and it's like, nah,
That's
actually,
not what it is.
I run this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's because.
You see? And she said, that's what I wanted. I run the shit. You see? So it's like most people would probably think, oh, Iman, he pushes a man, and he's a black man, and he's, I don't know. So Iman probably asked her, let's do a threesome. No, it was her idea. And she said, I run the shit. I mean, Tiana always gave lesbian vibe and stud vibe anyways, right? But it's like a lot of people would not believe that Tiana is the one asking for threesomes. They would think it has to be Iman because she could never do this. She's so beautiful. She's so pure. She's a black woman. No, shut up. Okay? You don't know people and their kinks. Just because somebody looks well put together and somebody looks beautiful does not mean that in the bedroom they don't like all kinds of BDSM kind of stuff, okay? And not just me being polite. That is just me being polite. But women can introduce their men to foolishness also. It goes both ways.
Looking for, and you could see how Kid Cudi is filling in the pieces of that. And by the way, having Kid Cudi, a star of that, I don't know how much the jury actually knows about Kid Cudi, but having him testify, that's compelling for the prosecution. Although I will tell you, I thought it was interesting what the defense was trying to do with him under cross-examination. What were some of the highlights of cross-examination? I believe it was being conducted by Brian Steele, who, as we know, no stranger to high-profile people in the music industry. He famously represented Young Thug in his trial. What was the cross-examination about there?
Well, another time we could actually see Brian Steele in action, because so far we've only seen him cross-examine one other witness, and that being Officer Israel Flores, one of the first witnesses called in this trial. But we really got to see Brian Steele once again in action, and he has just such a different tone from some of the other defense attorneys. He's not very flashy or very showy, and I don't mean that in a bad way or anything like that. He's really just straight to the point. It doesn't seem like when he's cross-examining a witness, it's because he wants a reaction from the audience, and the audience being the gallery or any of the jurors. He really just kind of wants to get straight to the point with the cross-examination. And so what he was getting to under cross was that there were fingerprints taken. There was DNA collected. However, this DNA came back to a female, according to the defense. However, there was an objection. That objection was sustained, so that part will be kind of struck.
Like, he's just making shit up. He's a fucking liar.
And then he was kind of essentially gearing this a little bit more towards Cassie. Brian Steele had said something along the lines of, Cassie played you, and Kid Cudi responded, yes. Brian Steele was asking Kid Cudi about his music career and how popular he was, especially around that time frame. And, around that time frame, I was still in high school, but Kid Cudi was so huge around that time frame. So I think what the defense was trying to do was possibly allude that maybe it was a deranged fan who had did this, and it wasn't necessarily Brian Steele's client at the time, or client now, that being Diddy. But then Brian Steele was kind of trying to be like, oh, you did drugs with Cassie. And Kid Cudi was like, well, we smoked some weed. And I think the defense was trying to also get in Cassie's sexual history as well, too, whether or not Kid Cudi and Cassie were intimate. However, they kept on having sidebars during this moment. And as we all know, with the sidebars, there's a lot of static noise. So we don't know what they're talking about. They kind of huddle off into a corner. They kind of go through, I guess, the arguments. The jury's still inside that courtroom, but us in the gallery and the jurors even too, we hear this just loud static noise. So I'm not sure kind of what the bottom or what they got to as far as the bottom of just this sidebar, but Brian Steele was just essentially kind of trying to paint it as that Cassie essentially played Kid Cudi. And so when Brian Steele was cross-examining Kid Cudi just about whether or not Cassie had told Kid Cudi about sexual abuse, and Kid Cudi responded she never did. Kid Cudi surprisingly said that he was in love with Cassie.
Right.
He also said that
he was in love with Cassie. So you have a reason to lie. You loved her and you wanted to believe her, and you allowed her to get into your head and have you thinking, oh, Diddy's after me. So you could think that you and Diddy on the same ring. Sir, you wear dresses. My client does not. He does free calls, which is still quite masculine. Okay, probably go in there and get fucked in the butt. Okay, see, he loved her. And that's the thing. I'm telling you, I get it. Cassie is like Aurora in Sleeping Beauty. Like, people see her, like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. The girls want to be her. So whatever she says, they believe it. The guys, they wish they could have sex with her. They wish she like, what about me? So that, oh yeah, I'll be your superhero. I'll fight Diddy for you the whole time. Diddy is what she likes. But I mean, but what would he talk about? Was he there when was he there when he was dating Cassie? I don't know. What would he talk about? What would he talk about? Did he kidnap me? Like, what would he talk about? It's like, you have a reason to lie. Let's move on from this. This is ridiculous. And you will do that. You would do that for a Filipino. Like, you will bury your own kind for a Filipino who left you and went back to Diddy. And then she chose a white man after you. What a fucking bitch. Like, you see, that's why she didn't stay with you. Because you see, now I understand BDSM. You're not gonna make it. You don't exude a dom. You just don't do it. You didn't do it for her.
He never saw Diddy hit her, and Diddy never interrupted Cassie and Kid Cudi when they were together. And so far from what I could see, even of the jurors,
he said he never saw Diddy hit her. Diddy never interfered when they were dating, but somehow he came in and he burned your car. Sir, what? You're high again, aren't you? Unbelievable.
Just kind of while they were while Brian Steele was cross-examining Kid Cudi, the jury seemed very engaged with this testimony. I mean, they're always engaged, but you could really tell that they were super engaged about this, probably especially after seeing those exhibit photos. Then we kind of get into the Soho House meeting, and that was the meeting where Kid Cudi, Cassie, and Diddy himself all got together. They all kind of just hashed everything out, and that was surprisingly the last time Kid Cudi had seen Cassie. And so
once he hashed out everything with Diddy, she was no longer interested. You see? She likes danger. She likes dangerous men. You see? So he came into your house. He fucked your shit up. He traumatized your dog. He put your dog somewhere. He set your car on fire. And all he had to do was take you out to dinner like you were another one of his little bitches and feed your goofy ass, right? Then you forgave because he gave you food, right? You see, you're not going to make it for BDSM. That's why she left you. You don't know how to be a dom. You're a submissive male. That's why she left your ass. And she went right back to Diddy, the asshole. I'm starting to understand this stuff. I'm starting to get it.
So Brian Steele was asking Kid Cudi, she was living two different lives, and Kid Cudi responded yes. And so then they kind of ended the cross-examination as far as Cassie was the one who gave Mr. Combs your address, and Kid Cudi responded yes. So those were some of the biggest highlights of the cross-examination. Obviously, I took a whole bunch of notes so I could really get into the weeds of it, but I know for time and everything like that, I can't say everything right now.
well, you do provide.
And see, this is the thing about these girls from these other ethnicities. They want to see black boys crash out over each other. And that could also be another fantasy. Gang violence, black on black crime. I'm going to sleep with this black man, go find another black man that he's friends with, tell him some kind of stories, get him all riled up, and then I'm going to witness black on black crime. And it turns them on. This is probably another kink, seeing two black males go at it for her Filipina ass. You see what I'm trying to say? She is crazy. And it's a good thing that Diddy was mature because he knows what she's about. It's Kid Cudi who was like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. She looked at me. I'm going to go fight Diddy. I want to fight him. I want to fight this motherfucker. Go wear a fucking dress. Go wear a fucking dress, Kid Cudi. And what Diddy needs to do, he needs to call Beard Goodman from the prison and send you as many Chanel dresses as possible. Okay? You struggle with being an alpha male, you know. You're a dumb ass. You need some dresses, don't you? Stupid. This is crazy. Anyways, let's watch this one.
I thought it was safe off the radar. Who else did you speak with? Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. Now, Capricorn Clark has been mentioned a couple times in this. I believe she is an employee of Diddy.
So Diddy took a woman to go into your house to break your shit? Sir, what? Oh, my Lord. These people, man.
What did you say? That Sean Combs in the car near my house. Okay, so he acknowledges that he's in a car near his house. Brian Steele, familiar name. You'll remember him from the Young Thug trial. Objection. Judge overruled. The AUSA says, you called Sean Combs? Kid Cudi says, I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. When you arrived, what did the outside look like? Pretty normal. Any security camera? Yes, but I found out they weren't working. But the security cameras had been moved. Did you move them? Oh, but the security cameras had been moved, says Kid Cudi. Did you move them? No. What did you see inside your home? Gifts were open, some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom. How did you usually leave your dog? I let him roam. How long had you had your dog? 3 years. What changes were behavior of your dog after the break-in? Jittery, on edge all the time. I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know? Uh-oh. Kid Cudi was about to...
So he said Diddy was at his house. You in the neighborhood. Motherfucker, how slow do you drive? How big is your neighborhood, bitch? I know you only live in Calabasas. Why aren't you at your house here to whoop his ass? Oh, my dog, my gifts were open. Boxes were, the things were open. Maybe you did that. No. You do take drugs, you know. Like, maybe you opened them. Oh, my dog was in there, and then my dog became jittery. Okay, so that proves what? That Diddy did it? Like, there's nobody else. Like, I'm like, you guys, I don't know if you guys remember this. Like, there used to be a streak of break-ins in LA. Like, for real. Right? But, like, nothing is really damaged. Boxes are simply open. So there's no graffitiing. There's no, like, trashing your stuff. Like, your place didn't get trashed. It's just some Chanel boxes that were open. And then your dog was in the bathroom. So, therefore, Diddy was at your house. Like, what? Oh my gosh, this is insanity. This is real insanity.
Knock Diddy out.
This is crazy. Oh my God.
Did he answer? Yeah, he said, I'm on my way. I thought to myself, Brian Steele says, objection. Browns, the judge responds. Steele says, non-responsive. Overruled. This judge wants to hear this story, obviously. Judge, ask a new question. When you saw Cassie, how did she seem? Depressed. Did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Yes, she needed it. Did Mr. Combs call you? Yes, he hit me a few times. Hit? Called me. Need to translate that slang sometimes. What did you say? that I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog. Did you and Miss Ventura break up? Yes. What about your car? My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. Where were you? At a relative of my ex-girlfriend. Where did you go? To my house, 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. I've actually got that place pulled up right here. This is the actual driveway of Kid Cudi's house. Pretty nice house. It's one of those LA style $1 million mansions. Pretty nice spot to have somebody staking you out, you know. So I wonder how he even knew where Kid Cudi lived.
Cassie?
That's a good question. Maybe it was because of the fight that he wanted to have. Did he send him an address, send him the Addy? Who knows? Wild times in 2012, I believe. Let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize? Kid Cudi says, my Porsche. That's the damage to my Porsche from the Molotov cocktail. Okay, so he's saying it's a Molotov cocktail. Who took these photos? Chip, a good friend and collaborator. What's depicted here? The hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the Molotov cocktail. What was your reaction to your car being set on fire? What the objection? Judge overruled. And then the judge decides, break. He's going to take a break. All right. Before the jurors back, we finish the witnesses of today. Yes, though cross of Mr. Kaplan was 3 times as long as we thought. Jury entering. Was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter? No. Did you think it was accidental or intentional? Kid Cudi says intentional. Where did you last see Miss Ventura? At the Soho house. I'd reached out to Sean Combs and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand.
So does he show messages? Does Kid Cudi, was he required to show text messages of these things? Or because he said it, so therefore it's true? I'm like, what are we talking about? You reached out to him and said, let's talk. It's getting out of hand. Did you text him or you just made a call? Like, did they ask for his phone logs? Because I'm like, sometimes these lawyers, these white people, I don't know if they really want him to be free also, or they just want to like drag this as much as possible so they can get paid. Because they're a bunch of scammers, it's all white people. But I'm like, this is ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous. So first you're saying Diddy called you, you want to talk to him. Now your dog sitter says, oh my gosh, your car is on fire. Oh my gosh, Diddy had to do this. Diddy, LA is the home of all kinds of gangs. The Crips, the Bloods, whoever kind of Mexican is out there. But somehow Diddy is the only one capable of violence in LA. So then you reach out to him, let's stop. This is getting out of hand. Did you text him? Did you call him? Do you have proof of any of these things? I'm like, I just feel like this whole Diddy case, people can just go in there and just say whatever they want to say about Diddy. Be like, yeah, he did that shit. He black. He did that shit. It's like, this is so crazy. Your car is set on fire. Why do you think it's Diddy? Why is it not you? How do I know you're not trying to commit insurance fraud? How do I know you didn't pay someone to commit insurance fraud? Because the car gets set on fire. Did the cop take the car? Was a test done? What did the car insurance determine? Like, what happened to your car? Okay. But now I went to the Soho house and I sat down with Diddy. Like, what are we even talking about? This is not a movie. This is real life. And it seems like you don't like to work, nor does Cassie. Okay? Y'all have plenty of time to get high and make up stories. And like you said, you loved her, so you have reasons to lie. And you even have reason to even pay somebody to burn your car. There are a bunch of goofy-ass people in LA who would do some shit like that for a little bit of money. Even during the fires, like even the recent fires, we saw people commit arson in LA. Those LA fires were not natural. There are people, especially homeless people, that you can pay to go commit arson in LA. It's never like, I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is really crazy. This is insane. People just lie too damn much. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Ah.
Brian Steele says, can we have a sidebar? Judge says, do you have an objection? Steele says, yes. Sustained. Disregard and move on. Who set up the meeting at Soho House? D-Rock and my manager. What was Mr. Combs doing? Standing there like a Marvel supervillain, some laughter. Kid Cudi says, he said, we were homies. You know that is my girl. What did you say? I thought you had broken up. Then Sean Combs offered me water twice. It was weird.
So you full of shit. So you thought you thought her and Diddy broke up. Why didn't you call him and ask him? Because obviously your manager has his number. So just off the rip, you're not even a man of integrity. You're not even a man's man. Because it's like, I thought, why think when you can just check? Because you're a low down backstabber. You ain't shit. If a woman comes, oh yeah, me and Diddy ain't together no more. Okay, let me check real quick. Because you know what I'm saying? I don't want no problems. You should check. But you saw some goofy ass Filipina who gave you some goofy ass coconut shrimp story ass sad shit, and you just ate that shit up. Just starving ass. Okay? You have Diddy's number. Your manager has his number. Why didn't you call Diddy to confirm just in case? Because if you're a man of integrity, I don't want no smoke. Because some people do that. Oh, I broke up with my boyfriend only to go back and then it becomes a problem. I don't want a problem. Because he's black, I'm black. You're Filipina. You're not even from the community. So how do we know you're not on some coconut shrimp bullshit? Okay? With a side of cocktail sauce. So why didn't you check? I would have asked him that question. Why didn't you check with Diddy? Why didn't you check? Like, is it in your habit to smash other people's exes just as long as they tell you, oh, we broken up? You had never heard of a little break? Because obviously she broke up with you to go back to him. So how do you know she was not trying to make him jealous? Why wouldn't you check? Like, doesn't your manhood mean something to you? Like, integrity means nothing to you? So any woman that you know that used to date a former friend or a current friend can come up to you, entertain you, or bamboozle you sexually and be like, oh yeah, we broke up. And you're not going to double check. You're just going to hit that ass. You're just going to slide in there. You ain't shit. Like, you really ain't shit. I was like, you ain't shit. They're like, the objection, like, nah, you ain't shit. You're not a man of integrity. Like, you a slimy piece of shit that wears dresses. I will never stop saying this. Because a real man would have checked. I hear what you're saying, but just let me double check, though. You are insane. And she played you, and she went right back to Diddy. You're dumb as fuck. Go wear more dresses. You're such an idiot.
Sean Combs being so calm. What did Cassie say? That we have fallen in love. Things happened. What did you say to Mr. Combs? What about my car? He said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I walked away. Did you see Mr. Combs later? A few years later, also at Soho House, he said, I'm just sorry for all that bullshit. I was surprised, so I found peace with it.
Wow.
No further questions at this time. Mr. Steele. Brian Steele, on the case. All right. I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Kid Cudi says 2012. Brian Steele says, I apologize. You get a call about damage to your vehicle? Any surveillance photos? Kid Cudi says, no, my dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage. Okay. The DNA taken. Are you aware it came back being a female? Objection, no foundation. Judge says sustained. Do you know there were DNA results?
And you see how the judge ain't shit, because he makes it like he's talking about the DNA that came back. Because you're saying Diddy was there. Now they're saying, okay, but there was DNA taken. The DNA came back and it was the DNA of a man and of a woman. And now the prosecutor objects and the judge says, oh yeah, we're going to sustain that. We sustain the objection. Why? If the DNA is that of a woman, then that proves that Diddy was not there. So why are you saying sustain? Because then it can't go into then when the jury deliberates, it can't go into what they consider. But if they took the DNA stuff and it says it's a woman, then why not? I'm saying, like, why you sustain the objection? For what reason? So even the judge is on some bullshit. Even the judge is on some bullshit. Like, that is crazy. That is really crazy. You said before I left, my camera's working just fine. I think Diddy was there and somebody moved my cameras. Okay. And my thing is also that person, Diddy's team, they're really funny to me. But I just feel like this lady named Capricorn Clark, they should have her DNA tested because maybe it's her. Because maybe it's her, the Cassie, and Kid Cudi who set this all up. And that's why it doesn't look like a proper scene where like a man would have come in there out of jealousy and rage and just fucked the whole house up, because most likely it was Capricorn Clark doing this. You need to take her DNA. Take her as giving the same thing with what's his name? Giving the same thing as what's that boy's name? Tory Lanez. It's like his DNA was barely on the gun. But you have more female DNA. They never tested Megan and they never tested Kelsey. For what reason? And they didn't want the jury to consider that. It's like, y'all gotta stop cheating. So I do wonder, like, when it comes to Diddy's team, it's like, do y'all really want to get this man off? Or you're dragging your feet so that your billables can be ridiculous? Because you know he has lots of money. People are so dishonest.
Judge says, I'll allow that. Kid Cudi says, no. It's getting interesting.
Ouch.
Brian Steele said, Miss Ventura told you it was over. Kid Cudi said, we just stopped talking. You told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Yes. She played you and you had no clue. No clue. Brian Steele is good. That boy good. He said he found some female DNA on that. What did I tell y'all about this situation? Like, we're just doing backflips and saying that Diddy does everything, but if there's some female DNA, what's that about? I don't know. Brian Steele wants to know. Brian Steele says, Miss Ventura told you it was over? Told you it was over? We just stopped talking. You did this. You told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Yes. She played you and you had no clue. No clue. In 2011, you went on tour. Yes. 65 locations? Yeah. At that time, Sean Combs, as an icon, fair to say, was an icon, fair to say. No typo. Yes. You and Miss Ventura had a sexual relationship? Objection. Sidebar. So they go up to the judge and they have a little conversation. And when they come back, Kid Cudi says, Mr. Steele, can I? Judge said, no, you can do that on redirect. Brian Steele says, do you want to tell me something? Sean Combs asked me about doing a song with Miss Ventura in 2010. Thank you. You believe, Brian Steele says, you believe they left your front door unlocked? Yes. No forced entry? No. Just presence open, door in the bathroom. I'm not belittling, just asking. You called Sean Combs? Kid Cudi says, yeah. He was calm? Yes. You went to see him. You didn't think he had a gun? I couldn't call it. You are a strong person. That's how you categorize yourself. Yeah, this crossed the line. Miss Ventura told you she was abused? Yes. But she never said that she was actually abused. True? She did not. That's interesting. That's telling. You loved her. Tell me if I'm wrong. I did. You got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs, Cassie Ventura. Brian Steele is cold, boy. That's that cold steel right there. In the 13 years since, have you ever been notified in California that there has been any more action on this car fire? Kid Cudi says no. Did Miss Ventura have multiple phones? I don't remember. 35 to 12. 3512. Wonder what that is. Maybe the last 4 digits. If I said it, I said it. Steele says, do you know what a burner phone is? Miss Cudi. Untraceable. The trespass, you call it a break-in. Miss Ventura told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs? Question mark. Yes, in the morning. No more questions. Thanks. No problem. Redirect. The judge asked for a redirect. AUSA Johnson. What did Miss Ventura confide in you about abuse? That he would hit her, sometimes kick her. The day of the break-in, was she carefree? No. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? Let me pull up a picture. All right. Capricorn Clark, stock photos. There's Capricorn Clark. Okay, this is one of Diddy's assistants, Capricorn Clark. There she is. Okay. I think this is also her. And there she is with Cassie and Lauren London, someone else who has been mentioned as potentially being a witness. Her and Nipsey Hussle's relationship with Diddy and Cassie was pretty close, I'm hearing. And yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Rest in peace, Nip. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? Sean Combs, an affiliate, forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. How would you describe Cassie that day? Just really shook, him finding out about us. Why did your relationship with Miss Ventura end? The drama, it was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space. What drama? The break-in, for my safety, her safety. Brian Steele says, objection. Grounds, speculation, overruled. Why did you have safety concerns? Because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Your Honor, may we approach? Brian Steele wants to approach for a sidebar. Also, back to the Capricorn Clark part. Now, this is all alleged, but it says this is Capricorn Clark, Diddy's assistant, who was name dropped by Cassie during her testimony and now by Kid Cudi. Capricorn allegedly knew about Cassie's abuse. Capricorn is also Lauren London's sister. Interesting. Capricorn claimed she was also abused by Diddy. And that's her right there. Wow. Okay, this is after the sidebar. The meeting at the Soho House, Mr. Combs said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him? Objection, Brian Steele. Judge says, rephrase. What was your understanding? Kid Cudi says that he was lying. No further questions. Judge, any recross? No, Your Honor.
Why not?
Judge says, Mr. Miss Cudi, you're done. Kid Cudi says, all right. And he leaves. Wow. Powerful.
This is just still like he's a bit annoying, huh? This is really crazy. This is really crazy. Hold on. I can't even type to save my life.
Joined right now by civil trial attorney David Ring, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer, and also Matt Murphy, criminal defense attorney, who's with me right now as well, former prosecutor as well. Great to have you all here. Matt, I'll start with you. Got to ask you about Kid Cudi. Did he help the prosecution as much as I think he helped the prosecution?
Well, he's a very compelling witness. And as we were talking about off camera, have you ever seen somebody walk into a courtroom with more poise and coolness?
No.
I mean, ever. Smoking a cigarette, leather jacket, the whole deal. But each one of these witnesses, it's almost creating like an insurmountable mountain of evidence against Sean Diddy Combs.
We got a bunch of questions coming in about this, obviously. So, David, this is from D Princess. Excuse me. Do you think Capricorn Clark, Diddy's assistant that was with him the night of Kid Cudi's burglary and car fire, will she take the stand?
She should. She's a very important witness. And in fact, that was a key part of Kid Cudi's testimony, was that Capricorn Clark, who obviously was an employee of Combs, that she was basically forced to ride in the car with him to Kid Cudi's house, and then calls Kid Cudi and says, hey, Combs and some others are at your house. They're inside your house right now, and I'm really scared. So why is that super important, separate and apart from the fact he, throws a Molotov cocktail in the Porsche? Because basically that's a charge of almost kidnapping. And that's a really important part of the RICO charge. So I think it'd be important.
What kidnapping? This goofy crackhead. Her sister was with Nipsey Hussle. Was it Nipsey Hussle also running train on women? Like, imagine, this is just a bunch of bullshit. This is just a whole bunch of bullshit. Your sister cannot be a baby mama to Nipsey Hussle, and you're gonna talk about Diddy is violent. Like, girl, be so for real. Be so for real. Be so for real. There are tapes out there of Nipsey running a train on baby mama number one with a man he had met at the gym the day of. Like, girl, please pull up. Please pull up. Please do. I'm like, I call, oh my gosh, Diddy's taking me. Did she call the police? Guess what? She didn't call the police. Okay. So Diddy wants to break into a man's home. And he grabbed a tiny girl that's about 4 or 5 and less than 120 pounds to do what? Cassie gave him the address. It's 2012, right? Yeah, we had MapQuest. It worked. We had Google Maps. It works. Why does he need you to go there? And then you get there, you're going to do what? If anything, maybe you're the one who went there to do this kind of stuff. But maybe that's why you couldn't break the door. You had to get in because you probably had the key. And most likely, Cassie also had the key to Kid Cudi's house. Like, this is just so damn stupid. And that's why the so-called vandalized crime scene looks so feminine, opening Chanel boxes, right? Because your cracked ass did it, didn't it? Your broke ass, okay? Like, this sounds so damn stupid. Did he grab you, put you in the car? Did you call the police? Did you call the police? Right? All kinds of foolishness. I'm like, girl, please pull up. Please, I want to see you. I want to talk to you. What kind of crime scene is this? Diddy's going to grab a woman. Of all the bodyguard he has, he needs you to come there to do what exactly? Because most likely you and Cassie did this. And she knew Kid Cudi was an idiot and he would just believe it, right? Oh, I gave Diddy your address. So he could do what? Go in there, put the dog in the bathroom, and then open some Chanel boxes. Like, girl, what? Are you okay? Are you truly okay? I'm like, people are just insane. It's really disgusting how people just lie like this. It's
to call her, I would suspect we see her.
Yeah,
please. Got a question for you, Safa. This is from Shop Girl. Jesse, do you think without video surveillance or Cudi seeing them blow up the car, that it's just hearsay? What do you think? I'll throw it to you, Safa.
It's ridiculous.
Not necessarily. What people often don't realize is that testimony is evidence. And if somebody is testifying, what they testify to, a jury can use that to determine guilt or innocence. Not only that, but we have the exhibits that were moved in under Mr. and Miss Cudi.
These girls, I wonder where they get the law degrees from. So testimony is evidence. So if I said that I saw her touch a child, a jury should believe me. So I could just look at this and be like, yep, I saw her touch a child. She molested a child and I saw it. I was right there. So that should be evidence. Like, y'all, people just say all kinds of dumb shit. Imagine if we could live in the world where just anybody could just make a claim or just say anything under oath about, oh, yeah, that's evidence. Oh, he said it, so that makes it true. Are you actually okay? Girl, you sound stupid. Where the fuck do you get your law degree from? You sound like an idiot. At this rate, we could just accuse anybody, of, especially people we don't like, of pretty much anything. That is insanity. Okay? You cannot sit here and be like, oh, yeah, testimony is evidence. No, Testimony is testimony. You can say whatever you want to say. And I think we've seen with this case that a lot of people do not care to lie under oath. So did he see anybody? No. So because he said Diddy did it, so therefore Diddy did it. So what next? Another person could say, yeah, I was in a club like 20 years ago and Diddy raped me in the bathroom. And therefore he did that shit too. What about me? Because somebody said, oh yeah, I saw Marlene. She went to the school and she touched a child. And so therefore I did it. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, where'd you get your law degree from? Bunch of foolishness. This is, you're a bunch of idiots.
Which show and corroborate the arson taking place, the nature of the relationship he had with Miss Ventura, and the interestingly semi-tumultuous relationship he had with Mr. Combs, and ultimately what became of that. So it's not necessarily hearsay. His testimony is evidence. The judge is going to instruct the jury on that and indicate to them that if they do find him credible, they can certainly consider his testimony and ultimately either come back with a guilty verdict or not.
So what makes him credible? The fact that he's a star? Like, what makes him credible? He has no pictures. He has no proof. He has no video. The DNA on the camera is that of a woman. What makes him credible? Because he's famous? Or because you hate Diddy, therefore he's credible? What makes him credible? Like, I'm like, what did he say that makes him credible? Oh, I didn't believe him. I don't give a fuck. Who cares what the fuck you believe? You've obviously allowed Cassie to wrap you around her fingers. So maybe you want to believe what you want to believe. That is your choice. But does that mean that's not true? Who knows who the fuck set your car on fire? Just because you want someone to hate you, just because you want to believe that Diddy blew up your car, doesn't mean he did. Doesn't mean he did. Look harder, right? It could have been Kanye for all we know. Okay? Why does it have to be Diddy? Because you want it to be Diddy. That's it. Because then it feels like, oh yeah, he's mad because I'm bagging his chick. Nobody cares. A lot of people sleep with her. Right? And obviously she was kind of bored of having sex with you. That's why she left you. She stopped talking to you. She didn't even have enough courtesy to give you an official breakup notice. She just put you on ice. And that's it. And she went right back to Diddy. So I'm like, just because you want somebody to be responsible for bad things that have happened to you, does not mean that the person actually did it. Find another scapegoat. Okay? Find another scapegoat. Go somewhere. This is insanity. Oh my gosh.
Guilty verdict.
We got a question from Melissa Budas. That's not a question. Oh, Jesse, you have to give us AI video of the Cudi testimony. I'll tell you what, we probably will. So we're doing this thing up on Long Crumb's YouTube. We're taking the transcripts and we're using AI to make visual recreations of what the testimony might have been like. I think it's important to get that visual aspect of it. Obviously, there's no cameras, there's no audio equipment. So there's one thing just to see the transcript and read it versus another thing hearing it. And we're trying to do it for the most important pieces or some of the more memorable pieces of testimony from this case. We did it for opening statements. We did it for Cassandra Ventura's testimony. I have a feeling we'll probably do it for Kid Cudi's testimony. Okay, going to you, Matt. Got a question from Mbasa Naebi. Hi, Jesse. Mbasa from South Africa. Hi, thanks so much for tuning in all the way over there. If Sean Combs is convicted, how many times can he appeal his conviction? Is there a limit?
Not really. The short answer is not really. There are, after the direct appeal goes through the local circuit court, it theoretically could go all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And then there's an entire thing known as the habeas process, where outside evidence that was not admitted or was not discovered at the time of the original trial can then be used to challenge the conviction or various counts that he may be convicted of. So what does that mean? That means essentially that if you have the funding to do it, it's almost unlimited.
I have another follow-up question for you about that from the same viewer. But before I do, I mentioned that as soon as court comes back, we're going to give you real-time updates. We have a court update. So prosecutor Maureen Comey says, they want to put an exhibit showing Miss Ventura scantily clad. We think it plays into a stereotype that if she dresses like this, she must have consented to the freak-offs. That is an interesting observation or interesting argument or maybe allegation put forward by the prosecutor here. David, let me throw that to you. What do you make of that?
What's the relevance of introducing a photo of Cassie in some sort of like a scantily clad outfit? I mean, truly, that's victim blaming. There's no purpose for it. And I agree with the prosecution. They're just trying to undermine her credibility and portray her to be, someone who sleeps around with a lot of people and not to be believed. So
I mean, the thing is, she does sleep around with a lot of people and she does do drugs, so she's not to be believed. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my gosh, I'm like, to me, I'm like, even showing her outfits, nobody gives a fuck about her outfits. This is about her psychology. I'm like, Diddy's lawyers need to go for BDSM. Be done with this shit. This is getting ridiculous. But I just feel like everybody wants to get paid off this man because he has lots of money. To me, this is utterly ridiculous. Hey, Sylvia, what's up? I'm good, boo. I'm good. This is utterly ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous. But the problem is also, like, one thing I'm starting to realize for people who want to be like defense attorneys, like especially like trial attorneys and stuff, is that you really have to be creative so you know how to get your people off, because this to me is it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. The same way you say, why would you want to show her outfits? Okay, then why do you have her up there talking about all these freak offs and who's peeing on who? How does that prove racketeering? Because to me, also doing all that stuff, like everything she's been telling, everything she has shared, overshared. I even heard yesterday that they showed some video of a freak off, because I'm sure they got the tapes from his house when they raided his house, and they had the jury look at it. So now some members of the press are asking for those tapes to be released. But I'm like, how's that not pornography? Like, why do members of the press want to see the tapes of the freak offs? Like, even if it's just like a minute or 2 minutes, why do you want to see it? It goes to show, like, a lot of people out here, they're a bunch of voyeurs. They are truly a bunch of voyeurs. Like, why do you want to see it? Why does the prosecution need Cassie to explain everything that happened in those bedrooms, like, after she even got paid for it, right? So I'm not, all of that to me is also victim shaming. So miss me with the goofy ass tactic of, oh, they want to talk about how she dressed, because it goes into like, oh, like a woman should be able to wear what she want without being shamed. It's like, oh, who gives a fuck? That shit is fucking old. Wear whatever the fuck you want to wear. The problem is not what you wore. The problem is your mindset. And are you a woman that is partaking in BDSM? Are you part of BDSM culture? So if that's the case, then let's go that way, But I'm like, you got to get your person off. I'm like, because to me, it's like, this lady is a mastermind. Like, she's actually worse than Griselda Blanco. Okay, she's actually worse than Griselda Blanco. I'm like, you have an entire enterprise. You find the escorts. You bring the escorts. You are the first person to talk to the escorts before they get into the room. Who knows what you've told these people? Then they have your phone number. They keep texting you. They keep messaging you. It's like from 2016 until like whenever you start those goofy ass free calls, we're almost in 2026. So like for over 10 years, you have nurtured a friendship, a relationship with these escort people. And I'm supposed to believe, I'm like, to me, I would think, okay, you have a free call, so like you sleep with these people, then you forget about them. But no, they actually text her. They check on her. And because she's really pretty, who's to say that she's not making these men feel like, protect me, help me. You know what I mean? But all of that too is part of how she was going to set up her whole scam. I'm like, to me, honestly, like Diddy is the biggest idiot in all of this. He's a real idiot. And I think like it reminds me of like when sometimes your size, your own size, because you're so big, you don't see your own blind spots because you think you're too smart to get fooled. You think you're too smart to get fooled. And here you are. This girl played you like she was. I'm like, she's very, very smart. She's very, very smart. And it's like, don't ever let anybody tell you that image does not matter. Image matters. Like you could go out there and commit a crime with someone fully, like head on, like you're into that shit. And then as soon as y'all get caught, you play with your image. Like, oh no, he made me do it. And oh yeah, that's true. She wouldn't do such a thing. He did that shit. Because this society has preconceived notions about Asian women, about black men. And when there's something bad happen, Asian people, Asian girls especially, will be seen as sweet, soft, innocent, aloof. What? What happened? Who did what? So I'm like, don't ever let anybody tell you that image doesn't matter. Because she's playing her image. But I was sitting here yesterday, I was like, yo, like, I'm seeing this racket. I'm like, she's the real racket. Like, she's the racket queen. She picked the right people. And she nurtured a relationship with those men to make them feel like she needed their protection. And who knows? Maybe in this $30 million that she got, she's going to pay them something. Because the fact that she's not complaining about any of these men, she's not mad at any of these men, she's not angry at any of these men. No, everything is Diddy's fault. Child is giving an enterprise. And the sad part is in this society too, because I've come to realize this is like, we live in a world where people have simple minds. And simple minds really struggle with nuanced conversation and like difficult complex. Like it's a lot for people. People want things to be super easy, black or white. You're good. This one is good and that one is black. That one is bad, right? What I see is what I see. Like people don't like to ask themselves, like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Like people don't like to break the fourth wall and say, like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is going on? Because people want things to be easy. They want easy things. That's why most movies don't last more than like an hour and 30 minutes because you got to wrap it up. You can't make it too challenging for them. They're not going to make it through the movie. Stuff has to be really easy for people. It has to be very palatable. It has to be like, you know, like ABC, here's your guy. Okay. You know, I'm like, interesting. But I'm like, this woman here, to me, she's the one who ran a real racket. And everybody is like, everybody's getting played because she looks so innocent. She's so innocent. She's so pretty. She's so innocent. You see her, you want to save her. So whatever she says, you believe. And that's, to me, that's what makes her dangerous. But at the same time, too, like it makes her powerful. Because it shows. Like, you know, if you have an image like, give me somebody, like if you have an image like Sexy Red, for example, right? Sexy, her image is very masculine. You know, so she wouldn't be able to do that, right? It just shows that there's real power in a woman operating in her feminine energy. And so that to some extent, even feminine energy can truly be dark in that it's it can truly manipulate people. Cassie is way more feminine than there's some other girls out there, right? So she's able to get away with stuff because of her feminine energy, right? But some women are extremely masculine. So even if they were truly trafficked, nobody will feel sorry for them. Girl, you're strong enough. You could have fought. You could have done this. You know, there's this trope of like these really submissive Asian girls who are like, I guess me down. I guess me down. I guess say oh. I guess say oh. You know, people really buy into that crap. And she's aware of that. And that really, Marlene, I will give her lots of credit for that. You know like what you know about yourself, and then there's what you know about how the world sees you, and then being able to use that to your advantage. To have people look at things a certain way and then you look completely innocent, that, I mean, I will say that's quite impressive. That is really, really impressive. It really is. It truly is. You know, and you can't never, and that's why they say women can bring men down to their knees. I think that's what we're seeing here, right? But I'm like, hopefully Diddy and his lawyers, they kind of wake up and they start talking about a little bit of BDSM, because otherwise, you know, image really is everything. Image is everything. And she's playing off her image. And you see all the people she's played. Ryan Leslie, he went above and beyond. Making her music, writing her songs, producing her. So you think he got paid for that shit? He fought to take her to Diddy. Like, you know how hard it is to see Diddy? And look what happened to his ass. Right? Diddy also, look at what he did for her. Look what happened to his ass. Kid Cudi, look what he tried to do for her. Look what happened to his ass. Michael B. Jordan, who knows what happened to his ass? The male escorts, like she knows how to make these black guys want to save her, want to protect her. They want to fight for her. They want to make her life easy. They want her to have luxury. They go above and beyond for her, and she knows what she's capable of. She acts like, yes, okay, all right, yes. But the whole time she knows. She knows. She really knows. I'm like, that right there, it really is impressive. I will give her that. You know, I will give her that. A lot of black girls don't know how to play victim. She's really good. She's really good. Okay. So you guys, my mouth really hurts. But I hope you enjoyed today's video. Okay. I have to go now. I finished washing my hair. But I hope you enjoyed today's video. We'll see. What's today? What's today? Thursday or Friday? Don't even know. What's today? Ouch. My mouth really hurts. Thursday. Okay. By God's grace, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, enjoy the replay, you guys. Be safe. They put 3 crowns in today. It's so painful. It's really painful. Oh, Cassie, you mischievous one. Okay. But yeah, talk to you later. Enjoy the replay. And that's me. I'll be back tomorrow by God's grace. Okay. Gotta go now. My mouth hurts. It really hurts. I gotta go. Bye, you guys. Bye-bye. I'll talk.